Welcome back to the channel. This is Trendy Storm and you are watching first part of What If Naruto Was Kidnapped by Madara at Birth. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
Fourth Hokage. Minato, back away from the Jinchuriki or your son dies at the ripe old age of 1 minute. The masked intruder who was holding a kunai over a newborn baby said to the blonde-haired Hokage. Claimed that the infant's blonde hair matched that of the fourth Hokage. His dad. Even though he had no idea what kind of dangerous situation he was in, the little guy was sleeping soundly. Minato was a fairly tall, fair-skinned man who looked like his son. They both had blonde hair and bright, blue eyes. How did he get past the obstacle? What on earth is this guy? Without turning his gaze away from the stranger holding his newborn son, Naruto, as a hostage, he pondered. At that moment, he heard his wife scream. His wife's scream, and he turned to check on her. The seal, which had weakened due to childbirth, was barely in the hands of Uzumaki Kushina, the nine-tailed fox's second Jinchuriki. She had a slim but feminine figure, fair skin, violet eyes, and fiery red hair, which was typical of the Uzumaki clan. Her hair was parted to the left, out of her eyes, and framed both sides of her face with strands. It's not finished, Minato thought. He was concerned that the fox might crack the seal that was keeping him imprisoned and get away. Kushina cried out once more as Nine-tail used more chakra to break out of his captivity. Kushina! Exclaimed Minato, concerned for his wife and son's safety. With increasing passion, the masked intruder repeated, "Back away from the Jinchuriki. Or don't you care if your son dies?" Minato raised his left hand in a conciliatory gesture and said, "Hold it, Jay. Just clam down," with a hint of concern in his voice. After saying, "You should take your own advice, Minato. I'm perfectly calm," the man in the mask threw baby Naruto to the ground. "Naruto!" Kushina exclaimed in fear at the idea of her child suffering harm. The masked man lunged toward the baby's aerial form with his kunai, but Minato reacted swiftly, vanishing and resurfacing behind him with his son in his grasp. The man calmly remarked, "You live up to the Yellow Flash moniker." It was obvious that Minato's speed impressed him, but what now? Minato discovered exploding tags on the blanket and looked down in horror. Tag shot off. In horror, Kushina cried out, "Naruto, Minato." Unharmed Naruto was in Minato's arms as he flew out of the smoke and debris. A few meters from him, his three-pronged kunai was protruding from the earth. With immense relief at seeing his son unharmed, he looked down at him and said, "Thank God. You're not hurt, OWW." He sobbed in agony. He noticed a wood splinter lodged in his leg when he looked down at it. As he pulled it out, he gasped. "He is pursuing Kushina. He made me separate us with my flying thunder god technique. You have to hurry." He disappeared with his son, throwing the splinter of wood that had lodged in his leg, and then he reappeared in his safe house, which he had used in case of emergency and was located somewhere on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf village. The masked man had, in the meantime, tied Kushina to a number of big rocks with the seal that held the Nine-tails captive. Sweat streaming down her face from the weariness of childbirth, she stood in the middle of the rocks and gazed at the man in front of her. Panting with exhaustion, she questioned, "What are you after?" "I came to rip the Nine-tails from your stomach and use it to crush the leaf," was the masked man's straightforward response. "What?" Kushina cried out. She had been breathing more heavily. Minato's teleportation technique uses a special marking that lets him instantly move from one marking to the next, the man said flatly as he gazed at Kushina's stomach seal. "I see he's incorporated it into the design of your seal, so he would always be there to protect you. But I managed to get away from him, and the seal has been greatly weakened from the birth." He was staring at her. 3 tomo circled the pupil of his lone eyes, turning them red. "Sharingan. Do you have any idea how long I've waited for this moment?" Kushina's eyes widened in surprise at the tone of his final statement. "You'll be safe here." Minato placed the infant son on a tiny bed that had rails on either side. He wrapped his son in a blanket to keep him warm and said, "You'll wait on your own for a little bit, Naruto. I've got to go save your mom before it's too late." Before fading away, he took one final glance at his son's sleeping face. The masked man was back with Kushina, inside her seal, where the nine-tailed fox was chained to a big rock, his tails pierced by stakes. As the beast made every effort to counteract the effects of Sharingan, the man fixed the fox with his single Sharingan eyes. But he ultimately failed. His big, slitted eyes eventually faded back into the background as they formed the pattern of 3 tomo. All of the registrations holding him to the enormous rock broke as the nine tails roared and began to melt. However, Kushina screamed outside the seal as the fiery red bubbles of chakra burst from her body, giving her the impression that she was being burned alive. The man in the mask put his hands in a seal and yelled, "Come forth, nine-tailed fox." After 100 years, the nine-tailed fox returned to the real world with a powerful roar that shook the earth and caused tremors. The stranger in the mask said, "We head for the Hidden Leaf Village," and then turned to leave. Stop, Kushina exhaled wearily as she struggled to stay upright. When the man turned around, he saw that Kushina had survived the process of having her tailed beast removed. The Uzumaki clan is really something special. Even wrenching a tailed beast out of your body didn't kill you right anyway, he stated. Once more, he looked at his new pet. It's only fitting for the nine tails to kill his former Jinchuriki. With the intention of killing his former host, the nine tails raised one of his massive claws and slashed down. There was a flash of yellow before his big paw crashed down at the rock she was on. Before she could crush beneath it, Kushina vanished, but the paw smashed place. Minato was crouched atop a big tree, clutching his wife to him as the dust settled. The masked man declared, a small flash of hope, but it's too late, following the demon fox's abortive attempt. Kushina exhaled sharply. Minato. Is Naruto okay? The life that the beast had taken from her was gone from her face. She looked a little older than the young, attractive woman she was because of the bags that had accumulated under her eyes and the sweaty, exhausted expression on her face. Minato responded while attempting to project a confident smile. Yes, he's fine. I hid him somewhere safe. Kushina exhaled a sigh of relief and turned to face her husband. Oh, thank God. Minato. Stop him. Stop the nine tails, she cautioned, her normally upbeat voice carrying a hint of concern. They're headed for the village. After giving his wife a quick glance, Minato teleported once more. Behind his mask, the man's eyebrow went up. He looked off into the distance and exclaimed, "Gone again. No matter. Onto the leaf, instead." Minato reappeared in the same room where he had previously appeared, but this time he was holding a weary Kushina rather than Naruto. Why? Inquired Kushina. Never mind why. Just stay with Naruto, Minato remarked, placing Kushina on the bed beside Naruto, who was fast asleep. Naruto, Kushina muttered as she gave her son a hug while maintaining a radiant smile. He lay under the blanket and she put an arm around him. The side of his head leaned against hers as she drew him in close. She closed her eyes and fell asleep serenely next to her son, saying, Minato, thank you, good luck. Minato got up from his spot, his fists clenched in resolve. He walked over to the coat hanging on the wall, picked it up, and swung it around to put it on. Fourth Hokage was stitched vertically on the back of the trench coat, which had crimson fire licking the bottom. When he told his wife, I'll be back before you know it. Flashing away, he stopped the nine-tailed fox and the masked man, and preserved his village. The man who had taken the nine tails from Kushina and attacked the fourth Hokage and his family reappeared just inside the village's boundaries. His hand slammed to the floor. Summoning jutsu, he let loose the hideous creature within the Hidden Leaf's domain. According to his legend, the fox roared as his tails smashed buildings and crushed mountains, sending large amounts of debris flying in different directions. A few villagers who had missed the first attack gazed up at the fox in utter, unadulterated terror. Attack, Demon Fox. One of the Leaf Anbu said, Third Hokage. Sama, next to Sarutobi Hiruzen, the former Hokage and third Hokage, who had put on the battlesuit. It's the nine tails. The nine tails attacked the village out of nowhere. With his battle-worn bracer on his right forearm, Hiruzen exclaimed, I know, I'll hold it back, gather, and protect civilians. The Anbu replied, yes, sir, and vanished just as swiftly as he had appeared. As the former Hokage stared at the enormous creature, he wondered if Kushina's seal had failed. Were all of the precautions we implemented truly insufficient? On top of his head, which was carved into the Hokage mountain, Minato emerged. From the summit of the mountain, he could see that the nine tails had been called to life in the middle of the village. At once the fox became aware of Minato's presence and looked at the blonde Hokage. Minato remarked, so you noticed me already. He noticed that the fox had started to gather his chakra near his mouth, causing it to condense into a massive, deadly ball of energy. Not on my watch. From his enormous mouth, the nine-tailed fox hurled a tailed beast ball in the direction of the fourth Minato simultaneously extended one of his unique kunai horizontally in his outstretched hands. A complex mass of seals suspended in midair created an invisible barrier in front of him. The attack was absorbed by the wall until nothing remained. The same barrier cracked open in the forest near him, causing an explosion that shook the village in the distance and destroyed the forest that was hit by the blast. The Leaf Shinobis watched as the tailed beast ball disappeared into the barrier beneath the Hokage monument. It stopped the Nine Tails attack. That was a space time barrier jutsu, exclaimed a man with a red head and purple cheek markings. He was the 15th head of the Akamichi clan and was known as Akamichi Shuza. It's Minato, exclaimed Nara Shikaku, the leader of the Nara clan. Hiruzen commanded, everyone move out. He was getting ready to teleport back to Hiruzen's side with Minato. I must explain the situation to Third. Abruptly, from the mountaintop of the fort's face, the same masked man who had done it all arose. Minato tried to slash the man's head with his three-pointed kunai after sensing him behind him and arching his entire body in rotator motion. However, Minato's eyes widened in shock as it simply phased through the man's head. You will face me, the man in the mask said, taking Minato's wrist, the one that had passed through his head. And we're done. At that moment, Minato's body began to warp and suck into what appeared to be a vortex that had formed from the masked man's eyehole. He flashed away before he could fully suck inside. He teleported. Talk about fast, the man in the mask said, startled to see that his jutsu had been countered. His one eye narrowed. Next time, I'll wrap you the moment I lay my hand on you. One of Minato's kunai stabbed into the ground next to him as he crashed into a different area of the forest. He stood up and grunted. My blow went straight through him. However, he was stable and attempting to. What was that move that sucked me into a dimension or something? He pondered. The fourth Hokage was startled by the appearance of the same masked man as a swirling vortex materialized in front of him. His words to Minato were, "You won't escape me." Does he also employ space time jutsu? After capturing Kushina, he must have moved so far because of whatever he did. Minato's thoughts started to swirl with potential. He squinted at his opponent. He broke through our strongest, most secret barrier, defected Anbu under the direct command of the third, and must have known that the seal would be weak during Kushina's pregnancy. Then, without even stopping to deal with the barrier, he marched straight into the leaf with the 9 tails after he had undone the seal. There is only one man that makes sense that comes to mind. Deep in contemplation, he summarized before raising his head to ask, "Are you Uchiha Madara?" He noticed that the man had pulled back his hood, exposing short, spiky black hair. No, you couldn't be him. He's long dead. The man in the mask teasingly said, "Oh, I don't know about that." On second thought, it doesn't matter who you are, said Minato. But why have you attacked the leaf? Oh, you know. It's fun. It's part of my plan, the man in the mask said, bringing forth a lengthy chain. Attaching it to both wrist ends, he said, to start the war. To bring the peace. Minato squinted even harder at the man in the mask. Whoever he is. He's amazing. He believed that he had evil intentions, could control the 9 tails, and possessed space. Time jutsu that was superior to both my own and his own. He'll be a bigger threat than the fox if I don't kill him now. He pulled out a 3-pointed kunai. He will follow me if I teleport back to the village, which will make things even more chaotic. I don't think he can call forth the 9 tails for very long if he is indeed Madara. I'll simply have to leave the village in the hands of the third and kill him here. The man in the mask yelled, "There's no hope any of you," and rushed towards Minato. Minato followed suit, but the man phased through him as he became intangible once more. Once Minato was behind him, the masked man hardened and whirled around. Pulling the chain, he encircled Minato's chest with it. But Minato threw his kunai into a patch of forest and fled, leaving the chain to float aimlessly. The masked man's eyes grew a little wider. Minato glanced back at the man after flashing aside his 3-pointed kunai. To negate my attacks, he makes his body intangible, then solidifies it to launch a counterattack. He reasoned that trying to trade hits with him was his only option. However, he runs a significant risk of attacking at all. He doesn't want this battle to drag on if he can summon the 9 tails for a brief period of time. He turned and charged once more. It all boils down to speed. The winner is the one who hits a single second earlier. Minato hurled one of his unique kunai at the man who allowed it to phase through him as they both charged at one another. They moved closer together, the end of the kunai nearly reaching the back of the man's head. Minato's shoulder was grabbed by the same man. Rasengan, Minato had already created a big blue sphere. The kunai slipped completely out of the man's head just as he was ready to touch the fourth. "Gotch," said the man in the mask, grinning behind it. The man's eyes widened as Minato disappeared in a flash of yellow light. Before catching the kunai, the blonde Hokage slammed the Rasengan into the masked man's back after emerging behind him. The man crushed into the ground and screamed in agony. Oh no, he thought, and teleported to the kunai he had just thrown. According to Minato, that was the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. Level 2, with pride. His eyes narrowed as he looked down. The ground was literally destroyed when the Rasengan exploded, but the man managed to teleport away. On a nearby slab of rock, the man in the mask materialized. Before he could take action, the fourth Hokage appeared in front of him and used a kunai to stab him in the stomach, causing him to spit blood into his mask as his arm was being fluidly removed from his body and a white substance was dripping from his wound. Jutsu, the Flying Thunder God, somewhere on my body, he must have left that marking, the man in the mask pondered. Following that, Minato put his hand on the man's chest, where marks that appeared to be appropriate for a seal suddenly appeared. The man in the mask recognized the seal and asked, "A contract seal? Are you trying to pull the 9 tails free from my control?" According to Minato, "No, I already did, he's no longer in your weapon." His eyes, which had a Sharingan in them because his mind was controlled by it, returned to their red slit eyes in the distance where the 9-tailed fox was causing mayhem. But being deceived in this way only made him more enraged. The man in the mask leapt to the sky, beyond Minato's reach. "You deserve the title of the fourth Hokage. Managing to wound me and wrest the fox from my control in one move," he declared. He started to wrap himself, saying, "But someday it will be mine again. The fox and this whole world will bow to my will." He disappeared by whirling into a vortex, saying, "Many doors are still left open to me." I have a feeling he wasn't lying, Minato thought. He stared at the spot where the masked man had been before vanishing in an instant. The 9 tails were getting ready for another tailed beast ball when Minato darted into the village. He had no time to reflect, even though he was happy that the third Hokage had been able to contain the fox. He slammed his thumb down on the floor and bit it to extract blood. Summoning Jutsu. After a long puff of smoke, Gamabunta, the chief toad of Mount Myoboku, appeared in all his glory, a large, dull, rusty red toad with the 9 tails barely grasped in his hand. Standing atop the chief toad, Minato gazed at the 9 tails and considered what the masked man had said. He squeezed his eyes closed. "I apologize, Kushina. Hold the fox down for a minute," he said, glancing down at the big toad. While attempting to restrain the 9 tails, Gamabunta exclaimed, "Look, I may be big, but I'm not a miracle worker." Minato yelled, "I need enough chakra to take him and that blast out of here," as he noticed the 9 tails readying another beast ball with more tails. After making a few quick hand seals, he disappeared along with the 9 tails, leaving the toad boss alone, who later vanished in a cloud of smoke. Everything had been observed by the third Hokage. "Minato, did he teleport himself and the 9 tails?" said he. A good distance away from him, a section of the forest burst into a dome of light, probably as a result of the 9 tails attack. Out there, in the location where the 9 tails had been teleported, Minato showed up holding his newborn son Naruto and his wife Kushina. Without turning away from the 9 tails, he uttered the words, "Gotta put a barrier." Kushina was set down on the grass by him. Kushina remarked, "My chakra's almost drained," but she summoned her chakra chains with the last of her remaining chakra. Several golden chains sprang from her back and wrapped around the fox's body and tails, dragging him to the ground. Minato's anxious cry, "Kushina," roused baby Naruto from his sound sleep. He broke down in tears. With blood streaming from her mouth, Kushina gave her son a sorrowful smile and said, "Sorry Naruto, I didn't mean to wake you." Minato was shocked that the happiest day of his life had become such a nightmare. Kushina looked at her husband and smiled at him. "I'll drag the 9 tails back and die with it inside me. That'll prevent it from coming back. For a while. It's the only way to you both. With the little bit of chakra I have left," she said. "Thank you for everything. Kushina, you made me husband. You made me into the fourth Hokage," Minato remarked, tears streaming down his face. "You made me this boy's father, and I." While giving her husband a feeble smile, Kushina said, "Don't look sad, Minato. I'm happy." She turned around, her eyes softening at the sight of your weeping son, and said, "Happy that you loved me." She had a slight grin on her face, happy that it's our son's birthday. Like, if I try to imagine surviving and 3 of us leaving together, I can't think of anything beyond, I'd be happy. As Minato gazed at his wife, who was prepared to give herself up for the 2 of them, tears still trickled down his cheeks. Kushina turned back to her son. The mere thought of abandoning her child made her heart tighten. "If I had any regrets, it would be that I won't see Naruto grow up," she replied. Minato's hair cast shadows over his eyes as he looked down. "Kushina, you didn't need to take the fox down with you," he replied. "We can use our last bit of chakra to see Naruto one more time." "Huh?" Kushina asked, perplexed. In order to gaze at her husband, she raised her head. "I'll seal your last bit of chakra in Naruto with an 8 trigrams seal," said Minato. "Then I'll lead the 9 tails away with a seal only a Jinchuriki like me can use, the dead demon seal." When Kushina realized what her husband wanted to do, her eyes widened. "But that user will be. But I'll only be able to seal half the fox's power. It's jutsu too great. It's physically and conceptually impossible to seal it all," Minato stated to his spouse. He paused and glanced down at his son, recalling something his own sensei, Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sanin, had told him about the destined child. "I can't let the 9 tails be revived without a Jinchuriki, the balance of tailed beast be destroyed. But with the dead demon seal, I can permanently seal half the fox's power along with myself. And remaining half. I'll seal remaining half inside Naruto with the 8 trigrams seal." Kushina gazed at him as though he had lost his mind. She wanted to scream at him for bringing up such a suggestion, but Minato prevented her from doing so. He went on to reassure his wife, saying, "I know what you want to say. But Jiraiya Sensei spoke of the world undergoing a revolution, and with it, a great disaster." He gazed down at his son's sleeping face and said, "Tonight, I've the 2 things. The first, that masked man, the one who attacked you. He is the harbinger of disaster." He gently placed baby Naruto on the ground and said, "And Naruto will be the one to stop him. The Jinchuriki who will blaze the trail to our future. I just know it." At that moment, Hiruzen landed in a crouch just outside the barrier that Kushina and Minato had constructed to shield the village from the fox's destructive powers, while his trusted companion Enma was in his staff form. "But, Minato," Kushina retorted, attempting to counter his absurd notion. "Have a little faith. He is our son after all," Minato assured Kushina, certain of his choice. In order to shape his chakra and summon the Shinigami, he quickly broke through the 9 hand seals. Behind Minato hung Shinigami, the spectral spirit eater. Shinigami was considerably bigger than the typical human. He had dark grayish-blue skin and long, shaggy white hair that hung around Minato's soul, from which 2 red horns jutted out. It had a tanto in its mouth, was dressed in big white garments, and carried a set of prayer beads. "After I finish the death demon seal, I'll place your remaining chakra into Naruto as well," said Minato. "You'll meet grown up Naruto sooner than you think. The time will come when he'll attempt to take control of the fox's power. I want you there to help him." According to Kushina, our son. Minato gazed down at his son's sleeping face. "That's why. I don't want him to bear such a heavy burden all on his own," he replied. In response to Minato's foolish scheme, Kushina yelled, "But why? Why the dead demon seal? There's no reason for you to die. Just so, I can meet him for a few minutes when he's older. I wanted you to be there for him. I wanted you to raise him. Why? Why are you sacrificing Naruto just to preserve the balance of the tailed beasts? To save the village and the country? Why are you sacrificing yourself to me? Turning your back on the country, on the village is just as bad as abandoning a child. You should understand. You saw your own country fall apart. You know the pain of growing up without a home of your own. And you know we are a family of shinobi," said Minato. "Besides, even if I lived I could never substitute for you." Kushina gave her husband a curious glance. He dropped to his knees before her. "There are things Naruto needs to be told, things I could never say myself. That's the mother's job and I need you to carry it out. Even if you only have briefest of moment to do so," he went on. He picked up his infant again and sat down directly in front of his wife, saying, "This isn't just for you. This is for Naruto. Dying to make a better life for his son, that's the stuff you let the father handle." In a last-ditch attempt to carry out her plan to save her son from Jinchuriki's life of neglect and hatred, Kushina tried to steel her eyes even as understanding gradually started to appear on her face. Compared to other Jinchuriki, she was one of the few who led a normal life. Hiruzen finally managed to catch a glimpse of something from his location. Those marking. It can't be. The Death Demon Seal? He gasped in terror. A pair of Leaf's Junins leapt to the ground next to their erstwhile military leader. One of the Junin said, "What's happening, Third? We're too late. They've put up a barrier around the 9. Tails," Hiruzen stated. Nothing happened when he punched the barrier. Even a seasoned ninja like him could not break through it. Whatever they're doing alone. The creature that loomed over Minato was seized by the Spirit Devourer, which pushed its hand through his stomach. Kushina's chakra bindings prevented the fox from speaking, so when he felt his power being torn in two, he mentally cursed. "Seal!" exclaimed Minato. With no way to stop it, the 9-tailed fox roared as half of his life force was yanked violently from his body. The fox became smaller as the 9-tails yin chakra closed in on Minato. "My entire body is numb," Minato gasped and thought, "What a heavy chakra." Hiruzen exhaled in surprise. "It's the Death Demon Seal. I can't believe he actually used it. Although there was a reason it was the most potent self-sacrificing jutsu, it was still incredibly terrifying to witness such a strong sealing jutsu being employed against a tail beast. But the fox remains. He didn't seal all of it," remarked one Junin, "but it's shrunk." Abruptly, Anbu, wearing a cat mask, landed next to them, declaring, "Third Hokage. Sama, there's an emergency in the village." He knelt before the former Hokage to honor him. Pointing to the demon fox, Hiruzen questioned, "What's more important than this?" The Anbu reported, "We saw Orochimaru in the village." "What?" Hiruzen yelled, focusing entirely on the Anbu. He had a student named Orochimaru, who was also his biggest embarrassment and error. "Where?" "Near the Hokage Tower." Initially hesitant to leave Minato alone to deal with the 9-tails, the third Hokage's fist clenched. But Orochimaru was an S-rank criminal, and it wasn't good to see someone like him in the village at this time. He chose to take care of Orochimaru himself because it was his responsibility. He commanded his shinobis to stay here, before making his way to the Leaf to address the second issue. When he could no longer see the third Hokage, Cat Anbu turned to face both Junins. He said, "Inform him," in a deeper, very different voice. The 3 Leaf ninjas exchanged glances and nodded. They transformed into exact replicas of a single individual. The individual had only one hand, one yellow eye, short green hair, and an undeveloped right side. They were entirely white. He had a zigzag pattern down his middle and what appeared to be cracks all over his body. They nodded to one another once more before reverting to their former configuration. Minato said, "Now for the 8 trigrams seal," as she slammed her hand down. A ritual altar with a basket and 8 candles surrounding it materialized in a puff of smoke. "I'm going to seal the 9-tails inside Naruto. The throne of ceremony. What does he intend to do to me?" As he watched 4th Hokage place a blonde child on it, the 9-tailed fox pondered. The chakra and strength of Kushina started to diminish as she began to sway and cough deeply. She made a desperate attempt to breathe, which reduced her ability to control the chakra chains. It allowed the 9-tails enough time to attempt a retaliation. After hurriedly turning away from the throne, Minato yelled, "Kushina, stay with me." He had just laid Naruto on. The 9-tails didn't want to be sealed in another vessel, so he lifted his right forepaw in preparation to slam it down on the blonde baby, crushing the only thing between his freedom. However, his efforts were in vain because both parents fatally wounded themselves by throwing themselves in the path of his claw and using their bodies to prevent it from reaching their son. The dying parents exhaled in relief as the blood-soaked claw came to a stop just 3 inches above Naruto's chin. Kushina cinched her chakra chains around the 9-tails with her strength and chakra. In an attempt to reduce tension, Minato remarked, "If a father can do this job." After noticing, Kushina finished, "The mother should be even better, right?" Watching everything with his subordinates, the cat-masked Anbu exclaimed, "Shit, he isn't going to be happy." "Damned human!" exclaimed the 9-tails. Kushina ignored the fox and looked at her husband behind her before yelling, "You win. First argument you've ever won. I guess you're really serious." Minato laughed. "Thank you, Kushina." He worked as fast as he could, conjuring up a toad that was orange and black, with dark patterns surrounding his eyes. Looking around, the toad became alarmed upon seeing the fox. He yelled, "Ah, the 9-tails," and then turned to face Minato. "And 4th, what the hell happened to you?" "Gamatora. I'm entrusting you with the key to the seal. Hurry to Jiraiya. Sensei. Store it with him." said Minato. A scroll wrapped around him as he stabbed his hand into the toad's stomach. Gamatora exclaimed, "Got it," as the key to the seal rolled up on the scroll. Goodbye. He's making his son the new Jinchuriki. He's definitely not going to be happy about this, Junin claimed. But where's he? Inquired another of his partners. He's late, said the phony Anbu. He continued to stare at the 9 tails. Minato muttered, "That does it," as he watched the toad vanish to complete his task. "It's time for me to go. Kushina, I'm going to perform the 8 trigrams seal, and try to leave a little of my own chakra in Naruto too. We don't have much time, if you have anything left to say to Naruto." Kushina bowed her head in comprehension. "Naruto." She paused and glanced at her son, saying, "Naruto, don't be fussy eaters. Eat a lot and grow up to be a big boy. Take your bath every day, go to bed early and sleep well. Make friends. No matter how many, as long as they are genuine friends. People you can trust. Even a small group is sufficient. Develop your ninjutsu skills. I was never very good at it, but perhaps you will be. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses. Don't feel bad if you can't do it all. Pay attention to your academy teachers. I'm a woman, so I'm not sure what to say, but there are only men and women in the world, and you'll want a girlfriend someday. Just try not to pick a weird one. Try to find someone like your mother. And the 4th warning. Avoid the 3 voices of shinobi. Don't borrow money if you can avoid it. Save what you earn from missions. Don't drink too much alcohol until you're 20. And don't overdo it or you'll ruin your body." After hearing Kushina's 4th warning, Minato grinned. Kushina stopped to grin. It rose up from the pit of her stomach and poured out of her mouth. She spoke again, tears running down her cheeks. "Naruto. You're going to experience a lot of pain and suffering. Remember who you are. Find a goal, a dream, and don't stop trying until it comes true. There's so much more I want to say, to teach you about. I want to stay with you. I love you." Minato let out a sigh but said nothing, but then Kushina saw it. "I'm sorry, Minato. I took all our time," she replied. Minato said, "It's okay," and then turned to face his son. "Naruto. This is your dad. Listen to your motor-mouth mother." A voice that was unfamiliar said, "You both are fools." Slowly, the half-dead heads of Kushina and Minato jerked up to gaze at the intruder, but they saw nothing. The voice was far too quiet and raspy to be that of a search party member. "But I'm impressed. You both still have some strength to live for a few more minutes, even after all that's happened to you. But then again, bloods of greatest shinobis are running through your veins," the voice continued, getting nearer to them. After searching, Minato and Kushina noticed a figure wearing a black cloak. There was a big black hood covering his entire face. His cloak parted just enough to reveal a pair of black shinobi sandals, and the figure advanced with a serene, slow pace. The man knelt before the baby with the blonde hair. Minato and Kushina gasped in surprise as the man's hand touched Naruto's tiny head and said, "Such a curious child. Like your parents, you also have the bloods of the greatest shinobis in your veins, but also, as their son's cerulean eyes changed into blood-red pupils with a single comma-shaped mark in each, the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. There's still so much you can do, my little one." Kushina's and Minato's eyes widened in surprise, but only Minato could say anything. How? The man in the cloak didn't even look at Minato. He got to his feet and gave Kushina a slightly softer look. His words, "You look just like your mother." After emerging from shock, Kushina asked, "Why mother?" She gave the man a look. The blood spurted from her mouth and she coughed. "How is my mother known to him?" Minato questioned. How does Naruto has Sharingan?" Then he looked back at the 9 tails, who was struggling to break free from Kushina's chains and glaring angrily at the man in the cloak. "We're running out of time. As quickly as possible, I must seal the 9-tailed fox into Naruto." Once more, the man disregarded Minato. He continued to gaze at Kushina. He shocked the husband and wife once more when he said, "You have Uchiha blood that you inherited from your father, but was sealed by your paranoid mother. But you've still managed to pass down your Uchiha blood, my blood, to your son." After hearing the man's words, both newlywed parents lost their ability to speak. Kushina's thoughts eventually came before this information a short while later. She said, You are my father?" The man nodded, yes. His face appeared for the first time as he reached up and removed his hood. The elderly man had white, thin hair that reached his waist, with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face and concealing the majority of his right eye. However, it was evident to Minato and Kushina that he was missing his right eye. They could sense his power even though they didn't recognize his face or who he was. Regarding their response, it was a surprising one. The 9. Tails exclaimed, Madara, in an attempt to free themselves from Kushina's bonds. I'll kill you. Madara said, shut your mouth, 9. Tails, in a cool, collected tone. You're nothing but a temporary existence of coalesced energy. Energy that once was a single, ultimate form. Kushina and Minato remained silent. Uchiha Madara was the individual in front of them. Uchiha Madara in person. The man who made multiple appearances throughout history, almost never in a positive light. Whispering, Madara as Uchiha Madara, Kushina said. She was almost exhausted, looking at Madara's expressionless face. A former leader of the Uchiha clan and one of the founders of the Hidden Leaf. The man the first Hokage had almost killed. She questioned, are you? Really? My father? Her father's identity had always been a mystery to her. She now had the answer in front of her. Yes, said Madara. The realization that his minutes had become seconds made Minato's heart thump. If you were real Madara, then who was that masked man? He was a fake, sneered Madara. Minato legmated. I'm running out of time, he thought. He was prepared to encase Naruto in the 9 tails. Madara surprised the Hokage by asking Minato, do you really think you are making a good choice? What? Minato said. I mean, do you really think that old monkey is capable to protect your child from Jinchuriki's harsh life, and will give him a normal life? Minato proudly remarked, I'm sure Sarutobi will do anything to protect Naruto. Also, the Leaf's people are so friendly. They'll treat Naruto like a hero, because he had faith in his village's residents. Then you are a fool, as I expected from the descendant of that man. Madara laughed. You're very naive. People aren't always as compassionate and understanding as we'd like them to be. A Jinchuriki life is filled with pain and loneliness. They are never favored, loved, or welcomed in their home village, but I'll not stop you. Do what you think is right. It's already too late to change your mind. He looked at the husband of his daughter and folded his arms inwardly. A Jinchuriki is easier to transport than a tailed beast. Later, I'll take the 9 tails out of my grandson. At first, Minato hesitated, taken aback by Madara's abrupt change in behavior, but he dismissed it because he didn't have much time left. As the 8 trigrams sealing marking materialized on Naruto's abdomen, he exclaimed, 8 trigrams seal, and sealed the remaining half of 9 tails into Naruto. When Minato's lifeless body hit the ground, Shinigami paid him by eating both Minato's soul and the yin half of the 9 tails, which was sealed inside Minato. The blonde infant caught the spectral spirit eater's eye. His hand briefly touched the infant's forehead before disappearing. Saying, Minato, Kushina took her husband's hand. She cried for him. The barrier she and Minato had created to thwart the 9 tails vanished along with her chakra chains. Madara walked over to his daughter after picking up his grandson. He dropped to his knees before her. Your husband is dead, but I can still save you, he replied. According to Kushina, no, it's too late for me. She spat blood out of her mouth as she coughed violently. She grinned as she glanced up at Madara. Now, I know. My son isn't alone, so I can die peacefully. Take care of him, and tell him I loved him. Madara nodded after a minute of staring at her face in disbelief. I will, he declared. Kushina closed her eyes after giving one final smile. She smiled as she passed away. Madara got to his feet and turned to face his grandson. He asked without averting his gaze from his grandson, so where is that old monkey? Something that resembled a plant appeared behind him. He had 2 different colored halves to his body, yellow eyes, and short green hair. His right side was nearly all black, and his left side was all white. He was surrounded by 2 enormous extensions that resembled Venus flytraps. Zetsu was his name. He's still searching for signs of Orochimaru, reported Black Zetsu. Good, said Madara. Is all preparation done? Yes, it's ready, added White Zetsu. Madara pivoted and proceeded in a specific direction. Seal my daughter and her husband's real bodies and replace them with fake ones, he instructed. Hi! Exclaimed Black Zetsu. Madara arrived at the location where 3 White Zetsu clones were forming a seal array around a single, nearly lifeless White Zetsu clone that was resting on the ground. Madara created 1 shadow clone and gave it to Naruto. Then, using an illusion, real Madara carefully extracted a sample of Naruto's blood. He approached the seal and doused it in Zetsu's clone with his grandson's blood. Beside the clone, the other Zetsu's clone set a jar with some 9 tails chakra that had been strewn all over the place. Madara created a few hand seals and applied them with both hands. Madara's chakra is used to seal the lip up. The chakra of the nine. Tails encircled the clone's body as the jar opened. The white Zetsu's clone's body started to change shape, and after a few minutes, it resembled baby Naruto exactly, with the exception that the fake Naruto's cheeks had whisker-like marks. Madara glanced at other clones of Zetsu who had become leaf ninjas. He gave the order, place him on my grandson's place. The real Zetsu emerged from the earth next to Madara and handed him a scroll that contained the sealing of the fourth Hokage's and his wife's corpses. Then a shadow clone of Madara approached him and gave him his blonde grandson. Madara's gaze lowered to his grandson. He said, "Time to go, Naruto," and vanished in a cloud of smoke. Shortly after, the third Hokage and two reliable Anbu arrived close to their fallen fourth Hokage and his wife, who were unaware that the bodies were fake, as well as their son. Third noticed two Junins and a cat. Masked Anbu, who had been left to protect the nine. Tails and the fourth Hokage's family. "What happened?" inquired Hiruzen. One Anbu and two Junin gazed down at their feet. Fourth Hokage. Sama and his wife sacrificed their lives to seal the nine. Tails into their infant son, the cat. Masked Anbu said, before telling Hiruzen everything. His last request is treat Naruto as hero for keeping the fox at bay. Naruto was spotted dozing off on the ceremonial throne by Hiruzen. He approached him and lifted him up. He studied Naruto's expression. He said, regretfully, "Naruto, in such a young age, you've already lost both your father and mother," and he turned to face his ninjas. "Gather our losses and be ready for the funeral. Also, Naruto's heritage is S-rank secret." Every leaf ninja gave a nod. Madara showed up holding the real Naruto on a stunning island shaped like a turtle. Zetsu got up from the floor beside him a short time later. They arrived on a vast island that seemed to be covered in a large forest that was full of poisoned plants and rare herbs, as well as small hills and a few taller ones, as well as a mountain. In the middle of it was a lake in the shape of a spiral, resembling the emblem of the Uzumaki clan. Before it was destroyed, this island was a part of the Uzushiobukure, which is why it had numerous secret hideouts and temples belonging to the Uzumaki clan. When Madara was attempting to put baby Naruto to sleep, she asked Zetsu, "So how is Tobi?" White Zetsu's words, "He's badly injured in his fight with 4th Hokage." According to Black Zetsu, so we gave him a very heavy dose of sleeping serum. "Then make sure he'll not wake up until my work's done," said Madara. "I need Hashi's artificial body and power of Gedo statue to ensure that my grandson will survive in the process of extraction of the nine-tailed fox from his body. And I don't want Tobi to know that I'm still alive." He received nods from both of Zetsu's. "Good. Go and keep your eyes on him." While Madara headed toward his hidden home, which was concealed behind a huge waterfall, Zetsu sank into the earth and vanished. It took place in Madara's former secret hideout, which is now Toba's secret hideout. The hiding place was beneath the graveyard of the mountains. It was a large space with passageways that appeared to lead to other nations. The hiding place had a huge tree. Its trunk was strikingly similar to Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage. The Gedo statue, sitting atop a massive tree, resembled a gigantic, earth-colored humanoid creature with most of its body appearing torn. Madara held his grandson as he walked toward a wooden bed. His grandson was on it. "It's time to extract the nine-tails from you, Naruto," he stated. After a month, Madara was standing in front of a massive stone gate with Fuinjutsu markings carved all over it in a large cave on Uzumaki Island. The gate featured a large swirl of the Uzumaki clan in the center. Madara quickly sealed his hand before slamming it to the floor. To increase the security of the old gate, extremely thick wooden planks rose out of the ground, wrapped around one another, and formed a second, enormous wooden gate in front of it. He reflected on the events of the previous month. He had used everything he had to get the fox out of his grandson, but his daughter and her husband had died after sealing the nine-tails into their son. Despite being difficult and painful, the process was successful. His grandson was secure. A white Zetsu protruded from the wall of the cave. "Your grandson is awake." After glancing at a Zetsu clone, Madara said, "Very well." Madara emerged in a cloud of smoke from his old hiding place beneath the graveyard of the mountains. He approached his grandson, who was dozing on the bed with multiple tendrils attached to him. They were giving him the resources he needed to combat the effects of the nine-tails eviction. The large tree, which was actually a non-sentient clone of Senju Hashirama that he created in order to harvest his special wood release bloodline limit, had tendrils attached to the other ends. The power of the Gedo statue served as a catalyst for its growth. As both halves of Zetsu emerged from the earth, Black Zetsu questioned, "So what are you going to do?" Madara said, "Toby is nothing but a distraction. A puppet," as he picked up his grandson. "My grandson, Naruto, is a real player in my plan." Their conversation was interrupted by the infant's sudden cry. Madara glanced down at Naruto, his grandson. He was startled to see that his grandson had transformed into two blue orbs that resembled red 5-pointed stars or pentagrams. His left eye had the inverted, point down, pentagram, while his right eye had the regular, point up, pentagram. His eyes briefly transformed into ordinary Sharingan before returning to their blue hue. White Zetsu exclaimed, "Impossible! Mangekyo Sharingan." According to Black Zetsu, in such young age, it may be caused by 9 Tails chakra. We'd extracted from him, or seeing his both parents' death. After all, the feeling of loss and hopelessness is known by all. Even as young as him, Madara stated. He grinned proudly as he glanced at Naruto. "Naruto, you're really a special child. I certainly look forward to see how this new development would turn out." The village known as Konohamaru, or the village hidden in the leaves, was serene. The kids were playing and running around. To get to missions, ninjas were entering and leaving the village. 12 years had passed since the 9 Tails attack. Many ninjas lost their lives attempting to repel the 9 Tails. For their bravery, they were all remembered. A voice called out, "Naruto," through the streets of the village. A 12-year-old boy with blonde hair yelled, "Bahahaha! Ha 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 ha," as he fled from 2 irate older ninjas. The boy was of average height, with blonde, spiky hair, blue eyes, and facial whisker marks. He had green goggles on his forehead and was dressed in a hideous orange tracksuit and blue sandals. Uzumaki Naruto was his name. He was holding a bucket of yellow paint, and his face and right cheek were covered in paint. If you glanced over his shoulder, it was simple to determine exactly what the paint had been applied to a giant mountain, which was adorned with 4 enormous faces in the city's backdrop. Trying to capture Naruto, one ninja yelled, "Naruto, come back here, when I get my hands on you." Naruto kept shouting, "Ha ha 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 ha," at 2 ninjas. "You've crossed the line this time, Naruto," yelled another ninja at Naruto. To get away from his assailants, Naruto leapt to the top of a building, but they followed him up there because they were ninjas. "Haha. Give it up," Naruto uttered, continuing to chuckle at them. "You're just bent because you don't have the guts to do what I do. Do you? Losers, wannabes. You'll never catch me, ha 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 ha." Before 2-Leaf Ninja could even arrive, Naruto was able to slip around an alley corner and blend in with the surroundings thanks to the pursuer's exhaustion. One ninja exclaimed, Naruto, hold on," as he and his partner fled without observing the boy. When they were gone, the boy with the blonde hair peeked out from under his camouflage cloth, and his large blue eyes looked around before he said it was safe. He hollered, "Ha ha ha. That was too easy," and threw down his camouflage cloth. He heard a familiar voice say, "Oh yeah, Naruto," from behind him. As he leapt into the air and kicked his legs, Naruto screamed, "Ah," before landing hard on the ground. He noticed his teacher, Amino Iruka, when he looked up. "Where'd you come from, Iruka?" "Sensei. What are you doing here?" Iruka had dark eyes, a scar across the bridge of his nose, and brown hair that he wore in a ponytail. He was dressed in the typical Leaf Shinobi uniform, which included a forehead protector. He glared at him like Naruto. He dragged the blonde back to the academy after saying, "No, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be in class." A raven that had been watching them from the start flew up in the sky from above the building. On top of the 4th Hokage head carved into the Hokage mountain, a short figure was visible. It was male based on its figure. His calculating eyes were scanning the entire Hidden Leaf village. He had a hood pulled over his head of a plain black cloak. All that was visible were his blood-red eyes, which were filled with a 3-tomo spinning wildly. After snooping on Naruto and Iruka for a few minutes, the raven landed on his shoulder. Compared to other ravens, this one was larger. Its body was speckled with purple markings, and its eyes were purple. The hooded figure remarked, "Good work, Karasu-chan," before turning to face the village. "So this is the village hidden in the leaves." Slowly, the black hood was pushed off by the person's reaching hand, exposing what it had concealed. He appeared to be a fair-skinned boy of about 12 with spiky blonde hair that was slightly tinted black. His face was angular, and his Sharingan eyes looked out. He was the real Uzumaki Naruto, the grandson and legitimate heir of Uchiha Madara, and the son of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina. In one class, Iruka, the teacher, had Naruto, or a fake Naruto, tied up on the floor in front of the students. "I'm at the end of my rope, Naruto. You failed the graduation test last time and the time before that. Tomorrow you've got another chance and you're messing up again," he said, turning to face Naruto and sounding slightly angry. Naruto turned his side and said, "Humph," which infuriated Iruka even more. Iruka's forehead developed an angry tick mark. He gestured dramatically at Naruto and said, "Fine, because you missed it, Naruto, everyone will review the transformation jutsu." "Ah!" exclaimed the entire class. They formed a line as instructed by Iruka, despite their disapproval of that notion. The girl with the pink hair, Haruno Sakura, went first. She mumbled, "Okay, Sakura here. Let's do it," and sealed her hand. "Transform." A puff of smoke arose, and she materialized as an exact duplicate of Iruka. Iruka gave her a look. He wrote in his notepad, "Transformed into me." Good, after saying that. Sakura changed back, dispelling the transformation. "I did it, indeed," grinning, she pondered. She thought of another Sakura. Except for her inverted colors, the gray body color with white lines, she bore a striking resemblance to Sakura. Her big forehead bore the kanji of inner Sakura, and her eyes were white. "We kicked butt, Shanaru," she yelled. Sakura turned to face her crush, a boy with duck butt hair and raven hair. She said, "Sasuke-kun, did you see that?" But her purported crush didn't even look at her. After calling the next name, Iruka said, "Next, Uchiha Sasuke." Sasuke moved up with his hands in his pockets as Sakura moved to the back of the line. He changed into a perfect replica of his teacher, just like Sakura had done. Iruka nodded to him. He wrote, good, in his notepad. Before moving silently to the back of the line, Sasuke changed again. After checking the notepad to see who would be next, Iruka shouted, "Next, Uzumaki Naruto." Naruto stood beside his classmates Yamanaka Ino, a blonde, and Nara Shikamaru, a boy with pineapple like hair. He appeared irate and had his hands in his pockets. When he heard classmates, he started to move in Iruka's direction. Shikamaru said, in his typical lazy fashion, "This is a total waste of time, Naruto." Ino yelled, "We always pay for your screw-ups, baka." "Like I care, Datbeo," exclaimed Naruto without even bothering to look back before advancing and attempting the transformation jutsu. He received good luck wishes from a shy girl named Hyuga Hinata. "Make your best effort, Naruto.kun." Naruto bent his knees and put his hand in the ram hand seal. A dome of chakra erupted around him as he focused on his chakra. Transform. He was obscured from view by a cloud of smoke. As the smoke began to dissipate, a stunning naked girl with long blonde hair tied in ponytails and whisker like marks on her cheeks emerged. She gave Iruka a groan, a seductive wink, and a kiss. Iruka was a normal guy, so when the scene was too much for his senses, he blushed and flew back, exaggeratingly shooting blood out of his nostrils. Fortunately, the smoke prevented other students from seeing it. Even if they did, her privates were partially obscured by the smoke. When Naruto saw his teacher's amusing response, he changed back and burst out laughing. He exclaimed, "Ha ha ha ha. Gotcha, that's my sexy jutsu," and kept laughing. Iruka hurried to her feet and ran in Naruto's direction. "Cut the stupid tricks. This is your last warning," he yelled as he struck him over the head with his fist. Naruto put both hands on his head because the punch hurt a lot. After witnessing the sexy no jutsu outside the classroom, the real Naruto, who was using camouflage jutsu to conceal his presence so he could spy on his fake copy, almost collapsed. He came dangerously close to revealing his location to the Lee Fanbu. There is some use to this jutsu. As he considered other applications for jutsu, he realized that it could be very helpful in a mission involving seduction or information gathering. He glanced at his double again and shook his head. In his awful orange tracksuit, he kind of looks like a fool. Never in my life will I wear something like that. Anyway, since I'm not going to behave like him, I need a good excuse to switch places with him and a good story to support my new mindset. Perhaps the graduation exam tomorrow will be beneficial to me. I feel like tomorrow is going to be a big day. There was no sign of him when he disappeared. The academy students waited in their seats for their teachers to arrive in their regular class the following morning. They were all aware that today was the genin graduation exam day. While most people were excited about it, Naruto was particularly anxious and afraid. He ran a hand through his spiky blonde hair, dressed in his typical bright orange jumpsuit. He was in his third year. Surely this would not be any different, since he had always heard that the third time was the charm. When the classroom door opened and the two teachers, Iruka and Mizuki, entered, he felt his heart rate start to increase. Mizuki had green eyes and shoulder length, white hair with a faint blue undertone. Like Iruka, he was dressed in the leaf nin's traditional garb. When teachers came into the classroom, every student said, "Good morning." Iruka smiled as she spoke to the pupils. "We will now start the final exam. When your name is called, proceed to the testing room. The final test will be on the clone jutsu," said the instructor. Naruto lost all sense of reality at that point, unable to accept his misfortune. His spiky yellow hair was grabbed agitatedly as he thought incoherently, It's my worst method, fantastic. I will never pass." As Iruka called each student forward and into the assigned room one by one, he started to rock back and forth in his chair. The student would come out a second later. A brand new, glossy leaf forehead protector would be in their hand. Uzumaki Naruto, called Mizuki. Toward the front of the room, Naruto moved. He heard different students whispering and pointing as he moved. He dismissed them and went into the room to find Mizuki doing nothing and Iruka writing something down. A couple of the leaf headbands were still on the table behind a desk. "Naruto, you know the test. Are you ready?" asked Iruka. Naruto nodded. "Okay, Naruto, get your act together. You're capable. Have faith." He sealed his hands in a familiar pattern. Clone jutsu. He was completely covered by a puff of smoke that erupted. Mizuki and Iruka gazed at the cloud of smoke. They noticed 3 more Naruto in the room as it cleared. They appeared flawless. It was clone jutsu done perfectly. With genuine pleasure, Iruka said, "Good job, Naruto." But he saw that Naruto remained in one place. His clones were the object of his gaze. Naruto. I succeeded. I succeeded. Gazing at his flawless clones, Naruto pondered. "Yada. I did it." He finally exclaimed, leaping into the air, before stopping in front of Iruka and making the victory sign. "I did it, Iruka. Sensei." Iruka grinned. "Congratulations, Naruto." "Well, I guess third time's the charm," he replied. "Come here and take your headband." Naruto hurried to the desk, grabbed a headband, and tied it around his forehead, saying with delight, "Thank you, Iruka. Sensei." How? His jutsu was at its worst. Mizuki looked at the blonde boy and gritted his teeth angrily. Before Naruto received his leaf headband a few minutes ago, using a camouflage jutsu, the real Naruto entered the classroom and sat down in the last row, as far away from the students as possible, in the corner. He gazed at the pupils in the hidden village of the Leaves' future. He had gathered data on each of them using his resources. He wasn't particularly impressed with any of them, with a few exceptions. If they represent the future of the Hidden Leaf, then, he believed, there was no future for the Hidden Leaf. There were roughly 30 pupils in the entire class. Since they were mostly civilian kids, learning ninja techniques was either something their parents made them do or just something they enjoyed. For the boys, it was a chance to prove their superiority to others, and for the girls, it was a chance to meet a hero. One by one, Naruto's gaze landed on each of the few talented people. The first was a sleeping boy with his head down. He wore his long black hair in a ponytail. He was dressed rather simply, wearing brown pants and a gray short-sleeved jacket with green edges over a green-lined mesh t-shirt. The heir to the Nara clan, Nara Shikamaru, is a brilliant boy despite being extremely lazy. He has access to all of his clan's fundamental shadow techniques. He glanced over at a plump boy sitting next to Nara, eating a bag of chips, sporting a green, short-sleeved haori, black shorts, a long white scarf, and what appeared to be underwear on his head. He had swirl marks on his cheeks and brown hair that was spiky. Akamichi Choji, the Akamichi clan's heir, is nearly as slothful as Nara, his best friend. He enjoys purchasing and consuming snacks. He is also capable of body-changing techniques from his clan. Then he noticed 2 girls arguing. He started by examining the blonde, who was wearing a purple dress, heavily appeared, and had long hair that reached her lower back. Heiress of the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Ino, and a fangirl of Uchiha. Being a ninja is not something she takes seriously. She mostly dedicates her time to presenting herself well to Uchiha. Her ability to pick up mind tricks from her clan is the only reason she's in this group. He glanced at the other girl. She wore a red dress and had pink hair. Sakura Haruno. Uchiha's biggest fangirl is no clan. Sakura also possesses nearly flawless chakra control, which is likely due to her none. In addition, my doppelganger is crushing on her. He shuddered a little. He was a true fool. He glanced at the last girl on his list, the white-eyed, blue-haired girl in the large jacket. Hyuga Hinata is a shy girl who happens to be the heiress of one of the Hidden Leaf's 3 major clans. She's got Byakugan. Her clan has a good chance of starting a civil war unless she gets a backbone. She is also my doppelganger's secret admirer. Cough. Stalker. Cough. He shook his and turned to face a boy in a white coat with a high collar and sunglasses behind her. Aburame Shino, a cool-headed, solitary individual. An actual undiscovered genius. His potential as a shinobi is enormous. He is proficient in the majority of his clan's insect techniques. This guy appeals to me. He turned to face the untidy brown-haired boy with the little white-furred puppy sitting 2 seats away from Shino. Inuzuka Kiba and Akamaru, his nin-dog. The sound of this child's bark is far more loud than his bite. He may be proficient in clan techniques and taijutsu, but that's about all. He turned to face the black-haired boy with the chicken-shaped hair and the blue shirt with the large collar. Last but not least, the final devoted Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf is my distant cousin Uchiha Sasuke. He is currently the weakest Uchiha alive, despite being the strongest member of this class. He is proficient in Great Fireball Jutsu, the signature style of the Uchiha clan. He assumed a contemplative stance. I only noticed Blondie and Pinky because of their loud voices, he thought, scanning the area for any other possible shinobis. Then he saw the leaf headbands on Sakura and Ino. Without a doubt, the Hidden Leaf's academy standards have dropped if fangirls like Sakura and Ino can rise to the top of the kunoichi hierarchy. Mizuki interrupted his thought by calling the name of his doppelganger. We'll see what he can accomplish. He fell to the ground. Naruto showed up in the exam room to check on the status of his copy. His copy yelled, "Clone Jutsu," after making a familiar series of hand seals. He thought, he's using too much chakra in that jutsu. His copy was 10 times larger than usual, and he could feel how much chakra it was using for a basic clone jutsu. Let's assist him. He put a genjutsu on his double and both academy teachers. His double was covered in smoke. Both his copy and the teachers noticed 3 additional Naruto in the room after it cleared. Regarding Naruto, he witnessed the actual impact of his double's jutsu. When he noticed a single, rather pitiful clone lying still on the floor, he couldn't help but perspire. Shaking his head, he returned his focus to the teachers. He saw that Iruka appeared happy, but Mizuki, the other teacher, appeared taken aback. He was angry at his copy as well. That teacher seemed suspicious in some way. Ignoring the looks and murmurs he was getting from students and their parents, the phony Naruto left the academy. He didn't notice because he was too happy. He caught the attention of 2 women who were discussing their kids. When they realized who the boy was, their faces frowned. "There, do you see him?" asked the first woman. "It's that boy," said the second woman. "He's the only." She noticed Naruto wearing a leaf headband on his forehead. "He is. Now, shinobi?" "What?" As she glanced at Naruto and noticed his headband, the other woman exclaimed, "What was Hokage thinking? I mean, he is the young man who—" "Shish." The first woman interrupted, "We're not permitted to discuss that." "All right." The other woman gave a nod. Both of them gazed at Naruto with cold, hateful, and disdainful eyes, but the boy just ignored them, lost in his own world. After leaving the academy, Naruto headed back to his house, ignoring the curious looks from the villagers. When his name was called, he turned quickly to face the direction from which he had heard the voice, and to his surprise, he saw Mizuki. "Mizuki-sensei." Mizuki smiled gently at the attention-starved boy and instructed him to follow him to a tall building's balcony. "I'll be quick about this, Naruto," Mizuki said, turning to face Naruto. He told them, "I'm here to give you the real genin exam." "What?" Naruto was taken aback. But, oh, he was going to do this after all. "Did you really think that just a simple clone would be enough to become a genin?" Mizuki grinned, relishing the boy's surprise. "No. I'm not sure," Naruto uttered, still perplexed and now startled. "Naruto, good luck because this isn't going to be easy." To make sure the boy would believe him, Mizuki said, "Your test is a mock-up of the infiltrate and steal situation, just like you've been taught at the academy. What is the goal? You must sneak into the Hokage's tower and take a specific scroll. You will have a fair chance at this job, so don't worry. Tonight, there is not much security." Mizuki pulled out a small scroll and explained earnestly, "Here are your instructions and follow them carefully. I mean, nobody expects a fresh genin to do this for real. Once you have committed the scroll to memory, destroy it." Mizuki laughed when Naruto took the scroll because the child had no idea what he was doing. A familiar raven was observing them from a safe distance, but neither of them knew it. When he heard a sudden crashing sound, the real Naruto emerged in the forest around the hidden leaf. He skidded to a stop and looked up just in time to see his double, holding what must have been the forbidden scroll, slam into his teacher Iruka with full force. Iruka mumbled, "Naruto," and stood up again. "How did you know I wasn't Iruka?" Iruka vanished with a puff of smoke, to be replaced by Mizuki, a well-known white-haired ninja with a menacing expression in his eyes. Naruto grinned and leaned heavily against a tree, saying, "Simple. Because I am," he said, then transformed into the real Iruka with a second puff of smoke. "Iruka." Naruto focused on finding his doppelganger and found you. "I knew those two were fakes. It is too easy for me to see through a simple illusion," he thought, "but the question is where the hell my stupid copy is." Perfect. He vanished with a rush of speed and appeared in front of his copy. He looked down to see his double behind a tree. He reappeared on top of the tree. As Naruto's copy opened his mouth to say, "W. What?" the real Naruto placed a hand over his head. "You've served your purpose," Naruto said, paralyzing his doppelganger with his Sharingan. "I'm lucky. I know how to trick the old monkey's crystal ball," he said, as the form of his copy distorted and was drawn into the vortex that had formed from his eyehole. The seal was a genjutsu seal that operated on the same principle as Tsunade's permanent transformation, and when he tapped it on his neck, 3 whisker marks appeared on each cheek. Karasu stood on an orange jumpsuit that resembled the one Naruto's doppelganger had worn, and she said telepathically, "Master, you forgot to wear an orange jumpsuit like your copy," with a hint of amusement in her voice. "How on earth did you obtain that jumpsuit?" Naruto inquired. "From your copy's cupboard." "What number of jumpsuits does he have there?" Naruto's left eye twitched in frustration as he asked. "He has total 5. Lifting the disguised jumpsuit, Naruto declared, "The first thing on my list is to burn them all down. This is the first and last time I'm going to wear this." Holding the forbidden scroll he had received from his double, Naruto emerged behind a tree, a good distance away from Iruka and Mizuki, and he positioned himself close enough to hear their conversation without being noticed. In his mind, he heard Karasu's voice, "Master, the third Hokage is watching you in his crystal ball." Did he have any suspicions? Naruto gave a telepathic response. "No. Not just yet," Karasu replied. "We can't take him lightly, after all he's the third Hokage of the Hidden Leaf for nothing," Naruto said, his voice serious but his face not displaying it. "Good, keep the eyes on him and reply back if you find something odd in his behavior." The first to break the silence was Mizuki, who said, "He, you'd even transformed into what killed your parents to protect him," while laughing evilly. "A person like you won't get the scroll from me," Iruka yelled, his voice full of rage. "You're a fool." Mizuki grinned and said, "Naruto and I are the same." Iruka was perplexed and couldn't understand what Mizuki was saying. In the meantime, Naruto, the real Naruto, was listening to this discussion with a disinterested look on his face. Mizuki went on, "The demon fox would undoubtedly attempt to utilize the scroll's power, not at all like you think." "Yes," Iruka replied, "that's what the demon fox would do." Listening to them, Naruto deadpanned. "Are they serious? A giant fox could cause earthquakes and tsunamis with a single tail swipe. Why would he need a jutsu?" Iruka inhaled deeply before continuing, "However, Naruto is unique. He is. I consider him to be one of my best students. He wasn't as bad as some of the other students in the class, whether he was fake or not," Naruto thought. "All he needed was some good instruction or a good teacher to become a good shinobi, but it's too late to worry about him now. Even though he is clumsy and not the hardest worker, no one accepts him. He isn't the demon fox," Iruka declared proudly, adding that he already understood what it was like to feel pain inside your heart. Naruto glanced at Iruka from his hiding place and thought, "He really likes my doppelganger." He was correct. If he was the 9 tails, then where were his 9 tails? "He's Uzumaki Naruto's member of the Hidden Leaf Village," Iruka added with a smile. Iruka had nothing to say, so Mizuki looked at him angrily and mentally cursed, "Well, whatever." He unbuckled his enormous shuriken. Iruka yelled as the pain grew worse and he even began to bleed more when he saw shuriken and attempted to move, but his wounds were too deep. "Iruka. I promised to look after you later, however, I had a change of heart," Mizuki held out his shuriken and exclaimed. At last, Naruto pondered as he prepared to display his acting prowess. "Ooh. Hurry up and die," Mizuki said, rapidly spinning his enormous shuriken as he prepared his aim. As he grabbed a large shuriken with initiation and threw it at Iruka, he screamed. However, a heavy, swift object struck his head, causing him to lose his balance and halting his shuriken throw. Iruka's eyes widened as he recognized Naruto's well-known orange jumpsuit. "I take it you want scroll?" After saying, "Then take it," Naruto lifted the forbidden scroll he had thrown at Mizuki and slammed it once more into Mizuki's head, driving the traitor away. "You fool! What made you come out? Get out! It was a good shot," Iruka screamed. "You're a jerk. I'll murder you," Mizuki yelled as he got to his feet, spitting blood out of his mouth. "Not before I kill you," Naruto shot back, pretending to be furious to trick everyone observing him. "Haha, I'll kill someone like you in one shot," Mizuki chuckled. "Try it, garbage." With the same expression, Naruto declared, "I'll give back the pain 1,000 times over." "Then go ahead and do it. Fox the demon." Naruto made a cross-shaped seal and grinned in his head, saying, "Kage Bushin no Jutsu." Many of his copies appeared in the vicinity of Mizuki, and there was a big puff of smoke. In the stock, Mizuki's eyes grew wide. "Wah! What's happening?" With a step back in terror, he said. "What's the matter? Did you not intend to kill me with a single blow?" Naruto smirked inside and taunted, "This is going to be entertaining." With wide eyes, Iruka thought, "Naruto, you have. All right, so. All right, I'll get started. Good night, Mizuki, and have a sweaty dream," Naruto said, snapping his fingers to command his clones to attack. "Sensei." He really did divide into more than 1,000. Each was a real body and not an illusion. Maybe he'll really suppress all previous Hokage, Iruka thought with a smile. Phase 1 is over. It's time for Phase 2, Naruto thought as he looked down at what was left of Mizuki, who had been beaten to bloody pulp by his clones. In front of Naruto, 2 Anbu owls and a tiger suddenly leapt down. "Join me, Uzumaki Naruto," Owl said, and before Naruto could say anything more, he grabbed the blonde's shoulder, lifted the forbidden scroll, and vanished in a cloud of smoke with them. Iruka, who had lost consciousness due to the poison on Mizuki's weapon, was grabbed by another Anbu tiger, who placed him on his shoulder and gave the signal to other Anbu nearby to pick up the traitor before vanishing in the same way as the previous Anbu had. After about 15 minutes, Naruto and Anbu Owl were in Hokage's office. "Thank you, Owl," Hiruzen said, taking the scroll from Owl and placing it beside his chair. "Now you can go," he said. Before using the body flicker jutsu to vanish, the Anbu agent bowed slightly. "Are you okay, Naruto?" With a worried tone, Hiruzen inquired. "I am fine, Hokage. Sama," Naruto told the third, his voice phony with rage. "Mizuki told me your little law about me." "So you know about your burden," a remorseful Hiruzen said. "Then tell me why, please. Why have you lied to me all my life? Did you ever intend to be honest with me?" Naruto asked without altering his expression. Hiruzen's statement, "I was, after you became Chunin," sounded feeble. "It's working, but I have to watch out," Naruto snorted, but he was grinning inside. "I apologize, Naruto," Hiruzen said with a sorrowful sigh. "I was. All I wanted was for you to have a typical childhood. Nobody expected a child to be able to handle that knowledge when they were still a baby. Since it was clear that the adults were strongly opposed to you, I created the law to give you a chance with your generation," he said. "You mean it didn't work?" To ensure that the third Hokage would believe him, Naruto pretended to be completely emotionless as he asked. "My boy, I apologize. Even though I did my best, I can't make someone fall in love with me like that. Nobody can. Things will improve in due time. Believe me, Naruto," Hiruzen said, his voice full of conviction and hope. "You weren't the target of everyone in the Hidden Leaf's hatred without understanding why. You weren't the one. They all gave me a glare. As soon as they saw me, they avoided me. They feared me as if I were disease. I hate him," Naruto said, casting a shadow over his eyes as he looked down. "I detest the fourth Hokage for burdening me with this without considering me. I detest being the Hokage. Sorry, Dad. You know I love you. You too, Mom." He yelled, displaying a great deal of rage and hatred toward the fourth Hokage and his fictitious Hokage position. He turned around and headed for the door, saying, "Goodbye, Hokage. Sama." He walked out, slamming it behind him as he thought, and the Best Actor award goes to Uzumaki Naruto. Hiruzen was speechless and shocked by Naruto's sudden outburst. He didn't even get up from his seat. Naruto didn't want to be Hokage. It was as if Orochimaru wanted to make amends, Jiraiya wanted to stop snooping on women, or Tsunade wanted to quit drinking and gambling. It was shocking and unsettling. He thought, "I'm sorry, Naruto." He inhaled deeply before clapping his hand to summon his Anbu. Owl entered the workplace. "Follow him and just make sure nothing happens to him," Hiruzen said, giving his agent a fierce look. He had a difficult day. Owl used the body flicker jutsu to disappear after nodding. Naruto went back to his blood clone's residence and decided to take a look around. As he entered the building, he discovered the hallway covered in graffiti with phrases like, "Die demon scum," and "Go back to hell." And the list continued as the slogans grew more obscene and nasty. And, he thought, shaking his head, "Dad wanted me to live here." "Master," Karasu telepathically alerted him, "an Anbu agent is following you." "I know," Naruto said. "Take care of him. Apply some genjutsu to him. His interface shouldn't be used at work." When Naruto arrived at the apartment, he unlocked the door and went inside. Even with the lights off, he saw that the apartment was small and disorganized, with soiled dishes, kunais, shurikens, weights, filthy clothes, and empty ramen cups everywhere. He decided to take a look around for potential future use, but he thought, "This is my doppelganger apartment. That's it, I'm not staying here." He made a few shadow clones after noticing how untidy and unkempt the place was, and he used them to clean it up and remove the disgusting graffiti that was on the hallway walls. Knowing that Karasu had already taken care of his observer, he left one extra clone there for added security, but he had seen enough and disappeared from sight in a swirling vortex. Naruto appeared on Uzumaki Island in a swirling vortex, not far from a gorgeous lake with clear, sparkling water and a waterfall. He leapt to the surface of the lake, standing on the water instead of sinking to the bottom. He proceeded toward the waterfall, biting his thumb and making quick hand seals before slamming his hands on the water's surface. A blood-red seal appeared on the water's surface, which split the waterfall in half, exposing a dark passage behind it. After walking for a few minutes, he finally came to the end of the passage and entered a large hall with numerous doors leading to important rooms, such as the library, storage room, and bedrooms. The hall also featured a number of paintings and opulent-looking furniture. Home, 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 tomorrow. Naruto was standing in what appeared to be a large garden with cherry blossom trees. A gorgeous lake that was so clear you could see the tiny fish swimming in it, a small bridge that stretched across it, and incredibly green grass. The atmosphere was almost magical due to the small flowers. He crouched on his knees and said, "Hello, Mom, Dad," while holding bouquets of various flowers in front of his parents' grave. "Yesterday, I went the hidden leaf to switch the place with my copy," he said with a genuine smile. "I witnessed Jinchuriki's way of life there, and what I observed. It was a living hell. Dad, your grandfather was correct about you. You were incredibly foolish and naive to have believed in the leaf people without question. Who cares about it, though? That's not the kind of life I led. I love you, Mom, Dad." He placed flowers on the graves, got to his feet, and then took one last look at their grave. He disappeared and reappeared before another grave. Madara Uchiha, his grandfather, was buried here. "Hello, grandfather." Recalling his grandfather's final words, he said. Start of flashback. With blood streaming from his mouth, 10-year-old Naruto clutched his chest and stared at his grandfather, Madara, who was on the ground. "What's going on, Grandpa?" With concern, he inquired. With a, "I am dying, Naruto," Madara replied. "But I can," Naruto said. "No, Naruto. Conserve your energy. Wait for me, I'll be back in a few years. Just honor our peace plan," Madara said. "Make me a promise." He saw Naruto nodded. "Good." He smiled. A large amount of chakra erupted from his body and entered young Naruto's body. "Take care." It had been a week since Academy teacher Mizuki was betrayed. Other than Iruka being hospitalized due to poisoning, nothing significant had occurred. He was in excellent health and prepared to instruct the next generation after a week in the hospital, but he had one more task to complete first. Due to his health, the assignment of teams to his former students had been put off. And that day came. Naruto, who had replaced his doppelganger, was seated in the middle row at Ninja Academy. Nobody had yet arrived. In the classroom, he was by himself. It didn't really matter to him. According to both of Zetsu's halves, he was dressed in his old, favorite, and badass outfit because he had burned all of his orange jumpsuits and was therefore unable to wear them. He was dressed in a black, short, sleeved, zipper, less sweatshirt with a red lining and a red Uzumaki crest on the back. He had on a chainmail mesh shirt underneath the hoodie. His hoodie was black, as were his pants and shinobi sandals. He had two ninja pouches strapped to his left hip and right thigh. a leaf forehead protector tied around his left arm, and fingerless gloves on his hands. He was bored. Incredibly bored. Even though it was only 10 minutes, it seemed like hours. Zetsu should be here. He drummed his fingers on the side of the bench and thought, they're pretty entertaining sometimes. One of his classmates came in, but he was still deep in thought. When he looked up after feeling another chakra, Nara Shikamaru was staring at him with a raised eyebrow. He just shut his eyes and brushed him aside. Shikamaru looked up and down at the brand new Naruto and said, Naruto, what are you doing here? This is for graduates only. And what's with the new look? After remaining silent for a few minutes, Naruto finally opened his mouth to inquire, did you say something, Shikamaru? A silver-haired man was heading toward the Hokage Tower in another section of the hidden village of Leaf, reading an orange book. The man halted abruptly and raised his gaze to the sky. Saying to himself, I feel like my ideal student is calling me. After shaking his head, he resumed reading his book. I challenge you, my eternal rival, he yelled at the top of his lungs as a man in green suddenly materialized in front of the silver-haired man. Without raising his eyes from his book, the silver-haired man asked in a bored tone, did you say something? The green-clad man began to cry anime-style tears and yelled, curse you and your hip attitude, once more. Shikamaru returned to Ninja Academy, sweating profusely. He muttered, never mind. Troublesome blonde, as he made his way to his seat. There's a problem with Naruto. What's the matter with his eyes? He thought, they look so much different than before, but he chose to ignore the topic because it was too bothersome. Karasu reported, Master, he's grown suspicious of you, as she observed young Nara's actions from a distance. She was able to judge the people based on their actions. Yes, I know. He's good, concluded Naruto. Send someone to keep eyes on him. He dozed off after resting his head on his forearms. Naruto was awakened from his slumber 30 minutes later by two high-pitched voices arguing over who entered first. He saw Pinky and Blondie when he looked up. He threw them both out at once. His time was not worth them at all. But it appeared that fate had something else in store for him. Sakura yelled angrily at Naruto, Naruto, move your ass, I want to sit on the other side of you. And you can't impress me with your new clothes. She had no idea that she was yelling at one of the most deadly individuals on the planet. Fortunately for her, Naruto didn't take offense. She wasn't even a threat to him. She wasn't even at the bottom of his list of potential dangers. However, where did she get the impression that I liked her? Yes, exactly, she was the object of my childish crush on my stupid doppelganger. Then he saw that Sakura was still yelling at him. Haruno, will you shut up? Didn't your mother teach you how to talk to others? He said, annoyed by her incessant screams. The entire class, including Sasuke, who was seated next to Naruto, stared at Naruto with wide eyes as an unexplained silence fell over the room. The entire class was shocked because they all knew that Naruto had a secret crush on Sakura. When they saw Naruto's new appearance, they were even more shocked. Sakura, meanwhile, opened and closed her mouth in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, turning his head slightly. He grinned wickedly as a brilliant thought came to him. He abruptly changed his attitude, shocking everyone once more. Haruno, here's your seat, he said. Ignoring the shocked and astonished looks on everyone's faces, he got to his feet. He took a seat beside Shino. Sakura's thoughts began to work. She yelled joyfully, forgetting everything that had transpired in the classroom just a few minutes earlier. To the annoyance of the boy, she sat down next to Sasuke and gave her rival, Ino, a victory sign. Naruto smirked inside as he glanced at Sasuke. When the other fangirls had chosen to join Sakura, he was savoring Sasuke's horrified, stuck face. I believe he's gay. According to what I understand, Itachi had a girlfriend before he and the other members of the Uchiha clan killed her. Sasuke signed in relief as Iruka walked into the classroom and frightened away all of his admirers. Starting today all of you are shinobi, but you are still genins. The hard journey that lies ahead has just started, he stated. As Sasuke's fans waited to find out who would be on his team, he picked up his notebook from the table and started to announce the teams. Now, you will soon get mission to help the village, so today we will create 3-man teams. And each team will have a few Junin senseis. You will follow your sensei's instructions in order to successfully complete your missions. We tried to balance each team's strength. Numerous options were available. The next team's name was revealed by Iruka. The sound of the little banshee screaming in triumph made him wince. Okay. Next is Team 7. Haruno Sakura, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uzumaki Naruto. With a groan, Naruto slammed his head onto his desk. What on earth? I was placed on the same team as Uchiha and his devoted fangirl by that old monkey. Uchiha and I could collaborate, but Pinky is annoying. Iruka concluded his notebook after announcing all of the teams, saying, "Okay, this afternoon, we'll introduce your Junin Sensei. Until then, take a break." An hour had gone by. Every student had left with their own Junin Senseis, leaving the classroom empty except for Team 7. Although Sakura was a little miffed about their sensei's tardiness, it allowed her to spend more time with her beloved Sasuke-kun. The thought of spending so many months with Sasuke in close proximity still made her stomach turn. Nevertheless, it would be ideal to begin the romance early, before her Sasuke-kun was courted by some of the other girls. Sakura blushed and said, "Nay, Sasuke-kun, isn't it wonderful we're on the same team together? After the meeting, maybe we can go somewhere together, and get to know each other better?" "No," Sasuke bluntly informed her. Naruto gave a headshake. She has asked him the same question 5 times now, but in a different way. It's funny to watch, man, he thought. Half an hour more had gone by. Junin Sensei of Team 7 was still nowhere to be seen. "Master, your Junin Sensei is Hitaki Kakashi," Karasu told Naruto. Naruto said, "Thanks for information, Karasu-chan," and then he disconnected the connection. "It implies that I will have to wait for him for an additional 1.5 hours. In any case, I'm hungry." He got to his feet and made his way to the exit door. Sakura noticed Naruto was heading somewhere and asked, "Where are you going, Naruto? Baka?" Naruto said, "I'm leaving. It's obvious our sensei isn't going to show up soon," with a monotone. "You can't go," screamed Sakura. "Then watch me, Haruno." Naruto charged the ground with smoke pellets. The pellets exploded instantly, creating a thick cloud of dark gray smoke. He had vanished from view when the smoke cleared. Sakura said, "Sasuke-kun, what should we do now? I'm hoping that Sasuke-kun will be able to solve this." Sasuke uttered the words, "Who cares what dope does?" while striking a stylish pose that he had polished in front of a mirror. How awesome is Sasuke-kun? As Sakura gazed dreamily at her love interest, she thought, blushing, and I'm completely alone with him. An additional hour and a half had gone by. Sakura slouched in her chair and was silent. Sasuke still had a cool appearance. They became alert when a man walked in through the door of their classroom. His appearance surprised both genins. The man had silver hair that defied gravity and was slouched. However, clothing covered the rest of him. He was dressed in black pants, sandals, a standard Junin vest over black long sleeve shirt, and gloves with cut fingers. His left eye was concealed beneath a broad headband that was angled for that reason, and the black basque largely obscured his face. With that little orange book in his left hand, he looked particularly strange. Hitaki Kakashi was his name. "You're late," screamed Sakura. Kakashi ignored her and turned to face the freshly created genin. How can I say this? My first impression is, you 3 are boring." "Wait, 3? Sakura asked, glancing to her right and left. "But Naruto. Baka isn't here." Kakashi pointed to her back and said, "Then who is he?" Even Sasuke glanced back at Sakura. When they noticed Naruto eating ramen while seated on a bench, their eyes widened. But how? Sakura pondered, startled and taken aback. At class dead last, Sasuke narrowed his eyes and thought, I didn't even feel his presence. Using a body flicker jutsu, Kakashi vanished in a puff of smoke, leaving Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke alone in the classroom. "Okay, you 3. Meet me at the roof in 5 minutes, he exclaimed. After 5 minutes, 3 genins faced Kakashi on the roof of the academy. 2 of them were silently staring at him. You seems little hostile. Sakura shouted once more, "That's because you kept us waiting 2 whole hours, why did you come late?" "Oh, I would have been here on time, but a black cat crossed my path so I had to go the long way." Sakura's mouth fell open. "What on earth? Strike him in the face. We're not naive." With a shout, inner Sakura punched forward. "You made right choice. I would have done the same if I were in your place. From what I've heard, a black cat crossing your path is bad luck. And I wouldn't want to meet someone on my unlucky day," Naruto said, completely concurring with Kakashi. Kakashi looked over at Naruto. I finally found someone who can understand me. Thank you. You're my ideal student," he said, his face displaying a hint of happiness. "I was kidding." Sweating, Naruto thought, I had no idea he would take it seriously. Sakura and Sasuke gazed at each other as if they were crazy. Is this a Junin, really? Sasuke thought, he doesn't seem very trustworthy. Kakashi's expression abruptly shifted from joyful to bored and lethargic. Anyway, he said. Let's begin with introducing yourself. Sakura inquired, what do you want to know? Kakashi responded, how about your likes, dislikes? Your dreams for the future and thing like that. Naruto got right to the point when he said, why don't you introduce yourself to us first? We already know about each other, but we hardly know anything about you. What? His new attitude shocked Sakura and Sasuke once more. Kakashi concluded his introduction with a perverted giggle. All right, my name is Hitaki Kakashi. I have no desire to tell you my likes and dislikes. And my hobbies aren't your business. My dreams. Well, that's not for young kids to hear, hehe, he said. So he just gave us his name? Sakura pondered. You're a secretive person, aren't you, Kakashi? Naruto thought as he glanced at Kakashi. Unfortunately, I am fully aware of you. My father's diary contains all of your information. Only when his students passed his test did Kakashi look at them. Now, it's your turn. Let's start on the right, he stated. Pinky, go first. Sakura spoke first because she was on the right side. I'm Haruno Sakura, she declared, her voice and face beaming. With a hint of blush on her cheeks, she rolled her eyes at Sasuke and said, I like. Well, the person I like is. And my hobby is. Well, my dream is to. Kya, she exclaimed, delighted at the prospect of their future together. Love is more important to girls this age than ninjutsu. And what do you hate? Kakashi asked, his perspiration dripping down. Sakura's face turned into one of hatred. She exclaimed, Naruto and Ino, before turning back to face Sasuke. Naruto rolled her eyes, showing that he was unconcerned. If she doesn't make an effort to transform herself, she will perish in her true mission. Well, Sasuke pondered. After saying, okay, Kakashi looked in the direction of the Uchiha. Broody, next is you. The moniker caused Sasuke to frown a little. My name is Uchiha Sasuke. I hate a lot of things, and I don't particularly like anything. What I have is not a dream, because I will make it a reality. I'm going to restore my clan, and kill a certain someone, he stated. Kakashi thought, as I anticipated, since he anticipated this sort of reaction from Sasuke. Sasuke.kun is absolutely adorable. Gazing at the crush, Sakura pondered. She had a flush on her face. He therefore has a strong desire to murder his brother Itachi. Big talk. Naruto believed that his brother was already an Enbu captain at his age. Now, last but not least, Blondie over there, Kakashi remarked, gesturing to Naruto. Well, Mr. Pervy. Cyclops, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto replied. Kakashi's visible eye twitched with annoyance at the name Naruto had given him. He whispered to himself, here I thought you were my ideal student. Sakura gave a little chuckle. Inner Sakura yelled, haha, serves him right, stupid bastard, as she gave Naruto the thumbs up. Naruto went on. I like training and being left alone. I dislike fools and many things. My dream, I like to keep it myself for now. Kakashi blinked. Regarding him, Hokage. Sama was correct. Even though he has undergone a lot of change since the Mizuki incident, I can still see that Naruto is still playful and like himself. Sasuke and Sakura were also taken aback. Naruto's desire to become a Hokage was well known. Now, what was it if it wasn't his dream? Kakashi remarked languidly, so far for the introductions. Tomorrow, we'll start our duties as shinobi. Sakura inquired, what kind of duties, sensei? She wanted to know her future responsibilities as a shinobi because she was the best student in her class. First, we are going to do something with just 4 of us. Naruto knew what Kakashi was talking about, so he asked, what is it? After a dramatic silence, Kakashi uttered the words, survival training. This is a covert test to remove incompetent genins from the field. Well, Naruto thought, not bad. Why is our first duty a training? Sasuke wondered. Sakura remarked, we've had enough training at the academy. Kakashi proclaimed, this isn't a typical training. This time I'm your opponent. Huh? Sakura asked. With a small smirk, Naruto questioned, what is it? Kakashi's style appealed to him. Keep the tension high until the very end. He. Laughed Kakashi out loud. Sakura asked, her face irritated, what's so funny sensei? It's just that. When I will tell you this you are totally going to freak out, Kakashi said, grinning into their eyes. Freak out, said Sakura again. Kakashi became frighteningly serious. Of the 27 graduates, only 9 will be chosen to become genins. The rest will be sent back to the academy. This training is very difficult exam with the failure rate of over 66%, he said, shocking both Sakura and Sasuke. Ha ha ha, I told you'd freak out. The statement, it means rate of success is 34%. Well, this is enough for me, was made by Naruto to take Kakashi by surprise. The Junin thought, that's my chance to frighten them away. Sakura questioned, then what was point of graduating? Oh, that was just to select those who have the chance to become a genin, Kakashi responded. What? Chanted Sakura. Kakashi handed each of them a paper and ignored her outburst, saying, anyway, you have to show your real skill on the training ground. Bring all shinobi tools you have. Oh, and skip the breakfast, you might throw up. The details are on this paper and don't be late tomorrow. Possibly throw up? Is that difficult? Sakura took a paper from Kakashi and pondered. She clenched her fist as she read the paper. I will be cut off from Sasuke-kun if I fail this. This is a love test. 3 genins received papers from Kakashi, who then vanished in a cloud of smoke. Naruto examined his document. At precisely 5 in the morning, the third training ground. Given his reputation, I will arrive there promptly at 8 a.m. He turned to face his team and made the decision to provide them with a hint. Why shouldn't we eat? If it's survival training, then we need energy to confront with him, right? He replied. Then he walked back toward his house. Perhaps now they'll get it. Did he intentionally tell us that? Sakura and Sasuke both pondered. Sakura and Sasuke, 2 genins, had been waiting for their sensei and another teammate at Training Ground 3 for the past 2 hours, but they had not yet been seen. Since 5 in the morning, they had been there. Genins were both furious. Sasuke wanted to scream, but he was trying to keep his composure because, after all, he had a reputation to maintain. Sakura, meanwhile, was making every effort to behave well around her Sasuke-kun. They were at the end of their patience, though, and things were about to blow up when Kakashi showed up in a cloud of smoke. Good morning, said the silver-haired Junin, greeting them both with his trademark eye smile. Sakura shouted, "You're late," to Kakashi. As he searched for the blonde, Kakashi said, "Sorry, I lost." Where's Naruto?" "We don't know," shrugged Sakura, "I'm here." When they looked up to see where the voice had come from, they saw Naruto eating ramen while perched atop a tree branch. Looking at Naruto, Sasuke clenched his fist and thought, again, I didn't sense him. Kakashi thought that he was good at hiding. Naruto. Baka, why are you eating ramen? Sensei told us not to eat anything. Sakura let out a banshee-like scream. Whatever, Haruno, Naruto exclaimed, utterly disregarding her, in a bored tone. Without a sound, he leapt from the tree and hit the ground. Who is this child? Kakashi narrowed his eyes at Blonde and asked himself. He is completely different from what has been reported about him. This is becoming absurd. No one can change in such a short period of time, so someone on the staff must have messed up his reports. I need to discuss this with Hokage. Sama. Alright then. On to the exercise, he said, setting his pack down and searching through it for a while before pulling out an alarm clock, determined to defuse the situation before it became violent. After adjusting the knobs, he set it on a nearby stump. He took 2 bells out of his pocket and said, "Okay, it's set for noon." There was a smirk visible behind his mask as he said, "Here are 3 bells. Your task is to take them from me before noon. Those who cannot get a bell by noon get no lunch. I'll not only tie you to one of those stumps but also eat right in front of you." As their stomachs complained, Sasuke and Sakura reasoned that this was the reason he had told them not to eat. Naruto gave them a "I told you" look while snickering. Sakura said, "But sensei, there are only 2 bells," with a tone of uneasiness. When Naruto exclaimed, "Wow, Haruno! You can count, amazing," she gave him a fierce look. Kakashi remarked, "Well, I was saying. You only need to get 1 bell. There are only 3, so one of you will definitely be tied to a stump. And the person who doesn't get a bell fails. So at least one of you will be sent back to the academy." Everyone's eyes widened, but Naruto's appeared to harden quickly, with a glint of calculation and contemplation. He concluded with a smile, as though the idea of being attacked by ferocious kids was a positive thing. "If you want you can use shurikens and kunais. You won't be succeed unless you come at me intending to kill," he said. Naruto grinned. "Want to kill, huh? After this is over, he will look back." Sakura exclaimed, "But you'll be in danger." with concern for her new sensei's safety. Are you serious? Naruto shot her look. Well, Sakura, I can take care of myself. Kakashi put the bells on his belt and said, just come at me with intent to kill. Naruto drew a kunai immediately after he concluded his sentence. Withdrawing his hand, he tried to hurl it at Kakashi. However, he discovered that Kakashi was no longer in front of him and that the kunai was pointing directly at the back of his head while his arm was bent back. Geez. Calm down, I haven't said start yet. Kakashi grabbed Naruto and uttered those words. Not at all. I was unable to see it all. Sakura pondered as she watched in wonder. Sasuke thought, this is a Junin, as he glanced at Kakashi. I'm perfectly calm, Kakashi. Sensei. I was just, Naruto said with a simple smirk. Another voice said, testing the waters, as a sharp object pressed against Kakashi's back. Behind him, Kakashi noticed another Naruto with a kunai strapped to his back, and he grinned beneath his mask. Having a clone draw me out so you could ambush. You're smarter than you let on, said the man. Behind him, Naruto remarked, well, isn't a deception part of being a shinobi? Naruto's display of cunning left Sakura and Sasuke speechless. Well, looks like one of you truly came at me with intent to kill. It seems like you're not boring after all, Kakashi said with a grin. Alright then. Start. Before Kakashi, Naruto quickly drew a kunai with his free hand and whirled around, slashing across Kakashi's chest. Meanwhile, someone else used his kunai to stab him in the back. As anticipated, a log took Kakashi's place after he vanished in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto remarked, you're good, Kakashi. Sensei, but I'm still better. Sakura lay on the ground, fighting the urge to rumble in her stomach. From behind her, a voice called out, hey, Sakura. Sakura screamed and dashed into the clearing, colliding with Kakashi. I take it you're ready to put your life on the line, Kakashi replied. Sakura let out another scream before fainting. Uncertain of what had just transpired, Kakashi stared for a moment. Sasuke made his move as he stood there bewildered. He hit Kakashi with several shurikens. Kakashi fell to the ground as the shurikens struck their target. Then he became a log. Oh no, Jutsu no Kawarimi. He knows where I am now. Sasuke cursed in his head as he fled his disclosed location after he purposefully created an opening and fell for his trap. Thinking that the open area would help him keep up with Kakashi, he paused in a clearing. As soon as he stopped, Kakashi emerged from the trees holding an orange book. The Junin watched him go through his book and said, you really need to learn to read underneath the underneath. Never assume your enemy is simply keeping his guard down. If you do that, you'll die. 3 shuriken were fired at Kakashi by Sasuke. The projectile weapons were easily avoided by the Junin. Such obvious attacks are useless, said the politician. As the shurikens sliced through the rope that was concealed behind the Junin and a number of knives were hurled in the direction of the silver-haired man, Sasuke grinned. As he leapt aside, Kakashi thought, hidden trap, good idea, but not enough. Back behind him, the knives stuck to a tree's bark. Taking the cue, Sasuke leapt toward the man who was running away and kicked Kakashi in the head. With ease, the Junin used his arm to block the kick. Sasuke used his right arm to throw a punch, but it was caught. Sasuke turned and swung an axe. Kick in an upside down direction at Kakashi's face, using his blocking arm as a mount. Kakashi used his forearm to block. When Sasuke noticed the bells, which were directly in front of him, he tried to grasp them with his outstretched hand. Kakashi then grabbed his outstretched arm and tossed him aside like a rag doll. What a man he is. There was no time for me to read Icha. Icha Paradise. After putting his book back in the pouch, Kakashi said, I admit you're good, Sasuke-kun. Sasuke got to his feet, began performing hand seals, finished with a horse and tiger, and took a deep breath. Fire release, Grand Fireball Jutsu. What? Chakra shouldn't be sufficient for a genin to execute that jutsu. Kakashi's single eyes grew wide. Sasuke exhaled a huge ball of fire and put his right hand to his mouth. The fireball struck Kakashi's location. The only thing he could see after the smoke cleared was the scorched ground. He tried to look around for Kakashi, but he was unable to locate him. He's gone. In the air? No, on the side? Where could he be? Beneath you, Kakashi's voice said, though it was somehow muffled. Sasuke felt someone grab his ankles at that moment. Wah! Earth release. Suicidal beheading jutsu! Exclaimed Kakashi, taking Sasuke down while he screamed. Rising from the floor, Kakashi knelt down to gaze at Sasuke, who was trapped with his head above the ground and the rest of his body buried in the ground. He calmly prodded Sasuke's head and said, "Good try. Your talents are exceptional, but not good enough." Then he took the orange book out and turned to leave. Sasuke shouted, "Damn you! Get back here, we aren't done yet." Kakashi did not turn around, he just waved his hand. As he struggled to break free from Kakashi's jutsu, Sasuke thought, "Damn, the difference is that big." Kakashi stopped after just a short distance of walking. He noticed Naruto standing on a branch of the tree when he looked up. He remarked, "So you've decided to come out?" "Something's off about this test," Naruto said, folding his arms and squinting at the man. With a raised eyebrow, Kakashi concealed his astonishment with curiosity. "Oh?" he inquired. Naruto turned to face Kakashi and remarked, "I've never heard of a three-man squad before. A squad always has 3 genins and 1 junin. Sensei." Kakashi smiled and said, "Well, aren't you just full of surprises? However, that isn't going to help you to get a bell." Naruto grinned and said, "I guess you're right," before charging at Kakashi. Naruto took out a kunai from his pouch and threw it at Kakashi before performing some hand seals. He yelled, "Kunai Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," and used a single thrown kunai to create 20. Kakashi caught a few that had approached him too closely, but he avoided most of them. Naruto had bridged the gap between them in the interim. He jabbed Kakashi in the face. The Junin used one hand to block it. Then, as Naruto approached him with the elbow of the arm he had blocked, he leaned his head back. Naruto channeled chakra into his limbs to accelerate. Kakashi appeared surprised by that. It provided Naruto with the opportunity he needed, and he delivered a passable blow to Kakashi's ribs. Kakashi hurried back and closed his book. "He's more proficient than I had anticipated, so it appears that I won't be able to read." Kakashi easily caught Naruto's punch as he charged at him once more and threw it at his face. Kakashi also grabbed the blonde's other hand and locked his arms in place when Naruto struck him with it. Kakashi said, "Well, this is unexpected. You are good, in a gentle manner." "Thanks. I just want to say one word, Kakashi. Sensei." "Boom," grinned Naruto. When the blonde boy's clone exploded, Kakashi's eye widened and he had to use Kawarimi to get away. Does he know Daibakuha Bunshin? I assumed he was only acquainted with the Kage Bunshin. Kakashi had no more time to think when Naruto leapt to the tree branch he had landed on and kicked him, causing him to duck. But when another Naruto attempted to knee him in the face, his eyes widened. Even though he managed to stop the attack in time, he was still taken aback. Kakashi thought, his taijutsu skill is much better than Sasuke, which is shocking because his reports said he is a brawler. He avoided Naruto's next kick. When Kakashi leapt from the tree, Naruto immediately followed, launching a knee, punch, and elbow combo that Kakashi was able to block and avoid. From his blind side, another Naruto charged at him, trying to take the bells, but when the clone Naruto got his finger on them, Kakashi heard the jingle of the bells. As another Naruto punched him, he grabbed the Naruto behind him and pushed him to his front. When Naruto finally struck his clone, there was a puff of smoke. Upon clearing the smoke, he noticed that Kakashi had vanished from view. Naruto's eyes widened when he heard Kakashi say, "You should never let your opponent get behind you." He thrust his chakra, encased fingers up Naruto's butt, saying, "The hidden leaf's hidden taijutsu. 1,000 years of death." Naruto exploded, forcing Kakashi to leap away from the blast, though he was still singed. Another Daibakuha Bushin. Kakashi pondered in shock. Did he use Kuriwimi to take his place, or was I fighting with the clone the entire time? He searched Naruto by looking around. He's far superior to what I anticipated. The test abruptly came to an end when he heard a bell ring. Time seems to be running out. Time's up, after 10 minutes. Sakura was bound to the final post, while Naruto and Sasuke stood in front of it. Kakashi stood in front of the screen, reflecting on the performance of his team thus far. To be honest, he felt let down by them. Sakura was supposed to be the best at genjutsu, but she had fallen for one of his easiest genjutsu, despite her reports to the contrary. He had to concede that Sasuke was good. If he hadn't taken the fight more seriously from the start, he might have been able to set a good trap. He also had good taijutsu form. However, the boy was just too conceited to think he could really compete against a Junin. Finally, but just as importantly, Naruto had proven to be a dark horse. Nobody, not even he, expected him to be this good. He employed jutsus and strategies that Kakashi was unaware he possessed. He had good taijutsu, superior to Sasuke's as well. In addition, he he employed deceit, which set him apart from Sasuke, who only engaged in direct combat. Unfortunately, though, he had also overlooked the bell test's downside. "Well," he said, "I have to say I'm disappointed in you three. You all failed to retrieve a bell. So you're sending us back to the academy, right? Could you fulfill one of my requests before it? I want to hold those bells in my hand," indicated Naruto, gesturing to the bells on Kakashi's belt. It was quite a strange request. Sakura and Sasuke both gave Naruto what looks. "Huh, sure," replied Kakashi. He chose to grant Naruto's strange request and threw both bells at him after realizing there was no harm in it. After catching the bells, Naruto grinned and turned to face Kakashi. "Thanks for the bells, Kakashi." "Sensei," he replied. As soon as Naruto had completed the sentence, a bell rang once more, this time with much more volume. "What was that?" Sakura yelled. She couldn't stop talking despite being bound to the stump. Naruto's response, "Time's up. The test truly ends now," left everyone bewildered. What do you mean?" Sasuke asked. Due to his laziness, Kakashi-sensei didn't even check time or the ringing sound he'd heard was really coming from his alarm clock or not. Naruto laughed. Something clicked in Kakashi's mind when he heard it. His gaze expanded. It was faked. Naruto began to explain everything. "Yeah, my clone used another alarm clock to fool you," he replied. "When I heard about your surviving test, I decided to gather some information on it and you. And I found about your famous bell test form, your eternal rival." Kakashi let out a sigh. "Made a guy." Naruto gave a nod. "I knew I couldn't take a bell from you in direct combat, so I decided to use a different method," said the man. Kakashi remarked, "So you set a trap for me." The way he came up with his plan obviously impressed him. "A superb plan. He kept me occupied when he was real, but his clone tricked me with a phony alarm clock." He grinned and shook his. "I fell into his trap by failing to check the time and giving him both bells before the test was really over. He is somewhat of a devil." Sakura yelled, "But this is cheating." She was still in her binding. Naruto gave her a look. "Haruno, we're the ninja, not the samurai. We kill, lie, cheat and steal for the right amount of money," he replied. Sakura started to speak, but Kakashi interrupted. He remarked, "He's right, Sakura, he got those bells fair and square." How did Dope get so intelligent? Sasuke pondered. Naruto's plan, which he had heard, was excellent. Sakura thought in disbelief, "It's unbelievable that Naruto Baka has actually succeeded in getting bells from Kakashi-sensei." "Well, you've one extra bell, Naruto. What are you going to do with it?" Kakashi asked, glancing at the blonde genin. Naruto thought, "I know your plan, Kakashi." To Sakura's annoyance, he threw one bell to Sasuke and placed the other one atop her head. "I'm giving both bells to them." "You do realize that if you do that, you'll have to go back to the academy," warned Kakashi. As he threw the bell back to Naruto, Sasuke said, "No, you got the bells, not me," drawing a startled look from everyone. Sakura said, "No, it should be me. I didn't do anything in the test," as she cast a shameful glance down. "Well, I guess the three of you passed, although not in the way I expected," said Kakashi. Sakura was bound to the stump by ropes, which he cut. "Let me get this straight. We're ninjas just because Naruto tossed the bells to us?" was a question that was surprisingly posed by Sasuke. "The test was never really about the getting the bells, Sasuke. The bells were just something to divide you and think only for yourself. And also blind all of you from knowing true meaning behind the test," Kakashi stated. "Which is teamwork," Naruto replied. Kakashi simply grinned behind his mask and nodded his head. "My test was to see if you could look beyond your own desires and work together. Someday you may be faced with a situation where it's either your life or your teammates. If and when that day comes, you would do well to remember that those who break the rules are trash, but those that abandon their friends are worse than trash," he stated. "Just take today's example. The reason you've passed is Naruto. He gave you the bells, so you could pass, and showed the willingness to sacrifice himself to let you pass on." Naruto smirked and said, "You own me," as two genins turned to face him. Kakashi grinned and said, "Anyway, just remember what I told you." They got his thumbs up. "That ends training. All of you pass. Okay. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will begin its duties." When Sakura realized she would still be working with her Sasuke-kun, she grinned broadly. Sasuke even appeared a little pleased. Kakashi concluded by saying, "Well, I'll see you all later. I have to report to Hokage-sama that we're now a team," before vanishing in a cloud of smoke. Sakura spun around to face Sasuke. She turned red. Hey, Sasuke-kun. Do you want to go out on a date with me to celebrate? She asked timidly. No, Sasuke bluntly informed her. Sakura, like a devoted fangirl, followed Sasuke as he turned around and left, persistently pleading with him for a date. Before vanishing into thin air, Naruto reflected that everything had gone as planned. Hiruzen let out a sigh upon realizing that Kakashi was still absent. He gestured for them to start, saying, "Why don't you all start? Kakashi will probably be several hours late anyway." A Junin with a senbon in his mouth and a bandana, like forehead protector, stepped forward. Shiranui Genma was his name. He had brown eyes and shoulder-length brown hair that hung around his face. Hokage. Sama, Team 1 has failed in the test, he stated. Yamashiro Aoba took a step forward as he retreated, with dark, spiky hair and red-framed sunglasses that covered his eyes. Aoba was frequently spotted saying, "Team 2 has failed as well, Hokage." Sama. They simply didn't understand the principle of teamwork. Every team, ranging from 3 to 6, failed the tests. Hiruzen said, "Since Kakashi isn't here yet, go ahead, Kurenai-san." Young Junin was Yuhi Kurenai. She was a slender, light-skinned, and reasonably tall woman. In addition to her unusual red eyes with an extra ring in them, she had long, black, shoulder-length wild hair. She took a step forward after nodding. "Team 8 has passed," she said. "Team 10 has passed as well." Asuma stepped back and pursued her while puffing on his cigarette. A puff of smoke burst into the room, and a familiar Junin with silver hair suddenly materialized. "Sorry, I'm late, Hokage." "Sama. A black cat crossed my path so I had to take the long way around," said the man. There were several moans in response to Kakashi's appalling justification. You would think that a ninja with Kakashi's level of fame would at least be able to make more believable excuses. Hiruzen simply let out a sigh and brushed his irritation aside. "Just give me your report, Kakashi," he replied. "Team 7 has passed," Kakashi announced, shocking everyone in the office. After giving Kakashi a brief glance, Hiruzen nodded. "Very well then, all of you are dismissed," he replied. The Junin started to depart in their own way, one by one. But when the other ninja departed, Kakashi remained in his spot and snapped his book closed. Saying, "Hokage. Sama," Hiruzen pulled out a pipe and said, "I take it, there is something you still wish to discuss, Kakashi?" The first thing Kakashi said was, "Yes, sir, I want to talk to you about Naruto." Hiruzen gave a nod. He lit his pipe with a fire jutsu. He took a few drags from his pipe and said, "He isn't quite what you had expected, is he?" "He's far from that, Hokage. Sama. I'm not sure whether Naruto, whom I just met and fought with, was real or not." Kakashi shook his head and inhaled deeply. I'd come in expecting him to be a loudmouth brat with no control over his emotions, but after meeting him, he shattered all my beliefs. Not only was he able to keep his calm during our battle and managed to use a good amount of deception on me during the test, but he'd also used several jutsus that I know he couldn't have learned from the Forbidden Scroll of Sealing, and succeed to get bells from me. Hiruzen gestured with his hand to continue after nodding. "I need to question the competence of the Academy staffs. It seems they let the hatred towards the Nine Tails get to them and gave me false information about Naruto and his abilities," Kakashi said. "He's on par with Sasuke's combat skills and far more intelligent than people give him credit for." Hiruzen sighed and took a drag from his pipe. "I admit that the information definitely has some bias in it, but none of it is false." Kakashi appeared surprised. "What do you mean, sir?" Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and said, You know about the Mizuki incident, right?" Kakashi nodded even though it wasn't a question. Looking at one of his trusted Junin, Hiruzen remarked, "Nobody can stay the same after learning such a terrible truth about themselves, one that had been kept secret from them for their whole lives." And another, "It's only my theory. Naruto, we all know, was nothing but a mask. The mask of his hyperactivity and general goofy attitude, which he used to keep himself from falling into despair because of the loneliness he had felt in his whole life, thanks to the foolishness of the village. And me. At first, it was likely more of an act than anything, but over time, it had become part of him. However, the Mizuki incident forced him to reevaluate his life. It forced him out of the mask he had forged for himself." Kakashi nodded, his eyes brightening with comprehension. Since he was imitating his long-dead friend Obito, who had sacrificed his life to save him during the Third Great Ninja War, he was well versed in metaphorical masks. However, there was a problem with the image. But how did he get so strong in such a short amount of time? he asked. Even if his personality has changed completely 180 degree, it would take more than a week to learn most of those techniques. At least a month, even for a genius. And how does he know those jutsu? Kage Bunshin I can understand, but can I Kage Bunshin? Bunshin Deibakuha? Those techniques are very difficult to learn without proper guidance. An unidentified voice said, "You're good, copycat Kakashi. I admit that, out of nowhere." Hiruzen and Kakashi both became vigilant. As they searched for the intruder, a figure appeared out of nowhere, resembling a ghost. Hiruzen yelled, "Anbu!" Without turning away from the intruder, he appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old, and he was a little short. He wore a black mask and cloak and had black hair. His mask was nearly white, with black and red markings beneath its single eye hole. With the exception of his mouth and chin, the left side of his face had been totally covered. The intruder said, "Don't bother to call them, Hokage Sama. They're quite busy in dreams," but before he could say anything more, he felt a kunai's cold steel against his neck. Kakashi pressed the kunai against the intruder's neck and demanded, "Who are you?" "I'm nobody," the intruder declared without holding back. Rising far from Kakashi, he sank into the floor. His eyes turned red and displayed a recognizable Tomo pattern as he said, "But you can call me Ryu." "What? What about Sharingan?" Kakashi's lone eye widened in surprise as he thought. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at the intruder and thought, "So he's a Uchiha." He commanded, "Kakashi, stand down," before turning to face the cloaked boy. "What do you want?" Saying with a sly smile, "I want the fourth's legacy, I want his son." Hiruzen said in a chilly tone that would have chilled anyone, "Fourth Hokage don't have any son or any children," but the boy in front of him was utterly unconcerned. "Hokage Sama, you know who I am talking about. I am talking about Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto. The only child of 4th Hokage, Namikaze Minato, and 2nd Jinchuriki of the 9 Tails, Uzumaki Kushina." Ryu smirked, shocking 3rd and Kakashi, though for different reasons. "What?" Kakashi yelled. Ryu fixed his gaze on Kakashi. His widened eyes showed his shock, even though the mask obscured his face. He chuckled. My, you don't know, you see, Naruto is the 3rd Jinchuriki of the 9-tailed fox," Ryu replied. "Impossible!" exclaimed Kakashi, then turned to face the 3rd Hokage for an explanation. "Kakashi, let me give you a history lesson. During 1st Hokage's battle against Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End, Hashirama, at some point, gained control of the 9-tails. To keep the beast in control and gain power for her husband, Uzumaki Mito used a Fuinjutsu to seal the 9-tailed fox within herself, becoming the tailed beast's first Jinchuriki. Toward the final years of her life, it was decided that a new host for the 9-tails would have to be found, so she selected Uzumaki Kushina for the role due to her special chakra. And Kushina became 2nd Jinchuriki of the fox. Well, you already know about Naruto, Ryu continued. They never had those whiskers like Naruto, Kakashi remarked, having seen the picture of the 1st Hokage's wife and knowing Kushina personally. Funny, isn't it? Everyone believes it is because of the fox being sealed inside him, but truth is Naruto was born with those whisker lines, replied Ryu. They didn't need to know that it was a lie. Both Mito and Kushina were able to live happy lives despite being Jinchuriki of the 9-tails because no one had known about it. It was closely guarded S-rank secret. Now, you know about Naruto's life in the Hidden Leaf. You should thank your Hokage and his big mouth for it. He is the main reason. That enough, yelled Hiruzen, interrupting him. He didn't need to be reminded of his failure and error. What do you want with him? Now, nothing. In future, I've a plan for him, but meanwhile, I'll make sure he'll follow me. Ryu laughed. Hiruzen gritted his teeth and threw a few kunais at him, saying, "Only if I left you alive to do that." To his surprise, they phased right through him as if he were stuck on the wall behind him. "You can't stop me, Hokage Sama. Naruto trusts me more than he trusts anyone else. Who do you think taught him those jutsu?" Ryu responded. The startled expressions on the faces of the 2 leaf ninjas, particularly the 3rd Hokage's, delighted him. He's a good student. Within a single week, I have managed to fill all gaps in his training that academy instructors had purposely left behind. Kakashi and Hiruzen thought this was bad because they knew that the academy teacher's carelessness would definitely come back to haunt them. Hiruzen thought, "We really have to do something about this or we'll lose Minato's son entirely." But Ryu didn't seem particularly grateful. "Anyway, I want to say thank you, Hokage Sama. Without your lies, I wouldn't have gotten such incredible asset," Ryu said. When he noticed Third clenching his teeth in rage, he grinned. With a mocking bow, he said, "Goodbye. Hopefully, we will see each other soon again." Then he vanished into a whirlpool. Kakashi questioned the third Hokage, "Is this true?" Hiruzen simply looked down without saying anything. With his Sharingan eyes spinning frantically like fire, Kakashi yelled at Hiruzen, "You lied to me. You knew that Kushina-san was just like Naruto, didn't you? You kept it away from me, leaving me ignorant like a fool." Suddenly, the third Hokage had a dejected expression. "It was to protect Naruto," he said, resembling his grandfather. "From who? Huh? How could I have caused any injury to Naruto? I didn't want him hurt. I watched over him, uncertain in times if he was really himself or not, and you knew. You knew. As you watched me suffer and let Naruto suffer because of your own damn secret and not even letting him get adopted." Kakashi screamed. That was something he would never forgive Third for. Hiruzen apologized and said, "I felt bad for keeping it from you, but I thought Minato would have wanted it a secret. But we can't let Naruto be taken from this village, not after what his father did to save it." Then he vanished in a cloud of smoke. "Very well, Hokage. Sama. I'll do my best. But I'm not sure I can fully trust you from now," Kakashi said. Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a sigh. He may never be trusted by Kakashi and Naruto again. Ryu stood on the edge of the cliffs, far from the Hidden Leaf village, watching the waves crashing violently against the jagged rocks at the bottom. A short, blonde-haired boy took Ryu's place as his body shifted as it started to melt and then broke up into a kind of white, black liquefied substance. It turned out that the boy was Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto stretched his body and cracked his neck. Then he looked back at the liquefied mass, which was now taking on a humanoid shape and had a white, black color. It assumed the form of a bald man. Despite his height, human-like features, and appropriately red eyes, the man was devoid of a mouth. While the rest of his body was entirely white, the area above his right shoulder to his left hips, including his left arm, was entirely black. Additionally, he had tiny, spiky protuberances on his back and shoulders. He wasn't a clone of White Zetsu, the first artificial human, but he was one of many made with Geto statue and Hashirama's living clone. Due to mutations brought on by the Nine Tails chakra, which baby Naruto had released during the extraction process, his upper body was black. He was even more powerful than Zetsu. But there was one weakness in his body: he didn't speak. Despite his inability to speak, he was able to communicate through sign language. "What's now?" the artificial human said, putting down his hand and signing. "Nothing," said Naruto. "But if you want you can go, Daiki." Daiki, the artificial human, vanished after merging his body with the earth. Naruto grinned as he turned to face the Hidden Leaf. When he said, "Divide and rule, thanks, Ryu." In response to the "come in" from the Leaf Leader, Naruto loudly knocked on the door of the Hokage's office and stepped inside. The elderly man Hokage was looking through a good deal of paperwork on his desk, not even glancing at the blonde. In a bored tone, Naruto said, "What do you want, Hokage? Sama. Have you ever met someone named Ryu?" Hiruzen asked, sighing. "He's really changed." Naruto calmly stated, "Ryu. No, never heard this name before," without displaying any suspicious facial expressions that might cause him trouble later. "I see. You can go now," Hiruzen said, glancing at the boy with the blonde hair. "If I force him to tell the truth, he will never trust me again. Additionally, I don't want to give Ryu another opportunity to control Naruto by doing this." The double door opened before Naruto could get out, and a little brown-haired boy with a wooden kunai in his hand entered the office. The boy appeared to be about 8 years old and was wrapped in a long scarf. As he ran toward the third Hokage, the boy yelled, "Fight me, old geezer. I challenge you. I'll defeat you and become the 5th Hokage." "Is it ever going to end?" Hiruzen put his signature. Both Naruto and Hiruzen had big drops of sweat on the back of their heads as the child, brandishing his wooden kunai, stumbled over his scarf and fell flat on his face. The boy began sobbing in agony on the ground. Naruto turned to face the boy who was crying. This child is as graceful and agile as a man who has had a heart attack. Hiruzen rubbed his forehead in exasperation and thought, "My grandson is another headache." Moving as fast as he could, the humiliated boy got up and pointed accusingly at Naruto. He yelled, "You tripped me." Naruto said in the same bored tone, "Kid, you're not even worth wasting a fraction of my chakra. Furthermore, you tripped yourself on the wooden floor because of your own lack of common sense." That and from the way you ran across the room, you also lacked coordination and grace, while he turned to face the boy who was giving him a fierce look. The boy yelled, "Yes, you did," and pointed to Naruto once more. "You ruined my super cool entrance." Naruto's straightforward response, "Not much of an entrance if you ask me, with you being so clumsy and falling flat on your face," made the boy lose his temper and lunge at him with his wooden kunai. Simply avoiding the boy's attack, Naruto swiftly grabbed the boy's hand with the wooden kunai, slapped the kunai out of the child's hand, and then gave him a bonk on the head, sending him to the ground on his back. Just then, a tall man in a dark shinobi uniform and dark sunglasses came into the office. The man asked, "Are you okay, honorable grandson?" before casting a hateful glance at Naruto. The 9. Tails brat is someone I detest. He gave the blonde boy a scowl. "Apologize to the honorable grandson of Hokage, now." The child smirked inside and thought, that stops him just like all. So what? If he's the 3rd Hokage's grandson, like I care about it. "I'm going back to home," Naruto replied. As he left the office, he passed 3rd Hokage, his grandson, and a man who was still in shock. "You can't let that riffraff draw you into a fight," the man said as soon as the child stood up. "You're the honorable grandson of the 3rd Hokage." He repositioned his sunglasses. He was so preoccupied with talking about himself that he failed to notice the child sneaking away from him. "As an elite ninja, I'm always right and I know more. I can take you to your goal," he said. "I can take you to the next level without any trouble, but you must always stay beside me." "Where did he go?" "Ebisu, I think he went after Naruto, but I've no clue where," Hiruzen replied. Ebisu yelled, "He went after him, this isn't good," and hurried from the office. What caused Konohamaru to become that way? Hiruzen sighed and thought. The surprise attack occurred for the 20th time. Naruto was on his way to his house. He was already aware that he was being followed. He initially disregarded it due to its low chakra reserve and lack of ill initiation toward him, but he smirked and turned right, leading to an empty street, where he switched with his shadow clone, upon spotting a small, brown-haired figure concealed behind a corner. In order to hide, he leapt to a nearby rooftop and waited for the figure to appear. He didn't have to wait long because Sarutobi Konohamaru, the grandson of the 3rd Hokage, arrived. Silently, Naruto landed on the ground and ambushed the gullible boy. Grabbing the boy by the back of his collar, he used only one hand to raise him into the air. "What the hell?" Konohamaru let out a startled cry. He then realized Naruto was holding him. "You," he said, gesturing to the blonde. The boy with the brown hair turned back to face Naruto's stopped shadow clone and said, but, how? I was watching you, and you were down there." Before puffing out of existence, he smiled and waved to him. "Huh." The grandson of the 3rd Hokage gazed at the spot where Naruto's clone had vanished, his face displaying bewilderment as his mind failed to comprehend the recent events. Naruto made the decision to respond to his unasked query. He said, it was just a clone, and he let Konohamaru fall to the ground. Konohamaru moved to his feet rapidly. "You're strong, I can tell," he told Naruto. "Maybe, you can train me." Naruto raised an eyebrow in the boy's direction. He put his hands in his pockets and remarked, "Don't you already have a teacher? That Junin with the dark glasses seems like a capable type." Konohamaru kicked a small rock on the road and said, "Ebisu. Sensei is all right, but he's always getting me to do all this boring ninja stuff that he keeps saying are all shortcuts for me to be Hokage," in a melancholy tone. "Tell me, boy, why do you want to become Hokage so badly?" After a few moments of silence, Konohamaru finally spoke. He appeared sad and irate at the thought. "My grandfather, 3rd Hokage, gave me my name, Konohamaru. I'm named after the village. And even though everyone knows my name, nobody ever calls me that. When somebody is talking about me or calling me, all they ever see is the Hokage's grandson. No one sees me as me. I'm sick of it. That's why I want Hokage title. Once I become Hokage, everyone will acknowledge the real me. Not as my grandfather's grandson." He said all that with greater enthusiasm every moment. For fun, Naruto decided to screw the boy's head. "I see. Wanting people to know your name isn't as selfish at all. But there are other ways to do it besides being a Hokage," he said. Konohamaru's expression was bewildered as he gazed at Naruto. "What other ways?" Naruto inquired. "Have you ever heard about legendary Sannin?" The boy nodded at him. "How about to become similar like them? They're just like cages but better." Konohamaru scowled at the blonde and retorted, "How can they be better than a cage? You're just trying to mess with me." Naruto retorted, "No, I'm not. Trust me, just think about it." The Sannin are said to be just as strong as the Kages throughout the elemental nations. But unlike Kages, they're free to come and go from the village whenever they want, which means they've opportunities to learn something new. Just imagine the stories the Toad Sage or the Slug Princess could tell you about their travels and adventures. Now, the Hokage. He's always stuck in boring meetings with the council or doing boring paperwork. He barely has time to train or think about dating someone. Konohamaru began to believe in the boy in front of him and asked, "Really?" "Yes, what I've heard from an older shinobi, who was around when the first Hokage had taken the office. Our first Hokage was completely gray from doing all the paperwork that involved with being a Hokage after a week." Konohamaru appeared extremely frightened at the prospect of turning gray. After admiring Konohamaru's expression, Naruto remarked, "My point is there are other ways to be recognized besides being a Hokage." With a newfound fervor in his eyes, Konohamaru exclaimed, "You're right. I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, will become the legendary Konohamaru of the Hidden Leaf Village." Naruto grinned and remarked, "Good for you, kid." He added something more because he believed that it was too simple to control a young child. "Konohamaru." Konohamaru glanced at Naruto and asked, "Yes?" For the first time, someone other than his grandfather or uncle called his name. Naruto's voice was a little serious as he asked, "Do you want to learn a cage killer technique?" Shutting down, Konohamaru asked, "A cage killer technique? Naruto nodded, "Yes. Do you want to learn it?" "Teach me, boss," exclaimed Konohamaru. Since that technique was the first step he took to become the legendary Konohamaru, he had stars in his eyes. Naruto paused dramatically before saying, "The technique is the leaf's most secret jutsu." He gestured toward the sky with his finger. "Sexy no jutsu." Naruto raised his head from where he was sitting on the bridge. He caught his teammate's attention by staring at a spot on the bridge for a few seconds. Sakura was about to speak when Kakashi materialized on the bridge at the precise moment that Naruto was focusing on it. Sakura shouted, "You're late, Kakashi. Sensei." While the rest of his team, with the exception of his blonde student, stared at him as though he were crazy, Kakashi said, I would have been on time, but a black cat crossed my path and caused me to go around the village. I was coming straight here, but on the way, I saw a little old lady that needed help with her groceries. Well, let's go get our mission for the day instead of training first. I think changing it up a bit today would be nice." Team 7 simply gave a nod of agreement. Sakura got up from observing Sasuke as he and Naruto rose from their positions. Sasuke from leaning on the bridge and Naruto from the railing. As the Junin pulled out his orange book and burst into twisted laughter, they began to follow Kakashi. Naruto said, "I caught her," into the microphone. Kakashi announced on the microphone, "Roger that." Naruto's caught the target, to his fellow pupils. Naruto gazed at the tiny feline he was holding. The cat's amber colored eyes and the red ribbon on her right ear were complemented by lighter colored markings on her head. He watched the little cat lick her paw and thought, "I love genjutsu." Kakashi exclaimed, "Good, this is Tora. You've set a new record for completing this mission, Naruto," after a tall figure dropped next to the captor and examined the cat for a few seconds. "Thanks, Kakashi. Sensei. Let's go and get this cat back to her owner now," Naruto replied. Kakashi gave nod. Then he noticed that Sakura and Sasuke, two of his other students, emerged from their hiding places. Sakura noticed Naruto holding the cat. "Naruto," she cried out, "you're scaring her." "Whatever, Haruno," exclaimed Naruto, "she makes too much noise." Sakura reprimanded, "Well, let the poor kitty go." Naruto threatened, "If I let her go, she's going to get away or hurt you." Sakura laughed, "Like you know anything about cats." Naruto gave Sakura Tora after saying, "You want a cat, right? Then take it, but not before taking off the genjutsu he had applied to the cat." When Sakura picked up the cat, she said, "There," before Tora started tearing things up. She could only say, "There, there, poor thing, mean old Naruto isn't." "Yog, stop that, bad kitty, og. My face." With his back to the action, Kakashi paused beside Naruto. "Can you grab it again, if she lets go?" asked he. "Yeah," replied Naruto. "Good," said Sasuke. "Maybe, we should finish this quickly and see if we can get another mission today." "Ag, B Nobi, Shish Bid Bi Nobi." Kakashi asked Naruto and Sasuke, "Could you two help me to separate the two of them?" "Ah, Legu, Gay Ich off Meh." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances before nodding. The real Naruto yawned widely, bored beyond belief, on Uzumaki Island, a long way from the Hidden Leaf. His team was expected to complete another D-rank mission today. However, Naruto sent his clone to perform his duties while he was away at the training, just like he always does. As the grandson of Uchiha Madara and an exceptional shinobi, he would never perform a task as low as a D-rank mission. It made him feel less proud. His memory was suddenly given to him, and his clone vanished. A mission with a C rank. The Hokage's office a few minutes earlier. Hokage was using the table when Sakura pounded it, saying, "Erg, I can't stand it anymore." The old leader merely arched an eyebrow at her actions as she glared at him. "Give us a better assignment, something more challenging. Not some measly assignment like catching that cat. I swear, if we send to catch her again, I'll wring her neck for the trouble that cat caused us." Iruka rose from his seat at the table. "Sakura, you should know that you're still a genin and you're not even a genin for a month," he said, expressing his disapproval of her actions. "But Iruka, sensei." The third Hokage waved him away, saying, "No, Iruka, let her say what she wants." Despite scowling, the academy teacher fulfilled his superior's request and took a seat. Hiruzen turned to face the other members of Team 7. He inquired, "Do the rest of you feel the same?" Sakura's eyes filled with love as Sasuke nodded in agreement. He stepped away from her cautiously. The silver-haired Junin said, "Ma, I don't really care," without raising his gaze from his orange book. His mouth dropped open in a giggle. Iruka was furious about the inappropriate behavior and said, "Kakashi-san, you should give a better example to your assigned team," but the Junin disregarded him. Hiruzen attracted attention by asking, "What about you, Naruto?" Naruto responded, "I'm with Kakashi, sensei," and then he took out and began reading his own book on the advanced ceiling. Hiruzen let out a sigh. "I see, then I'll give you a C-rank mission." "But Hokage-sama," quarreled Iruka. Hiruzen said, "I've decided it, Iruka," in a tone of superiority. Iruka closed his mouth and nodded as a result. "Get him in." Shortly after, Iruka opened the door and ushered in an elderly-looking man holding a jug of something that smelled like sake. His beard and mustache on his chin and upper lip created a circle of gray hairs around his mouth, and his hair was spiky gray, a sign of advanced age. His black eyes were visible through a pair of glasses that sat on the bridge of his nose. He was wearing plain gray pants and a sleeveless shirt that were widely available. The inebriated man gave the Hokage a quick glance before scoffing and turning to face Team 7. He muttered inebriatedly, "What's this? They're all a bunch of stupid brats," before turning to face the Hokage and taking another gulp of his sake. He took another swallow of sake and said, "They hardly seem capable of protecting themselves, much less someone as powerful as I am." While the final two members of Team 7 didn't even look up from their books, Sasuke and Sakura scowled at the man's bravado. "I assure you, Tazuna-san, Team 7 is one of our most promising genin teams in this year. They'll protect you from any encounters you may find on your road to your home," Hiruzen reassured the customer. "TCH, I doubt it. They all look like they are ready to soil themselves," Tazuna said drunkenly, scoffing before taking another swallow of sake and teetering a little. A kunai suddenly whizzed his hair, piercing the wall he was now leaning against and just missing his head. Naruto said, "Sorry, old man. It just slipped out of my hands," in a tone so sweaty that it made the man shudder. "What did you say anyway? I didn't hear it correctly. Could you please repeat it?" The office was silent until Tazuna stammered back, Why yes, you all are the good ninjas, especially you. You are the best." "Well, thanks for compliment." The blonde ninja's action caused all of the adult ninjas in the office to perspire, while the younger ninjas nodded in agreement. Looking at his team, Kakashi remarked, "Ma, it'll probably be better for all of us if we go back to our own houses to collect things we'll need in our mission, Team 7. Meet me in 15 minutes at the West Gate." Dismissed. Naruto showed up close to the West Gate of the Hidden Leaf. He discovered that he was the first member of Team 7 to reach the location. Tazuna was there already. He shifted uneasily as Blonde approached him. He was clearly nervous about the idea of being with him, particularly if they were by themselves. The genin was afraid of him, but they didn't blame him. The old man flinched as Naruto glanced at him. "It's hilarious." When Sasuke got there a few minutes later, he saw that the bridge builder was making every effort to avoid his teammate. Every now and then, Tazuna's gaze flitted to the blonde who was casually leaning against the wall behind him to make sure he didn't approach him. Sasuke approached them and placed himself between them, a little irritated that Naruto, not him, had scared the man. After a minute, Kakashi joined them. Sakura ran toward them, panting, a few seconds later, before they left the Hidden Leaf. They gave her some time to catch her breath. Tazuna was one step behind Kakashi, who was in front. Sakura was babbling happily behind them, followed by Sasuke. Naruto watched their backs and yawned. The group continued to move after lunch and a little after noon. Sakura, who had been pondering something while strolling, had made the decision to ask her question now that she was somewhat more at ease. Tazuna-san? Tazuna looked at the girl with the pink hair. What? You're from the Wave Country, right? Tazuna had no idea why she had asked. What about it? Sakura turned to face her sensei as he read his book. Do they have ninjas in that country too? Kakashi asked, looking up at the pink-haired Kunoichi who was reading a book. Kakashi. Sensei. As he decided to share some information with his genins, Kakashi clarified, no, not in the Wave Country. But in the majority of other countries. The culture and custom may be different, but hidden villages exist, and so do ninjas. To the many countries of continent, the existence of shinobi villages means military power. This is how they hold and maintain an advantage over each other, but it's not that villages rule the countries. They merely stand equally with the country's government. A small island country like the Wave Country doesn't receive much interference from the larger countries and may not need a shinobi village. Within the many shinobi villages, leaf, mist, cloud, sand and rock are large and powerful, which referred to as the Great Five Shinobi Countries, and these are the only countries whose leader received the name Kage. The 5 Kages are Hokage, Mizukage, Raikage, Kazekage and Tsuchikage. They reign over the thousands of ninjas in the world. Everyone was shocked to hear it, with the exception of Naruto, who simply thought old man Hokage was that amazing. Sakura exclaimed, wow, Hokage. Sama is the best. But her inner voice was telling her otherwise. Is the lame geezer really that amazing? It sounds fishy. Observing their expressions, Kakashi questioned, you guys doubt Hokage? Sama, don't you? Sakura and Sasuke turned around to cover their embarrassment without saying anything. To shift the topic, Sakura said, then, we won't come in contact with foreign ninjas? Of course not. But, don't worry, there won't be any ninja combat in a C-rank mission, Kakashi stated. When Kakashi said there wouldn't be any ninja, Naruto saw Tazuna tense up a little. His eyes narrowed. He's concealing something. The trip went on. On their route, Naruto noticed a puddle. Sasuke was walking on the same side of it. The pitiful attempt at genjutsu nearly made him laugh. None of them gave the puddle a second look as they passed it, with the exception of Kakashi, who took a few steps directly next to it and gave it a quick glance. He noticed the smirk on Naruto's face as he turned to face his genins. So he saw it. Well. When he saw 2 chakra signatures start to move, he thought, well, let's see who they are after and how my team will work under pressure. Out of the puddle came 2 ninjas. They sprinted over to Kakashi and encircled him with the shuriken chain they were holding. What? Kakashi asked with a phony astonishment. One down. Exclaimed the 2 unidentified ninjas, yanking the chain around Kakashi. The chain around Kakashi suddenly tightened, tearing him to pieces as everyone's eyes widened in horror. Sakura exclaimed, Kakashi. Sensei, with horror. They got Kakashi. Sensei. Naruto saw something and squinted his eyes. Kawarimi? He reasoned that he wanted to test us. The 2 unidentified men went on to their next victim. They pursued Naruto and bound him with chains. 2 down. They exclaimed as a group. To their surprise, Naruto hesitated and vanished into the hordes of black butterflies just as they were about to kill him by squeezing the chain. What? 2 unidentified ninjas pondered in perplexity. Naruto took advantage of this circumstance and emerged behind them. He knocked one of the ninjas away from him with a punch. He then engaged him in close combat after glancing at other ninja. As this was going on, the first ninja got to his feet and hurried over to kill Tazuna. He successfully sidestepped Sasuke's attempt to stop him by throwing a kunai at him and went up to Tazuna and Sakura. Sakura watched as enemy ninja approached her and her client, and swiftly moved in front of Tazuna. He's coming, so I must do it. I must do it. As she watched the enemy ninja approach them, she mentally recited a mantra. As Tazuna felt a drop of perspiration fall down his cheek, she drew a kunai and positioned herself defensively in front of the bridge builder. Sir, get back, she said. Naruto appeared in front of the man just as he was about to close in, using a single kunai to stop him. The man muttered, damn, before fainting upon seeing Naruto's eyes. Sasuke was disappointed that he was not given the opportunity to fight with them and asked, what happened? Naruto stared at the 2 ninjas without responding to his query. He said, "You can come out now, Kakashi." Sensei, without taking his hands from the two ninjas who were unconscious. "What are you talking, Naruto? Kakashi. Sensei is dead. He's dead," Sakura cried, shedding a tear or two. Kakashi said, "Well, not really," as he materialized out of thin air in front of them. Sakura and Tazuna exclaimed in shock, "What?" Given the Uchiha's lack of response, Naruto reasoned that Sasuke must not be surprised by this. Not too bad. Sakura noticed pieces of log where Kakashi had been killed. Kawarimi was used by Kakashi. Sensei. Those log fragments certainly looked authentic. Thank heavens, she pondered. She could also hear Tazuna exhale in relief. "Nice genjutsu by the way," Kakashi said, grinning with his blonde student eye. "Good job all of you, especially you Naruto." Thus, Ryu is instructing him in genjutsu. Naruto's enormous chakra reserves. I was wrong to believe that Naruto would ever use genjutsu, but Ryu showed me that he could. If he can teach Naruto such a strong genjutsu, then he's a truly good teacher. Naruto approached the two ninjas who were unconscious. Taking both ninjas by the wrists, he stated, "I'll take care of these two," and he pulled them toward the big tree. He tied the two men to the tree after taking some ninja wire from his pouch. Kakashi called out, "Tazuna-san," while glancing over at the bridge builder. Shuddering a little, Tazuna said, "What is it?" Kakashi said, "I need to talk to you." The tone of his voice was grave. He gestured to the two adversary ninjas. "Those guys are Chunin. Class ninjas from the hidden village of Mist. They're ninjas known to keep fighting no matter what." "Urge," moaned one of the Chunin. When Naruto had finished wrapping them in ninja wire, he awoke. He glanced around and blinked before he realized he was bound. Naruto grinned excitedly and said, "Well, welcome back to the land of the living. Did you have a nice nap?" The blonde was glared at by the Chunin. "How did you know of our ambush?" Naruto remarked to them, "Because you morons have a lack of common sense." "He's right," Kakashi remarked, fully concurring with his blonde pupil. "A water puddle shouldn't exist on a sunny day like this when it hasn't rained in days." Observing former mist ninjas, Naruto remarked, "The best genjutsu is always the one which is closer to reality." Kakashi looked at his blonde pupil. He remarked, "Nice philosophy, Naruto. Maybe I should introduce you to Kurenai. I'm sure she'd like you. She's one of the genjutsu specialists of the leaf." Naruto glanced in Kakashi's direction. He asked, "Are you talking about the sexy Junin? Sensei of Team 8? And Kakashi nodded. "Then you should really introduce me to her." My, Naruto," Kakashi said with a twisted laugh, "I didn't know you're into older women." With his arms folded, Naruto declared, "I'm not really interested in her." With a sidelong glance at Sasuke, he said, "But, unlike someone, I'm a straight hormonal teenage boy, I couldn't help it." Kakashi nearly burst out laughing. He was obviously aware of the underlying meaning of Naruto's statement. He was hinting at Sasuke's homosexuality. He remarked, "I really like you," oblivious to the circumstances surrounding them. Sakura and Sasuke were both so embarrassed by their actions that they started to perspire. Although they had little idea what they were discussing, they did realize that their blonde teammate and sensei were completely insane. "Wait a minute," Tazuna said, cutting them off mid-sentence. Kakashi said, "Yes, Tazuna-san," as he glanced at the bridge builder. With a somewhat irritated expression, Tazuna glared at Kakashi and asked, "Why did you let the brats fight when you knew about these ninjas?" "Now you mentioned it," interrupted Kakashi. He gave Tazuna a narrowed gaze. His conduct underwent a radical 180-degree change. "If I had wanted to, I could have killed these two instantly, but there was something I needed to find out. Who the target for these two were after." "What do you mean?" Tazuna asked, sniffing. Naruto glanced at Tazuna and noticed the perspiration trickling down his brow. "Meaning, were they after you or one of us?" he asked. Kakashi gave a head nod. "We haven't heard that there are shinobis after you. Our mission was to simply protect you from thieves or gangs. This has become at least B-rank mission," he stated. Under the withering gaze of Kakashi, Tazuna cast a guilty glance down. Kakashi went on, "This was supposed to be simple protection until you completed the bridge. If it was known that ninjas were after you, the mission would have been an expensive B rank. I'm sure you have a reason, but it causes problems when you lie about the mission details. We are now operating outside of our duties." Sakura's words, "We aren't ready for this mission. Let's quit," caused the bridge builder. Her face was displaying obvious signs of fear. The last thing she wanted was to be killed by enemy ninjas. Naruto proposed, "Perhaps we ought to listen to the elderly man before making any decisions." Kakashi nodded. He narrowed his eyes and turned to Tazuna. "Talk." Whitening, Tazuna nodded. "It's true, this mission is probably more than what you knew about, but I had no choice. I've a super bad guy coming after me. His name is quite famous," he replied. "Who?" inquired Kakashi. With hatred in his voice, Tazuna asked, "Do you know Gato?" After saying, "The name seems to be familiar," Kakashi stopped talking. "A crime lord who sell drugs, monopoly markets in some places, and have a big role in the black market everywhere," replied Naruto. Everyone turned to face him, their faces displaying astonishment at Naruto's unexpected behavior. Kakashi inquired, "Do you know him, Naruto?" The remark made Sakura wince. "Know him? Know of him? Yes. Unlike Haruno over there, I'm not just into reading ninja theories," Naruto said. "Plus, I've a good source of information." "I see," Kakashi said with a nod. He turned back to the perspiring Tazuna and asked, "And what about him?" "Actually, I think I know. Wave is a poor archipelago country. They need to trade if they want to flourish. Gato must have seen it. He probably isolated Wave and Monopoly on all business traffic over there. And since, old man here is a bridge builder, he wants his head separate from his body for decor on his house as a trophy, you could say." The smirking boy caused Tazuna and the other shinobis to gape at him. To which Kakashi replied, "Is he right?" "Yes," acknowledged the Wave resident. "It appears that Ryu is teaching him more than just ninja theories and jutsus," Kakashi thought. He was obviously impressed by his teaching style, despite the fact that Ryu was an enemy. "We are poor. Even the feudal lord is. We didn't have the necessary funds for an expensive B rank. I could only afford a C rank mission," Tazuna stated. But if you quit now, I will definitely die. It won't be a problem. It's only that my super cute little grandson will cry for days when he finds out." He burst into laughter. With a gleam in his eye, he turned away from them and said, "And my beautiful daughter will just hate Leaf Ninja forever, but it won't be your fault." "Not at all." As the team gazed at the man with a deadpan expression, their perspiration levels dropped. Naruto thought, "This man is a good actor." Kakashi sighed and replied, "The problem isn't the money. We're only a genin team, a new one at that. We should go back to the Hidden Leaf and request a Chunin or Junin team for this job." Sasuke stated, "I think we should take this mission, Kakashi. Sensei. We're perfectly capable handling this mission," desiring an opportunity to practice his maneuver in a real combat situation. When Sakura said, "Yes, I am with Sasuke-kun," Kakashi thought, "A few minutes ago, I wanted to quit this mission," as her perspiration stopped. He shook his head and turned to face Naruto, who nodded in agreement with their choice. When Sasuke opened his mouth to object, he held out his hands and said, "Okay, but I'll request another genin team from the Leaf." "If you refuse, I won't accept this mission," he told him firmly. Sasuke frowned but remained silent. Kakashi sent his swiftest messenger dog to the Leaf after calling it forth. "Let's go." A huge, fortified structure was being held between two trees in the center of a sizable wooded area. Two people were having a crucial meeting inside that building. A tall man sat in a big throne-style chair with bandages covering half of his face. One of his subordinates stood to his left, waiting for him to give him instructions. Even though it was dark inside, he saw a rather short, fat man in a business suit with frazzled gray hair and sunglasses on his face. The short man in the suit yelled, "You failed? I paid a lot of money to hire your group. I thought you were supposed to be some hotshot former ninja assassins. If this is all you're capable of." The tall man growled, "Stop your bitching," and raised a huge Zanbato-style sword with one hand, despite the fact that it was almost as tall as he was. He pointed it at the now pale businessman and said, "This time, I'll go with Kabikari Hucho and kill them." "Are you sure?" inquired the now apprehensive man. "It seems the enemy has hired some skilled ninjas, and with the failure of the Demon Brothers, they'll be me cautious." Without bringing his sword down, the man snarled, "Who do you think I am?" He gave the little fat man a fierce look and said, "There's a reason I'm called the Demon of the Hidden Mist, Momoichi Zabuza." As this was going on, Tazuna had guided Team 7 to the man who had agreed to let them cross. They were traveling toward the Wave Country in the motorboat with all 6 of them on board. They couldn't draw unwanted attention, particularly from Gatu's men, because the boatman was rowing and the motorboat was off. At the front of the boat, Naruto gazed into the dense fog. Well, this fog has a peculiar quality. The fog appears to be very thick, even in the morning. His eyes narrowed. This fog is being produced by someone using hidden mist jutsu. A quiet voice said, "We should see the bride soon," the boatman said. "The wave country is at the base of the bride." A big bridge emerged from the fog as if in response to his words. The shadow of it hung over the group, and they looked up. The large unfinished bridge was a sight for the group of genins, even at the angle from which they were viewing it. Naruto let out a whistle. "All right, I've to admit I'm impressed." Tazuna said, "Thank you," with a tone of pride. "I mean, I didn't think a drunken old man like you was capable of building something like this," Naruto continued. Tazuna drooped her shoulders slightly. That wasn't very nice. He was shushed by the boatman, who hissed at Naruto, "Hey, be quiet. Why do you think we are hiding in the mist and not using the engine? We'll be in serious trouble if Gadu finds us." The boatman shivered and turned back to steering the vessel as Naruto's cold blue eyes met his. "I'm badass, damn it." The boatman informed the bridge builder, "We're going to take the vegetation route to Zuna. It'll make us harder to spot," and the bridge builder nodded. The boat arrived at the dock about 20 minutes later. The master bridge builder and the leaf ninjas disembarked. Tazuna said goodbye to the boatman and the group departed once more. Around Tazuna, they had all reverted to their former positions. The group's breathing was the only sound audible for the most part. Because of the gravity of the situation, they were all on high alert, even Kakashi, who was holding no books. Unexpectedly, Naruto pulled out shurikens and threw them into the bushes. Sakura hissed, "What the hell, Naruto? Stop trying to act cool, there was not, huh?" Ignoring her, Naruto brushed past Sakura and pushed the branches of the bush aside, only to spot a small white rabbit with a kunai stuck just above its head, trembling like a leaf. Sakura grabbed the rabbit and tried to calm its agitated nerves before yelling, "Naruto! Baka, what have you done to this poor rabbit?" Naruto told the rabbit, "Shut up, Haruno," while squinting his eyes. Kakashi glanced at the bunny as well. "The snow rabbit is that? But it's spring. What's that color?" he asked himself. "It's a rabbit. That has been housed in a cage for Kawarami's benefit." He surveyed the area. Thus, they have already arrived. He felt something, and his eyes grew wide. He threw the client to the ground and yelled, "Everyone, get down." With the exception of Naruto, who swiftly moved to the side to avoid it, everyone ducked down in time for the blade to pass over their bodies, following Kakashi's example. Behind them, the tree was smashed by the enormous sword. When the group looked up, they saw a man standing atop a large zanbato that was lodged in a tree. Claimed that the man wore pants and 2 cameo-style armbands but was shirtless. His headband was tilted slightly like Kakashi's, but it did not cover his eyes, and it held up his spiky black hair. His face was half wrapped in bandages up to his nose. With a slash mark across the middle, the mist symbol was visible on the headband. Well, if it isn't the hidden mist's missing nin Momochi Zabuza," Kakashi replied. He reached for his headband and lifted it a little, saying, "Everyone, get back. This guy is on a whole other level. It'll be a little tough, unless I do this." "You appear to be Sharingan Kakashi." "Sorry, but the old man is mine," said Zabuza. "Sharingan?" Sakura and Tazuna appeared perplexed as Sasuke pondered. The order from Kakashi to his team was to surround and protect Tazuna-san. He lifted his headband to reveal his left eye, which had a black pupil, 3 black tomos, and a red sclera. "And do not enter the fight. That's the teamwork here, Zabuza. First," he said, "fight me." Sharingan. However, how? Sasuke's eyes widened as he saw his sensei's Jujutsu prices. "I already get to see the famous Sharingan. I'm honored," Zabuza remarked after catching sight of the eye. Sakura questioned, "The Sharingan? What does that do?" Although she was aware of the Sharingan bloodline, she was unaware of its powers. Unexpectedly, Sasuke provided the response. "It is said that some have the ability in their eyes to read and defeat all types of ninjutsu, taijutsu and genjutsu. The Sharingan is one of types of pupil that gives you that power," he stated. "That's not the only abilities Sharingan has." Naruto thought, "TCH, idiot is giving the enemy all the information." Exactly. That's not all. What's even scarier is," Zabuza responded, "that you can copy your opponent's techniques once you saw them. There's more. Due to the fact that it gives Naruto thought, the Sharingan is also known as Heaven's Eye." That was not what he was going to tell them. Zabuza gave Kakashi a look. "When I was a member of the Hidden Mists assassin team, I kept a handbook. It included the information on you," he told Kakashi. "The man who has copied over 1,000 jutsu. Copy Ninja Kakashi." "What's happening?" This sensei came after the old Hokage. Sakura glanced at her sensei and pondered. I had no idea they were so amazing. What's happening? Only a small number of Uchiha clan members exhibit the Sharingan, a unique physical condition. Sasuke eyed his sensei and pondered, is he? Naruto was fairly aware of Sasuke's thoughts. When he added, Kakashi's Sharingan eye is actually a surgical implant, Sasuke took notice. You can implant Sharingan to non-Uchiha, but downside is you can't turn it off. That's why Kakashi needs to cover his eye. Sasuke gave a nod. How Naruto knew that was a mystery to him. However, he dropped this topic to focus on the fight because he felt it was no longer important. Naruto looked over at Kakashi. Kakashi, show me your power, he thought. Zabuza frightened the bridge builder by saying, now, let's stop all the talking. I have to kill that old man. Why don't you hand him over to me, Kakashi? I'll let you and your genin squads go. Kakashi said, I'm sorry, but you know we can't do that, while scowling at the missing nin. It wouldn't look very good for the Leaf if we just let you have him without even putting up a fight. Then, I've to beat you first, Zabuza stated. He grabbed his blade's hilt and kicked off the tree, landing a short distance away on the surface of the lake. He gestured with his hand. He left after saying, let's see how well you can do, Kakashi. The mist began to thicken, covering the already misty area so completely that no one could see more than a few feet ahead of him or her. Momochi Zabuza as a member of the Hidden Mist. He was known as an expert in the silent killing technique. You don't even notice until you're already dead. It's not like I can use the Sharingan perfectly. You guys, be careful, Kakashi said, while inside he was cursing. Oh no. The efficacy of the Sharingan is being impacted by the mist. 8 choices, Zabuza's disembodied voice said abruptly, freezing Tazuna and the 2 genin as a deadly intent filled the air. W. What? Asked Sakura. The liver, lungs, spine, clavicle vein, neck vein, brain, kidney and heart. Which one should I go after? Kakashi pushed the mist away from him by narrowing his eyes and letting go of his own strength. Naruto thought, this is nothing compared to the grandpa's intent to kill. The waves of murderous intent had no effect whatsoever on him. What? This key is extremely dangerous. With perspiration streaming down his face, Sasuke thought, I feel like I'll be killed if I make a single move. The air is that heavy. The ferocity with which Junin confronted one another. My life feels like it's being squeezed. It's too much for me. He felt his kunai rise shakily in his hand. I would much rather die now and be done with it. Kakashi called out, Sasuke, as he saw his genin were having problems. Looking up, Sasuke saw his sensei. Kakashi smiled and said, don't worry. I'll protect you guys even if it kills me. I don't let my comrades die. Sasuke appeared to relax a bit as he lowered his kunai. His voice called out, we'll see about that, as Zabuza emerged from behind the genins. Kakashi moved quickly, but all he saw were Zabuza's startled eyes. He saw Naruto's kunai pierce the man's chest as he looked down. But when Zabuza was struck by Naruto, it changed into water, revealing that it was a water clone. Naruto, how did you accomplish that? He asked himself. Sakura screamed in horror as a second Zabuza appeared behind Kakashi and slashed him in half, but Kakashi also turned into water. No water clone, huh? Absolutely not. Did he copy it in this mist? The mist's demon pondered. Kakashi said, don't move, as he materialized behind Zabuza and struck the man in the neck with a kunai. It's over. I see. Before he started laughing, Zabuza cast an approving glance down at Naruto. He, it's over? He had lost his mind, and Kakashi stared at him. Zabuza, you don't get it, he gave Kakashi a sidelong glance and said, there is no way you can defeat me with your monkey. Like imitation. That was impressive of you. At the time, you had already copied my water clone jutsu. You had your clone said those words to attract my attention while the real you stayed in the mist and watched. Nice plan. But Zabuza in front of Kakashi was revealed to be yet another water clone as he watched. I'm not that easy. Behind Kakashi, Zabuza had his Zanbato cocked back, ready to swing. Zabuza brought out his Zanbato to split Kakashi, but Kakashi ducked in time. While he steadied his hand against the hilt and pushed off of it to kick Kakashi as he tried to get up from his dodge, Zabuza kept spinning, bringing his Zanbato down into the ground behind him. After being struck, Kakashi shot through the air in the direction of the lake where Zabuza had previously stood. Naruto also thought that his taijutsu was good. Foolish, said Zabuza. What? As he struggled to break free, Kakashi thought, this water is heavy. His eyes grew wide. Hey! Fool! Zabuza showed up directly beside Kakashi. Water prison jutsu. Having been imprisoned in a water prison, Kakashi swore. Run, take the bridge builder with you and go, he said, turning to face his students. Zabuza laughed and created a water clone to combat the genins. Oh, they're not going anywhere, Kakashi. Water clone jutsu, he said. Kakashi shouted to his students, take Tazuna.san and run. You have no chance of beating him. As long as he's keeping me trapped in this prison, he can't move. The water clone cannot go far from his real body. Just run away now. He can't mean it. Did he truly believe a Junin could be outrun by a genin? Naruto pondered. He would simply murder Kakashi and pursue them even if they were able to flee at this point. Sasuke tried to surprise the Zabuza by running toward his water clone, but as soon as he was within range, the young genin with the raven hair was flung backwards by a kick to the ribs from the Zabuza's clone. What a fool! Naruto sneered. Sakura exclaimed. Sasuke.kun, in shock and terror at how easily her crush had been vanquished. As he hit the ground and the air was pushed out of his lungs, Sasuke let out a painful gasp. The raven-haired genin screamed in agony as Zabuza's clone stepped on him just as he was ready to stand up. The Mist Nuke.Nin clone started grinding his foot into Sasuke's ribs. Kakashi thought, he's stronger than I thought. He was concerned about his student's safety. Zabuza's clone mocked the pitiful sight of Sasuke screaming in agony beneath his foot, saying, hee hee, wearing those headbands and acting like ninjas. A real ninja is someone who has survived numerous brushes with death. Naruto thought, I agree with him, but I'm not really interested in his speech. He started creating hand seals. Only when you are good enough to be listed. Wind release. Vacuum great sphere. Zabuza was forced to disperse back into water molecules as a cannonball-sized ball of wind crashed into his water clone, interrupting his speech. As he approached Sasuke, Naruto inquired, are you alright, Uchiha? Yes, replied Sasuke, who was only a little miffed that Naruto had just come to his rescue. My pride is the only thing that hurts. He wasn't going to tell him that, really. Zabuza confidently remarked, well, you aren't as useless as I thought, but you can't beat this many clones, while producing half a dozen water clones. The clonus ran across the water and pushed forward. Naruto inhaled deeply after going through another round of hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. He spit out a huge ball of flaming red fire. The enormous fireball struck the water clones, dispelling them and causing the water to evaporate. But after that, the fireball continued to burn. It headed for authentic Zabuza. He was compelled to free himself from the water prison and plunge into the water as the mist demon cursed. The great ball of roaring fire swept across where he had been. How could he perform such a high level of fire jutsu? Sasuke clenched his fist and thought, what makes him superior to me? Sakura gazed into the water and asked, did he get him? With hope. Naruto sneered, don't be ridiculous, a Junin of his caliber would take far more than that to defeat. Zabuza said, you're right about that, brat, as he leapt out of the water and charged at Blonde. However, Kakashi jumped between him and his genin before he could get close. Your fight is with me, Kakashi declared, glaring at the former Mist Ninja with his Sharingan eye. After leaping apart, the two Junin started their seals for a jutsu. The civilian and genins watched in awe as they quickly went through the same hand signals. When Naruto sensed another unidentified chakra signature close by, his eyes narrowed. A fight is being watched. He reasoned that it must be at least high Chunin level based on its chakra level. At nearly the same moment, they completed their hand signals and exclaimed, water release, water dragon jutsu. Two enormous water dragons with bright yellow eyes materialized in front of the two shinobis, and they roared loudly against one another, canceling each other out. Zabuza snarled, what's happening? As he clashed with Kakashi, he wondered. Leaping away from Kakashi, he began performing hand seals. He saw Kakashi performing the same hand seals as he was doing them. My moments. He's totally. As Zabuza was performing his hand seals, Kakashi copied them and remarked, reading them. Zabuza tried to seal his hands more quickly, but he growled. What, was he reading my thoughts? He glanced at the Sharingan of Kakashi. Oh no, that. Zabuza became even angrier when Kakashi remarked, the freaky eye is pissing me off, right? Hee hee, all you're doing is coping me. You monkey bastard, you can't beat me. Both ninjas yelled simultaneously. Damn you, I'll make it so, you can never open that mouth again. screamed Zabuza, annoyed by Sharingan's ability to copy. He kept performing hand seals, but he abruptly stopped and gaped as he discovered something startling behind Kakashi. That isn't feasible. Behind Kakashi, he saw his own figure emerge as a wavy apparition. Is this a genjutsu of his? Although he isn't a Uchiha, Naruto believed that he was more adept at using Sharingan than most Uchiha. He found Kakashi's performance to be impressive. Kakashi exclaimed, "Water release. Great water vortex jutsu." What? It's impossible, Zabuza thought, his eyes wide with shock. The jutsu is being performed by me. But I stay up. The missing nin was blasted through the air by Kakashi, who sent a huge vortex of water at Zabuza, shocking him. It only stopped when he struck a tree hard enough to shatter it. He was struck in the arms, left leg, and torso by multiple kunais before he could take any further action. Zabuza coughed up blood, which seeped out of his mouth and stained his bandages. He looked up to see Kakashi crouching on the tree branch, holding a kunai, as he felt a presence above him. He asked, "How can you see the future?" He wasn't entirely sure why he had asked, but it seemed to make sense in light of what he had witnessed. "Yeah," Kakashi replied, gazing at Zabuza with mixed eyes. "You're going to die." Unexpectedly, Zabuza was struck by two long needles that suddenly flew through the air. He collapsed with a startled look. "Hee, you're right, he's dead," a masked individual saying from a tree branch near Zabuza's fall site. Kakashi showed up beside Zabuza and looked at his vital signs. He is indeed dead. When he looked up, he saw the person who had killed Zabuza wearing a black kimono with blue trim. A white mask with the hidden mist symbol on top covered his face. The remainder of the bangs were tied behind the person's back, and two fell in front of the mask. The individual wore sandals and had a scarf-like piece of cloth tied around their waist as a belt. He was unable to determine the gender of this individual because no skin was visible, but he knew it was a boy. A mist hunter ninja seemed to take care of the body as soon as Kakashi verified that the deceased man had a pulse. He said respectfully, "Thank you very much. I have been looking for an opportunity to kill Zabuza for a long time." With a sigh, Kakashi lowered his headband over his Sharingan. "That mask, you're a hidden mist hunter. Nin, he declared. The individual remarked, "Impressive, you're correct." Sakura asked, glancing at the masked figure, "Hunter. Nin?" The Mist Hunter. Nin stated, "Yes, I am a member of the Hidden Mist Hunter. Nin team, and my responsibility is to hunt down missing Nin." Despite being a hunter. Ninja, he is most likely not much older than Naruto based on his height and voice. He isn't your typical child, Kakashi thought. At that moment, his Genin squad approached from behind, observing the hunter ninja with interest. "There's a problem here." Naruto gave the hunter. Nin a narrowed look. The hunter. Nin reappeared beside Zabuza's fallen body after vanishing in a whirlpool of water. "Your battle is now over. And now I must dispose this body. Since it seems to be a body with many secrets," he said as he lowered himself. Pulling the man's arm over his shoulder, he lifted Zabuza. "Farewell." The hunter. Nin vanished into yet another water whirlpool. "Why did that? Oh, I see." The Zabuza subordinate's cunning scheme to deceive Naruto and the other members of Team 7 made Naruto snicker. "Is this where I should end the man and his subordinate? I do want to see what the last devoted Uchiha can do, though." "Ha! Let's go," Kakashi said, turning to face his client and students. "Now we have to get Tazuna-san back home." With joy, Tazuna exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Super thanks, guys. Come over my house and relax for a while." When Sakura noticed that Kakashi had abruptly collapsed to the ground, she said, "Huh. What's wrong, Kakashi sensei?" Naruto hurried to him and touched his throat. When he told Sakura, "He's alive," with a sigh, he got up and placed his hands in the cross seal, saying, "Just exhausted, let's get him to Tazuna's place." The words, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," were uttered by two clones, who then grabbed Kakashi by the arms and legs. "Old man, led us to your home." Yeah," said Tazuna. "It's just this way, follow me." The two clones carrying the unconscious Junin trailed closely behind the three-leaf Genins as the bride builder led them to his home. When he sensed the fake hunter Nin's chakra signature, the real Naruto halted and turned to face the direction. "Hunter. San, I'm looking forward to our next meeting." "It's pathetic," Naruto thought. Tazuna and Team 7 stormed through the town. There were broken houses all over the place. The children pleaded for food to sat their hunger while people with dead eyes and filthy clothes wandered around. It appeared as though the people there had no future and were just waiting to pass away. After snorting, Naruto returned his focus to the road. He was abruptly bumped by a man who muttered an apology, but before he could leave, he grabbed the man by the wrist and stole his wallet. After telling the man, "If you want to steal, do it to someone else," Naruto left him on the ground. The group reached the Tazuna residence. Situated on a dock just a short distance from the ocean, the house was a respectable two-story home. They made their way over to the house. The builder of the bridge stepped forward and rapped on the door. He shouted, "Tsunami, it's me. Open the door." On the opposite side, Team 7 heard a brief shuffling of feet. They saw a stunning woman in her mid-20s when the door was opened. She wore a blue skirt and a pink sweater, and her eyes were brown and her hair was dark blue at the shoulders. When the woman saw the bridge builder, she exclaimed, "Dad." With relief. "Thank God, you're all right." "Of course, I'm all right," Tazuna replied, grinning broadly. He gestured behind him and said, "It's all because of these ninja." Glancing over Tazuna's shoulder, Tsunami noticed the group accompanying him. She said, "Thank you very much," and bowed. When she saw the group of triplets, she blinked. The silver-haired man was being carried by 3 identical blonde boys. "Oh my, is he all right?" The real Naruto declared, "He's fine," choosing to assume command for the time being. "Is there a place where he can rest?" "Of course," replied Tsunami. She let them in through the door. "I'll show you the bedroom, you can put him there." Naruto gave a nod. He followed the bride builder's daughter down the hallway with his clone and teammates. She opened the room's closet after opening the first door on the left. She picked up a bed and laid it out on the ground. "Here you are," as the clone in front said, "Thank you." Kakashi is taken down by 2 clones. The 2 clones disappeared into smoke, their work done. Tsunami walked out of the room, thinking it was some sort of ninja trick. Sakura took a seat beside their sensei. Her voice was worried as she asked, "Are you going to be alright, sensei?" Kakashi woke up a few minutes ago and said, "Yeah," in a somewhat strained voice. "I just won't be able to move for a week or so." Naruto reasoned that it was due to the Sharingan. The Uchiha is not Kakashi. His body is under a lot of stress because it isn't designed to fully utilize the bloodline limit. For a brief period, the group was silent as they considered everything that had transpired and what they should do next. "Well, we defeated the strong ninja this time," expressed Tazuna, who laughed in relief. "We should be safe for a while." Sakura inquired, "By the way, who was that masked kid?" She recalled that she had previously read about a ninja who wore such masks. "That mask that was worn by the Hidden Mist Special Hunter. Nin team," Kakashi replied. He spoke in a feeble voice. "They are also known as body erasers. Their duty is to completely dispose the body without trace. A ninja's body has many secrets that can be revealed by a proper examination by medical ninja. Things like ninjutsu, different chakra types, herbs, and many other secrets that will reveal things about the village. For example, if I died, the secrets of the Sharingan could be revealed. If you're not careful, there is danger that the enemy will steal your jutsu." He noticed that the majority of his team was observing him. "A ninja's body can reveal important information," he added. "So, by killing and disposing the missing nins who have abandoned their village. The hunter nins protect the information from setting out. They're the specialists who guard their village's secrets. No smell, no sound. That is ninja's end." As Sakura tried to visualize it, she asked, "That Zabuza had been chopped up and disposed of?" The mere thought of it made her face go white. "Scary." Shaking his head, Naruto uttered the words, "I'm not so sure." "What do you mean?" inquired Sakura. "What are you not sure about?" Naruto glanced at his sensei and teammates and decided it was time to give them advance notice. The hunter nins usually dispose the body of the person they killed right there. That way no one has a chance to discover the secrets. Kakashi's single eyes widened in abrupt insight. Sakura, who had no idea what Naruto was saying, questioned, "So what?" Naruto responded, "Don't you see? How did that masked boy dispose Zabuza's body? How could we know that, Baka?" yelled Sakura, annoyed by Naruto's incessant inquiries. "That masked guy took body with him." Naruto ignored her Baka remark and remarked, "But if he needed proof of his work, he could have taken the head. And the weapon he used to kill Zabuza." Sasuke thought, "Simple needle," and then something made sense. "No way." "Exactly," grinned Naruto. "He seems to be okay." As the bridge builder put it, "What are you guys talking about?" Kakashi inhaled deeply. Well, most likely. The hunter. Nin examined Zabuza's body in the middle of a dense forest, not far from the spot where Zabuza had engaged the leaf ninjas. He pulled a tool kit from a pouch and unfolded it on the floor. Snatching up a pair of clippers, the ninja carried them over to Zabuza. First, I'll cut off the mouth cloth and drain some of the blood, he muttered as he cautiously approached Zabuza's clothed face with the clippers. Zabuza's hand leapt up and caught the hunter. Nin's arm just before the hunter could cut the cloth. With a little gasp, he said, "That's okay, I'll do it myself." The hunter. Nin exclaimed, "Oh," with a startled and amused tone. "You've already come back to life." With a grunt, Zabuza grabbed Sanbons by the neck and yanked them. "Damn, you sure are rough," he said with a grunt while removing them. "Oh, you're pretty rough yourself, pulling them out like that. You may really die if you pull them out so carelessly." Zabuza simply grunted indifferently. "How long are you going to wear that stupid mask?" asked the man. Though the fake hunter reached up and removed the mask, he said, "I like this mask," adding, "It reminds me of the old days. Plus it was useful for this act. If I hadn't saved you, you would have definitely been killed." Glaring at his partner, Zabuza made the decision to express his thoughts about the hunter's choice of pressure points to the fictitious hunter. Nin. The missing. Nin replaced the cloth around his mouth and said, "You didn't have to aim for the neck, you know. You could have used a safer acupuncture point if you were going to put me into a temporary death. You're brutal as always." The phony hunter checked Zabuza's vitals to determine the extent of the damage, but his partner only grinned and said, "You're right. But we both know that how you would get angry if I scarred that flawless body of yours. And the neck doesn't have much muscle, it's easier to hit the acupuncture point there." The hunter decided the man would survive even though he had many more wounds than normal from fighting. "You shouldn't be able to move much for about a week. But knowing you, you'll probably be up and about sooner." Smirking, Zabuza glanced at his partner out of the corner of his eye. "You're so pure and clever, that's what I like about you." The phony hunter ninja got up and surveyed the area. Of course, his partner grinned, "I'm just a kid after all." He looked down and said, "The mist has cleared. Will you be all right next time?" he asked. Zabuza's eyes squinted and he gave a growl-like sound. "Next time, I will defeat the Sharingan." What the hell do you mean Zabuza is alive? When Sakura screamed, the windows rattled and everyone held their ears. "Kakashi. Sensei, you checked and said that he was dead." Naruto rubbed his sensitive ears and remarked, "Haruno, please keep your voice down. Even the Hokage would have heard you at the leaf. The person who is going to marry her has my deepest sympathies." "Yeah, I did," Kakashi said, rubbing his own ears, "but that was most likely momentary death. The needle that Hunter. Nin used, unless it hits a vital organ, it has a low probability of killing your opponent," Naruto said. "It's even an item used by doctors in acupuncture therapy." The hunter. Nins know about the body's structure thoroughly. Putting a person in a momentary death is easy for them. Kakashi nodded and continued where Naruto had left. First, the hunter. Nin carried away the body of much heavier Zabuza. Second, he used a weapon that has a low probability of killing. These 2 points indicate that his motive was not to kill Zabuza, but to save him. "We can't ignore that possibility," Sakura said. "So basically what you're saying is that Zabuza is alive, even though it sounded more like a query." Kakashi gave nod. "Yes, that is exactly what I'm saying." People in the room appeared to react differently to the news that Zabuza was still alive. Sasuke was grinning, believing that he would have another opportunity to battle a formidable foe and establish his Uchiha status while also getting closer to Itachi. Not feeling nearly as confident as her crush, Sakura glanced around anxiously. In a battle like this, she knew she had no chance of contributing. "Aren't you thinking too much?" Chizuna inquired, now fearing that the extremely powerful ninja might return to murder him. Hunter. Nins are supposed to kill missing nins. No, with all the suspicion, we will prepare before it's too late. That's shinobi rule, Kakashi said. Plus whether Zabuza dead or alive, there's no assurance that Gedo hasn't hired an even stronger shinobi. Sakura questioned, terrified at the mere prospect of seeing Zabuza again. But what can we do? For her, the entire mission had gotten worse. I mean, we're just genins, and you can barely even move. Kakashi, you guys will receive training, remarked. Huh, training? Sakura responded with disbelief. What is a little training going to do? Out-enemy as a ninja, you struggled again, even with the Sharingan. Attempting to murder us, Sakura inside yelled. Kakashi questioned, Sakura, who saved me while I was struggling? Everyone's eyes were on Naruto. In a technical sense, he had rescued him from Zabuza, along with everyone else. The Cyclops Junin continued, well, yeah, but you guys are growing rapidly, and he turned to smile at Naruto. Thus, fire and wind are his elemental affinities. Amazing. His fire jutsu is also far superior to Sasuke's. Looking at their blonde teammate, Sakura and Sasuke wondered who was assisting him. He does appear to be feeling better. Sakura reflected, he's smarter than he used to be. His current speech almost seems like a completely different person. I'm amazed that the Dobi did so well, Sasuke thought. In order for the Dobi to have gotten this good, he must be receiving some sort of assistance. But who is it, and why, as a Uchiha, do I not have a private tutor while he does? Obviously this is just training for you guys to get better, the Junin went on, oblivious to the thoughts that two of his genins were having. Even if I train you, you won't be able to beat Zabuza without me. But if Zabuza is alive, he could attack at any time, Sakura argued, so shouldn't we be training? Zabuza was injured too, more than Kakashi Sensei was. On top of that, he was put into a death-like state. His body will take a while to recover from something like that, Naruto informed her. Kakashi remarked, he is right. So we'll train in this period. Naruto's medical knowledge astounded him. Naruto raised an eyebrow and asked, don't you think it's a bit late for that? And here I thought you would never train us. Kakashi defended himself by saying, Ma, Naruto, I've trained you guys. Yeah, in teamwork exercises, and even then you continue reading that porn of yours, replied Naruto. I'm talking about training to up our individual skills. Kakashi said, teamwork is important, and shrugged slightly. Naruto fought the impulse to roll his eyes and said, I don't deny that teamwork is important, sensei. However, we both know that individual ability is also important. If we can't even fight properly on our own merits, it won't matter if our teamwork is flawless. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement of that point. Anyway, what kind of training you're talking about? Inquired Naruto. It is tree walking, replied Kakashi. Sakura said to him, but sensei, we already know how to climb a tree. Naruto calmly remarked, I'll pass. I already know to do this simple chakra control training. Finally, chakra control training? Sasuke inquired. Kakashi gave nod. Knowing that both genins were curious, he explained, when I said tree walking, I wasn't joking. This is a training to use your chakra to stick your legs on a tree and walk on it. You'll see how to do it tomorrow. Sakura and Sasuke were curious, but they reluctantly nodded, believing that Naruto could handle it. Why do you guys even bother? The young child, who appeared to be between 6 and 8 years old, was the source of the new voice, and everyone turned to look at him. He wore a fishing hat on his head and blue coveralls over a yellow shirt. When the child ran to embrace Tazuna, he held out his arms and said, Oh. Inari, where were you? After saying, welcome back, Grandpa, Inari turned to scowl at the Leaf Ninjas. Tsunami said, Inari, say hello to these people, referring to those who had entered the room. They're the ninjas that protected Grandpa. But Mom, they're just going to die. When Inari said that, everyone's expressions were one of surprise or rage. Tsunami and Tazuna simply sighed. There's no way they can win against Gedo. Eyeing Sasuke, Naruto remarked, Dude, this kid is more emo than you are, Uchiha. Kakashi tried not to laugh at his remark, but both of his teammates grunted in anger. If you don't want to die, you should leave, Inari said as he turned around and walked to the door. Tsunami said in a worried tone, Inari, where are you going? Inari said, to look at the ocean from my room, and then he walked out, slamming the door behind him. Tazuna looked at the Leaf Ninjas and said, I'm sorry about that, in a melancholy tone. Naruto remarked, whatever, that kid has a serious problem. Seriously, anyone who broods more than last loyal Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf aka the Emo King has a serious problem. Sakura shouted, shut up, Naruto, baka. She tried to strike him. A puff of smoke suddenly appeared, and Sasuke took Naruto's place. It was too late before Sakura realized that. The Uchiha flew away from them when her punch struck her beloved Sasuke-kun in the face. Naruto sarcastically remarked, My, Haruno, what did your beloved Sasuke-kun do to you? As he turned to face Sasuke and noticed that his left eye was purple and swollen. Now, he'll hate you forever. Sasuke-kun. Sakura cried out in horror as she became aware of her actions. Running toward her crush, she attempted to nurse his eye. I'm so sorry, Sasuke-kun. When Naruto is around, there's never a dull moment, Kakashi thought, grinning. The following day, Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke went outside to start training with Kakashi, who was on crutches. Kakashi stopped in front of a tree when they arrived at a clearing and turned to face the three genins. He told them, all right, we're going to begin the training now. But before that I want to talk to you about shinobi ability, chakra. Sakura remarked, we already know about chakra. Well, since you seem to know it so well, how about you explain what chakra is, Kakashi said. It is the mixture of the physical energy present in every cell of the body and the spiritual energy gained from exercise and experience. It's the energy we use to create jutsu, replied Sakura. Kakashi concluded it would be best to just get started and said, right, well, I suppose we should just get to training. So, what are we going to do? Sakura inquired. After grinning broadly at everyone, Kakashi declared, you're going to be learning tree climbing. Sasuke addressed the matter directly. He had no time to waste on a pointless workout. How is climbing a tree supposed to help us get stronger? Asked the man. Kakashi grinned at his student with the raven hair and said, I'm glad you asked Sasuke. Aside from the simple fact that you'll be able to fight on a vertical surface, tree climbing also helps in your chakra control. On foot, Kakashi walked toward a tree in the clearing. He directed his chakra to the bottoms of his feet and raised a hand sign for concentration. He first planted one foot on the tree trunk, followed by the other. Before long, he appeared to be ignoring gravity as he ascended the tree. When he got up on a branch and hung upside down, he stopped. He noticed that Sakura and Sasuke appeared stunned as he looked down. Hold on, where is Naruto? Beside him, a voice he recognized said, nice view, isn't it? Naruto was standing beside Kakashi when he turned to face him. He was speaking the truth, then. Naruto said, bye, Kakashi. Sensei, as he let go of the chakra in his feet and rolled over in midair, landing in a crouch on his feet. The feet are considered to be the hardest place to channel the chakra. Therefore, if you can master tree climbing, you can master any jutsu, theoretically at least, Kakashi told the other student. 2 kunai were thrown to their feet by him. He nodded to himself and walked back down to the ground, saying, use those kunai to mark your progress. I suggest you start by running. He glanced at his blonde pupil and asked, so you want any help? Naruto said, no, thank you, and then he disappeared into a smoke cloud. Kakashi thought it was a shadow clone. He shrugged after a few seconds. Then he took out his book and began to read it. How am I so inferior to the Dobi? Sasuke glared at a tree, as though he was hoping it would catch fire on its own, thinking, I've always been the best, an elite member of the Uchiha clan. I refuse to be defeated by the Dobi. He grabbed a kunai and dashed to the closest tree. Far from his team, in the middle of a vast wooded area, Naruto created 3 hand seals and exclaimed, wood release, wood clone technique. A little wooden post emerged from the ground next to him, then transformed into a human, and in less than a minute, his exact replica was standing next to him. The real Naruto asked, do you know what to do? And his clone nodded. Good. The actual Naruto vanished into the vortex's whirlpool. Naruto was standing in front of a huge, enormous wooden gate in a large, secret cave on Uzumaki Island. Beside him, a black dot and white figure arose from the earth. Daiki was the one. Is this? Daiki started to make hand signals. Naruto gave a nod. He moved forward a few paces and made contact with the wooden gate. The wooden gate magically retreated into the cave's stone walls and the earth. There was a big stone gate with fuinjutsu markings carved all over it behind the wooden one. The gate featured a large swirl of the Uzumaki clan in the center. After quickly sealing his hand and biting his thumb to extract blood, Naruto placed his hand on the gate. He removed the invisible barrier surrounding the gate by doing so, which caused the seal on the gate to unlock. When Naruto saw that the gate was now unlocked, he pushed it open and went into the dimly lit room that was full of a powerful chakra and a lot of killing intent that could have killed any other shinobi, but Naruto was anything but normal. Ignoring it, he headed toward his destination, Daiki trailing behind. There was a huge cage in the shadowed room. Inside it, a menacing shadow is moving. When it detected 2 presences, one red eye opened. The shadow, which had 9 long tails and red, orange fur, stepped into the light and walked straight up to the cage. The 9-tailed fox was the one. He had a human like upper body, complete with opposable thumbs on its clawed hands. The fox looked out of the cage at two people, one shorter than the other. Laughing, the short man said, "So, you are the almighty Nine Tails, the most powerful tailed beast." The nine-tailed fox looked at that individual because he recognized his chakra. His eyes suddenly flashed with rage. No, you are not him. Who are you?" The short one said, "My name is Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto," and proceeded. The fox's eyes widened in recognition as he saw his face. "You are the fourth Hokage and Kushina's son," he said, directing his immense murderous intent at him. "And his grandson," the fox uttered in a tone full of hatred. "What brings you here? My goodness, don't you feel delighted to see your old host?" The demon fox snarled at Naruto as he said, "I want to make a deal with you." His tone was completely composed and very different from what he had previously said. "No, dealing with his grandson is not something I want to do." The fox growled, "Your chakra is similar to him." He snatched some of his red chakra from the bars, gasped and hurled it at the blonde, but before it could reach him, Daiki, who was standing next to the blonde, moved between them and absorbed all of the nine-tailed fox chakra inside of him, shocking the fox. "What? Let me introduce you to Daiki." Seeing the fox's astonished expression, Naruto grinned and said, "He's a byproduct of your chakra and first Hokage's cells. He's a unique power. He has the ability to absorb chakra, particularly that of a tailed beast, and utilize it for his own purposes." He turned to face Daiki and said, "Control him." "Yes, master." Daiki nodded, and as tree roots sprang up from the earth and wrapped around the fox, halting the nine-tails moments, he made some hand seals. As he struggled to break free from the restraints, the nine-tailed fox let out a furious roar. "You're correct, fox. My grandfather is similar to my chakra. However, he is very different from me. I don't think the tailed beasts are mindless like him. Anyway, I have an offer. It'll benefit both of us," Naruto stated, glancing at the fox. "I think that all tailed beasts have their own personalities and emotions." "No, not with you." In an attempt to escape, the nine-tails roared, "Not with his grandson." "I see," Naruto said, lowering his head. A thick black chakra encircled his entire body, exuding a sinister aura and oppressive weight that was even more sinister than the nine-tails. Naruto's appearance remained the same, save for his eyes, which were now black with pentagrams or a red inverted version of a five-pointed star. The nine-tails thought, his chakra is far darker and more sinister than him. "I wanted to give you a chance, but you throw it away," Naruto said in a cool, collected tone. "I therefore have no other choice." "You." At him, the feral fox snarled, What are? "Will follow my instructions." As Naruto began to control the fox, his eyes first changed into the shape of the Sharingan, then into a dark circular pupil with a ring around it. Naruto's eyes then manipulated the nine-tails vision. "You'll be staying here until the right time come." It had been a few days since Team 7 had first met Zabuza. All of the genins were getting ready for their next battle with the Demon of the Mist, which was probably going to happen in the coming days, while Kakashi was recuperating from that fight. After Kakashi informed his genins of this, they all decided to be ready for it. Sakura had quickly mastered the exercise in terms of their training, but she still had to do it for 2 more days in order to increase her chakra capacity. About halfway through the exercise, Sasuke had reached the top of the tree, but he still hadn't mastered it. As a result, he had been practicing the exercise. When it came to Naruto, Team 7 had no idea what he had been up to. The blonde was a mystery. Every time, he arrived before the meal and departed afterwards. He would frequently bring the fish along. Nobody was aware that Naruto, whom they had been seeing in recent days, was a fake. On Uzumaki Island, the real Naruto was training on his own. Sakura took over as the bridge builder's protector. The two of them went shopping for dinner. She was taken to a grocery store by the elderly man. Sakura observed that food was in short supply even at the grocery store. Only a few variations existed, and even those were few in number. Tazuna-san, a fisherman, introduced himself. Tazuna greeted his fellow wave citizen, "Oh, Genji, what's up?" but scowled at the anxious expression on his face. "Is there something wrong with the bridge? Is it Geitu?" The man said, "It's not that," and scratched his head. "There were 4 people asking for your house address. 3 of them were in the same age like young lady over there." He gestured toward Sakura. "They looked like ninjas, so I thought you should need to know." The pink-haired genin showed him her forehead protector and asked, Anyo, were they wearing this? The man tapped his chin, Ah, yes, they did have those. Sakura grinned. It's all right. There are aid that we requested from our village back home. Thank you for the information. Sakura heard conversation coming from the kitchen, so she opened the door and went there. It turned out to be Team 10. With an eyebrow raised, she questioned, You're our reinforcement. They sent fat-ass, lazy.bum, and Ino.pig to assist us. Inner Sakura yelled, We're doomed. Saying, Yes, forehead. Girl, Ino grinned. Sakura shouted, Shut up, Ino.pig. Just before she noticed Ino embracing her Sasuke.kun. Leave Sasuke.kun alone, Ino.pig. He was doing just fine before you shoved your snout into the house. How could I shove my snout into anything with your massive forehead already filling the place up? Ino replied, I know Sasuke.kun is sick of your company after 2 months. Now he can spend time with a real kunoichi. Do you have anything blunt to hit one of them with? Shikamaru asked dryly as he turned to face Tsunami as the 2 young female ninjas started fighting over Sasuke, who appeared to prefer to be somewhere else. Because if not, we're going to hear it all night. Ignoring Sakura for a moment, Ino turned to Shikamaru. Shut up, Shika, she said, turning back to Sakura. Now where were we, forehead? She asked, threatening to launch into a new round of taunts between the 2 of them. Asuma and Kakashi perspired from the sidelines at their students' actions. By saying, All right, you two, this is enough. Kakashi put an end to their row. Asuma glanced at Kakashi and said, I want to know mission detail. You need to understand the severity of the situation. Kakashi told him everything and signed. With a long look, Asuma asked Kakashi, And why did you continue this mission? I blame Sasuke and Sakura for that. Sasuke agreed for this mission and Sakura took his side, Kakashi stated. Observing the absence of another blonde hair, Shikamaru inquired, So, where is Naruto? Sakura started to say, Well, he is, but was interrupted by the loud door noise. They all walked over to the front door. Naruto was holding 4 fish when the door opened. The blonde raised an eyebrow as he glanced at Team 10. He said, Reinforcement. You were late, Naruto, Kakashi said, nodding. Naruto put on a straight face and said, I apologize, I got lost on the road of life and had to battle one of Zabuza's cronies to get here. Everybody perspired at his absurd justification, with the exception of the Team 8 genins, who had not known Kakashi well and stared at Naruto incredulously. Naruto, I'm so proud of you, coming up with such an awesome excuse. I now feel like my time being this team sensei has truly borne fruit, Kakashi grinned. No more Kakashi, Asuma pondered. Mini. Kakashi is unnecessary because we already have Mini. Guy running around. All of the leaf ninjas were eating at night while the atmosphere was joyful and carefree. Inari was glaring at each of them when Naruto looked up from his meal. The rest of the table just sat quietly, enjoying their meals, while Naruto ignored the young boy's glare and carried on eating. Why? Inari muttered, but Naruto could clearly hear it. He focused all of his attention on the young child and turned his eyes to him. Why do you bother to try so hard? No matter how hard you train, you still won't be able to match Getu's men. He said, observing that Inari had some tears welling up on the corners of his eyes. Naruto said in a calm voice, Care to repeat that I didn't hear it clearly? Getu is just going to kill you all if you continue standing in his way, Inari stated. You should run away while you still have the chance. Naruto grinned sweatily as he spoke. He turned to Tazuna and grinned, saying, Good to know you have so much faith in us. He turned to Inari and smiled again, saying, Sorry, but you heard the kid, old man. Looks like the big bad Getu is going to finish us off and then you and your family. When Inari heard Naruto's voice, he began to tremble. The same tone was used by Naruto. So, it's okay with you to sit around your house moping like some tragic hero. Each and every day simply wasting your time and crying your little eyes out. Your father would be proud of you. Naruto, you've said enough. Sakura exclaimed, leaping to her feet and giving Naruto a fierce look. Naruto got up and walked away from the table. He gave Sakura a look. He uttered, Whatever, Haruno. As they watched Naruto go, Team 10 muttered something along the lines of, waste of space. All of their minds were racing with the same question, when did Naruto turn so frightening? Asuma leaned over Kakashi and whispered, make sure he'll never meet Anko. The mere thought sent a chill down Kakashi's spine. He gave a nod. Naruto's wood clone was busy gathering herbs in the woods that he had discovered 2 days prior. There were numerous herbs and poisonous plants in this area of the forest. Naruto's clone chose to get them for his boss because some of them weren't found in the forest of the hidden leaf. They would have to create new poison or medicine for the real Naruto. He was concentrating when he saw a faint chakra signature close by. This person, whoever they were, didn't want him to be aware of them. This person was good at hiding, he acknowledged. A girl emerged from the forest and made his way to the herb field. Naruto's eyebrow went up. Why would a boy like him dress like a woman? Did he enjoy dressing differently? Then he identified the chakra signature of the boy. The hunter. Nin fake. He raised his eyebrow to his hairline now. After glancing at the older boy's attire, he considered Zabuza. I had no idea Zabuza swung in that direction. Did he disguise himself to entice Zabuza? Zabuza may not be gay, but his subordinate is attempting to attract his attention by dressing like a woman. The person grinned and said, "Hello. What are you doing?" After observing him for a while, Naruto made the decision to find out what he was doing. Picking some plants. You. Me too. Quiet. Nobody said anything. The uneasy silence made the older boy twitch in his seat. In an attempt to start a conversation, he said, "Say, are you a ninja? I mean you have, you look so fit compared to others around here." Not everyone with a toned body is a ninja, Naruto bluntly informed him. That was a cliché, man. He probably wanted to say that you had a forehead protector, but he made the weak excuse when he saw that I didn't have one. Yes, the individual exclaimed. Naruto nodded and said, "But you're a ninja, right?" He trailed off. I thought a ninja always wore their forehead protector, but it was clear that there was a question there. Naruto made his own feeble excuse, "I forgot." When he noticed that Zabuza's subordinate's face was flawed, he grinned. "Why did you ask?" "Nothing. I'm just curious," the person said with a smile in an attempt to win Naruto over. When Naruto didn't respond to him, he appeared somewhat disturbed. The person clearly believed that he would be seduced by his woman. He uprooted a plant and asked, "Why did you become a ninja? Do you want to protect your precious person?" The plant that Zabuza's subordinate had picked up caught Naruto's attention. A herb used to make a strong beverage. He made a note. It has to be for Zabuza, who was hurt in the battle. He saw the boy awaiting his response. "I don't have any precious person." After hearing the response, the person sounded distressed. "What about your parents? Aren't they your precious persons?" "They passed away when I was a baby," Naruto replied. With pity in his eyes, the man said, "Oh, I'm sorry. My parents also passed away when I was a little child. Months later, my special someone found me." He appeared to reminisce, saying, "I'd like to think that I became stronger by having my precious person." Naruto grunted, "Yeah, right. Please, don't tell me another sob story. One is enough for a day. Rather than making you stronger, caring for someone makes you weaker. You can't concentrate on anything else because you are too preoccupied with that person. That's your problem, not mine, but I'm getting off topic." Zabuza's subordinate stared at Naruto, unsure of what to say. "Which is your name?" "Haku is my name." "No last name?" Shaking his head, Haku said, "No, I don't remember it anymore." "Your soon-to-be executioner is Uzumaki Naruto. So, how's Zabuza?" Haku's eyes widened, but before he could move, a string tightened around his neck, warning him not to move or else he would separate his head from his body. Haku said nothing. "You don't want to tell your enemy anything, do you?" Haku's neck began to bleed as the blonde genin tightened his string grip. "Go to hell. Are you aware? The person who said the same thing to me the last time passed away. Tell me if you don't want to die a terrible death. You won't really lose anything in the process. I will even release you. I feel pretty good right now. Don't ruin it. Zabuza. Sama, I will never betray you. Murder me, I will not tell you. I admire how loyal you are. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong master, Haku-san." Naruto closed his eyes and saw a poisoned senbon just centimeters away from his face. The senbon was covered in green liquid. He sniffed the little weapon and chuckled. "Paralyzing poison. You only use a poison that paralyzes, even when your life is in danger. Haku-san, you hurt me." There was only one chance, so Haku watched with wide eyes as Naruto licked the poison in the senbon and perspired. He knew that he was in danger because the genin was strong and immune to most poisons. A quick move from the genin would kill him. Focusing on his bloodline, he used the water nearby to create an ice that would freeze the string, and then he struck the frozen string with his Senbon, effectively destroying it. The ice release. He's from the Yuki clan. Now, that's interesting, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow. Curiously, Naruto watched as Haku created an ice mirror and entered it. Once his form vanished from the mirror, it dissolved into water and fell to the ground. With a sly smile, Naruto thought, well, now this makes this hunt more interesting. The hunt would be more fun if the prey could defend itself and had some clever tricks up its sleeve. When Naruto emerged from the forest, Kakashi, Tazuna, Team 10, and the rest of Team 7 were standing in front of the house. He's right there. When Ino first saw Naruto, she pointed to another blonde. Are you prepared to protect Tazuna? Asuma questioned every genin. Naruto was the only one who did not nod. Do you have anything to say, Naruto? When Kakashi saw that his blonde student was about to speak, he asked. I believe I'll remain here. Naruto responded. There's a good chance that some of Getu's lapdogs will attempt to hurt Tazuna's family. Impressed by his blonde student's reasoning, Kakashi nodded and said, sure, before turning to face the genins. Let's go. Walking down the corridor with his 4 bodyguards, Getu was brainstorming a new idea for the next crime. Business investment he could make when he heard a muffled sound behind him. He whipped his head, and his 4 guards gave him a perplexed look before turning around as well, but they saw nothing. Getu scowled and continued walking, his guards following him like a puppy. Has someone made my lunch? Getu inquired. Oh, no, sir. You do realize that you just killed the chef. He was informed by the shortest, black-haired guard. You idiot, of course I am. I will always remember the faces of those who dared to harm me. What I want to know is why the chef hasn't been replaced yet. Getu yelled so loudly that his guard retreated from him. One of the pirates is reportedly a skilled chef. Another guard, a tall blonde this time, attempted to calm him down by saying, if you want, I can ask him right away to serve you, Getu-sama. With a nod, the short man said, all right, have him make my lunch. The guard rushed off to find the cook's replacement. The most beautiful thing, in Getu's opinion, was his chair, a large, comfortable chair adorned with numerous gems, which served as his throne as he watched his crime empire grow. He walked to his throne room, a large office filled with pricey items and shelves full of his winning trophies against his enemies and rivals. There was also a skull of another ringleader he had killed about 20 years ago, as well as a pair of arms he had recently acquired from a fisherman in the wave who had dared to openly defy him. And someone had the audacity to sit on it. You have no right to occupy my throne, he yelled, and as he approached the chair, he discovered that the person seated on his throne was actually Ryu, also known as the real Naruto. He had black hair, wore a black high-collared shirt and black pants, black shinobi sandals, and black fingerless gloves. His face was concealed by a white mask, and he was wearing red, black customized armor over his shirt. Your throne. In an attempt to make the crime lord more irate, Ryu rubbed the armchair while he laughed, and the result was a man as red as a boiled crab. Guards, take him. I want to question him while he is still alive. One moment the guards were charging at the masked boy with their katanas, and the next they were sprawled on the floor writhing, their arms broken, their necks were twisted. They were dead. Getu took a step back before he ran to a nearby shelf and pushed a hidden button on it. The 2 guards ran to capture Ryu, while the 3rd guard, a brown-haired man with a bandana covering his forehead, stood by Getu's side to ensure nothing would happen to his hirer. You might be able to defeat them, child, but you won't be able to defeat my armies. Getu said with a sly smile. He yelled. Getu's smile widened as he heard footsteps, signaling that people were running toward the room, and Ryu just stared at him with one hand resting on the armchair that held his head. The door slammed open, and people poured into the office. Get him. Without glancing at his army, Getu gave the order. Quietness. Getu scowled and said, I said, catch him. He gestured to Ryu, but they made no move. Getu. Sama, stumbled his guard. How about looking over your shoulder? Ryu uttered those words. The alarm blared, but none of his lackeys arrived, so Getu turned around and backed away in terror when he saw it was not his army at all, but 10 child clones, each sporting the same smirk plastered on the original's face. Your lapdogs are dead, in case you were wondering. Your remaining ninjas and lapdogs who plan to attack the bridge builder will suffer the same fate. Combat. Getu gave the order to his lone guard. What? But there are 10 of them while I'm alone, the guard stumbled. Just the annoying child sitting in my chair, I'm not telling you to attack them. You fool, the others are merely clones, an illusion. You won't be hurt by them. Ryu laughed, saying, clones. They are, indeed, an illusion. Obviously not. Can the door be opened by an illusion? They're as real as they can be and are more than capable of hurting you. Suddenly, one of his clones materialized behind Getu's lone surviving guard and pushed his hand into his chest, killing him insanely. The clone then withdrew his hand and demonstrated it to the crime lord to support his claim. Fearfully, Getu swallowed and backed away a few paces. What do you want? Ryu put his elbows on the table, clasped his hands, smirked, and opened his mouth with a glint in his eyes. What is this? Tazuna yelled. There was so much fog that the only thing that could be seen next to the bridge were the bloody bodies on it, fortunately still alive. Tazuna rushed to the conscious one and raised him up, asking, what happened here, Ed? The man choked out, monster, and then passed out from blood loss. So he is back, muttered Kakashi. Asuma narrowed his eyes as the mist grew thicker and said, defensive formation, here they come. Asuma, 5 genins, and Kakashi drew their weapons and surrounded Tazuna, unable to see more than 10 feet ahead due to the dense fog. Sakura yelled, Kakashi. Sensei, as she felt fear grip her once more, but she quickly got over it. This is Zabuza's hidden mist just all right, Kakashi said, looking around drowsily despite his limited field of vision. Unexpectedly, Zabuza's disembodied voice said, I see you're still with those brats. Long times no see, Kakashi. And you brought some pals with you. Zabuza, are you prepared for round 2? Kakashi asked as he moved forward and revealed the Sharingan by pulling up his headband. Asuma started to move, but was stopped by an unidentified ninja wearing the hidden Stone Village's slashed forehead protector. Stone Missing. Nin said, you'll fight with me. Well, Datsuyama, the Stone's A rank Missing. Nin, possess the strength and steely body to knock down a boulder in a single blow, Asuma remarked. Both of them vanished into the fog. Zabuza remarked, looks like you might have some competition, Haku, after Sasuke also took a step forward. As Sakura watched the battles play out in front of her, seeing how Shikamaru and Choji were assisting Sasuke, she felt useless. She bit her lower lip and tightened her grip on her kunai, doing the only thing she could do at the moment, protecting Tazuna with Ino's help while encouraging the others. Kick their asses to the moon. Sasuke. Kun, put him in his face. Throw him into the ocean, Kakashi. Sensei, and the shark will devour his fucking body. Kill that hardened cockroach, Asuma. Sensei. She yelled, making everyone, including Miss Nin, perspire at her actions. Could you stop her from talking? Zabuza, whose ears were red from the noise, inquired. Not really, sorry, Kakashi replied. This girl has the most erratic mood swing I've ever seen. His thoughts were about the girl who was in love, the kunoichi who was afraid and felt guilty, and now this. He felt sorry for her future husband, picturing how moody she would be during her pregnancy. A nasty glint flashed in Ryu's eyes as he grinned at the trembling Getu and said, I've a deal for you. Oh, what is that? Getu's trembling voice betrayed his attempt at bravery. As though discussing the weather, Ryu said, leave Wave alone forever and transfer half of your money to me. What? The man suffocated. Here, I'm being giving. I can take all of it rather than just half of it if I so choose. Ryu declared, I'm still giving you money to rebuild your empire. After a prolonged period of silence, the short man nodded slowly and said, all right. When the crime lord signed all the papers, Ryu grinned as Getu approached him to sign the one he had created. Always read paper before signing it, he said. What? But, Getu remarked, you said, ninjas are not to be trusted. All of your property belongs to me, Ryu declared, engulfing Getu in his own dimension. Naruto's clone awoke at Tazuna's house to the sound of shouting outside, and he moved quickly, leaving the room through the window and moving soundlessly down the roof. He spied the other 2 attackers, and he saw that they were both armed, with swords strapped to their waists. One of the men was holding Tsunami, while his partner was staring at the sobbing Inari. The man who was holding Tsunami remarked, I want to cut that pretty skin. Go more quickly. Tsunami heard his partner say this while they were holding the bridge builder's daughter hostage. Hold on. As he got to his feet, Inari shouted. Said the man who was holding Tsunami. It's that kid. Acquire. Leave my mother alone. Inari shouted and rushed forward. The two men smirked as they gave the child a funny look. After Inari had walked 5 paces toward the two men, the one with Tsunami remarked, "Geez, stupid kid." "Cut him," said his partner. "Sure." When Inari was 3 steps away, both men began to unsheathe their swords in preparation for their swings, having taken stances with their hands on their weapons. Watching her son, Tsunami cried out in terror, "Inari!" Inari's body struck the ground, his face frozen in the clenched eye pose he had adopted when he charged at his opponents, and both men, one with a joyful smile and the other with indifference, swung their swords at the child who dared to interfere with their work. The two men simply scoffed at the boy with contempt and amusement at his foolish attempt to save his mother. To their shock, instead of blood, black butterflies began to pour out from the boy's wounds, and the number of these butterflies seemed to increase until a particular wave of wind seemed to blow up. Both men covered their eyes in an attempt to protect their eyes from damage, and by the time they could see again, they couldn't see any part of Inari in front of them. Tsunami stared in disbelief, her eyes began to leak tears, and she fell to the ground as her legs lost the will to stay upright after witnessing the death of one of her family members. Gosh! As the black butterflies began to spin around them once more, one of them uttered those words. A disembodied voice said, "You two made 3 mistakes today," as it floated toward them. The two men drew their weapons and positioned themselves defensively, with their backs to one another. The voice, which seemed to be coming from everywhere, said, "The first was working for Gedu. The second was attacking those under my own protection." The voice had a hint of annoyance in it, which made the two samurai swing in one direction before hitting nothing. The final mistake was attacking innocents during battle. Both men felt weights on their backs and cold metal slicing their throats, and they grasped their throats in a vain attempt to stop the blood from pouring out from the deadly attack. Tsunami croaked, thanked Kami, Naruto-san, and gave her son a hug, still in disbelief at the abrupt change in circumstances. "Is there somewhere you can hide until the end of the day, Tsunami-san? Then, please, go out there now," Naruto said, observing Tsunami nod. He created 2 clones and sent Tsunami and Inari on their way, then turned back to the 2 samurai and went through some hand seals. He took a deep breath and said, "Fire release. Great fireball technique. My shadow clones will protect you and Inari until you reach there and act as guards." He finished both men and turned their bodies to ash when a huge orb of roaring white flame erupted from his mouth. Before vanishing into thin air, Naruto took one final look at his work. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto decided that it would be better to come up the side of the bridge rather than run along the top of it, and he started scaling the walls from down by the water until he reached the top of the bridge. Naruto appeared at the bridge to see the area filled with the thick mist, and he could tell Zabuza created it because it contained his chakra just like the last time. When he moved away, he discovered Shikamaru close to an odd mirror dome, preparing a string of explosives to destroy it. Naruto sensed Kakashi and Asuma fighting strong ninjas. Everyone was concealed in the mist, but Naruto could tell where they were. He also sensed Tazuna with Ino and Sakura. "Nara, do you need any help?" Naruto said as he abruptly materialized behind Shikamaru. Shikamaru almost let his paper tags fall. "Naruto, shit, what the hell are you doing here?" he hissed, terrified beyond belief. Naruto said, trying to save fellow ninjas, and he looked at the dome, which was actually a collection of closely spaced ice-made mirrors that served as a prison for Sasuke and Choji. They didn't look very nice, with numerous needles sticking out of their skin. They should have been dead by now, but again, Naruto created 2 clones. "Try to catch them, Nara," he said, as his clones used Kawarimi Jutsu and swapped themselves out for Sasuke and Choji. He caught a fleeting image moving between mirrors too quickly for those 2 to defend themselves. Just a few seconds earlier, within the ice dome. He said, "Sorry, but I can't allow you 2 to escape," and was about to shoot more needles at his opponents when he noticed that his opponent had been replaced by the blonde ninja clones he had almost killed yesterday. They smirked before exploding, causing a massive explosion that was large enough to shake the mirrors and caused a tiny crack to appear on their surface, but they were swiftly fixed by Haku's chakra. Haku thought, What? He had stepped into the mirror to avoid being attacked. A number of shurikens suddenly flew in the direction of the mirrors, piercing all of Haku's images, including the real Haku. The masked boy fell to the ground in front of one of the mirrors since all of his images had vanished. Fortunately, he was only slightly wounded in the forehead by the shuriken, and his mask had saved his life. "Ready for round 2, Naruto said to the masked boy as he emerged from the ice dome using the body flicker, holding a gorgeous silvery red katana with a blood-red hilt that featured the Uzumaki swirl. "Very well," he said, melting into the mirror behind him, and sending dozens of needles at blonde Genin as the mirror images returned. Amazingly, Naruto used his katana to block every single needle. "Haku, you can't win. You cannot defeat me in your current state because you are nearly out of chakra. Give up." "I can't win, so it doesn't matter," Haku said, clenching his teeth. He continued to attack Naruto, frantically attempting to hit the blonde, saying, "I'll not fail Zabuza-sama." It was annoying that a boy his own age could defeat him without even scratching him. "This seems sufficient to me." Naruto smirked and swung his katana to send a wave of firestorm toward the area surrounded by mirrors. "The play time is over," he said, holding his sword high and coating it with white fire. "I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama." Haku screamed in agony as the fire burned his legs and struck him and his mirrors, melting and shattering them. Asuma defeated Yamadatsu, who was a formidable opponent, but it was for nothing that he had been a former 12 Guardian Ninja. He then appeared next to Tazuna to check Genin's. "Asuma. Sensei." Sakura and Ino, pleased to see him alive, yelled. "How are you?" Shikamaru asked, noticing that some of his clothes were torn in some places and stained with dirt and blood. "Yes, I'm all right," Asuma said, "it's just minor injuries." He glanced at the Genins and saw Sasuke and Choji in an unconscious state. Shikamaru replied, "They're fine," to his unasked question. "With Zabuza's subordinate, who is at odds. Naruto. I have to help him." The area surrounding the mirrors exploded before Asuma could take any action, and the fire chakra emanating from it was so strong that it heated the air around them. When it subsided, they saw Naruto, who was completely unharmed, staring at the severely burned fake hunter.nin. Asuma thought, this is supposed to be the dead last of the academy, after witnessing Naruto's impressive performance. Sakura thought, wow, that was incredible, and inner Sakura nodded, fully agreeing with her. With a pink dust on her cheeks, Ino pondered, who would have guessed that Naruto would get hot after leaving the academy. Amazing. Tazuna thought in amazement. I had no idea Naruto could do this, Shikamaru reflected. The sudden explosion of Haku's jutsu at another area of the battlefield caused Zabuza and Kakashi's eyes to widen. Zabuza stared in disbelief at the burned-out area. Impossible. Kakashi looked at Zabuza and thought, I didn't know Naruto's element manipulation was on this level. It was time to end this battle. Leaping back, he made some hand seals, wiped some of his own blood from his wound, and applied it to a summoning scroll. Summoning, Earth Release, Tracking Fang Jutsu. I'm sorry, Zabuza-sama. As he watched Naruto seemingly materialize beside him, Haku thought, I can't beat this boy. He just closed his eyes and accepted his fate. Keeping his hand around Haku's neck, Naruto grabbed the boy by the throat and slammed him back onto the concrete, gazing down at him with icy blue eyes and asking, tell me, why would you work for Zabuza? Back when I was a child, said Haku with a smile. As Zabuza screamed in agony and Naruto heard Kakashi say something in the fog, he tightened his grip on his neck even more. Short version, Haku. He threw the boy with the feminine appearance to the ground, saying, I don't have time or patience. The smile on Haku's face said, he is my precious person. Naruto thought, precious, it's a useless thing to me. Reikiri, Kakashi shouted. Haku and Naruto both heard what sounded like 1,000 birds chirping, and when Naruto looked up, he saw Zabuza restrained by dogs wearing bandanas around their necks or bodies, and Kakashi standing with his hand covered in what appeared to be lightning. I'll repeat myself. Zabuza, give up, Kakashi said. Never, Zabuza said, fumbling with his restraints. With a sigh, Kakashi started to move forward, then vanished in an instant. With his eyes closed and his head trembling a little, Naruto gazed down at Haku and said, go save him, but you know he is just going to die anyway by Kakashi's hand or mine. Panicked, Haku ran as fast as he could, his arms out to the sides, intently appearing in front of Zabuza to take the full brunt of the attack. Kakashi's eyes widened as he saw the Leaf Junin unable to stop the fake hunter.ninja, and he did his best to cradle his arm while stifling the urge to cry out in pain when he saw that Kakashi's attack had pierced his chest, and he finally fell to the ground in agony. Using his right arm to swing his massive blade, Zabuza smirked at Kakashi and sliced him, saying, seems I really got a good tool. Before Zabuza could respond, a sharp katana pierced his chest and impaled his heart. Yes, he was a good tool, said a voice that was familiar to Naruto. This is yours end. He withdrew his blade, and Zabuza's lifeless body fell like his subordinate. After sealing his katana and examining the blade, which had not a single drop of blood on it, Naruto turned to his senses and said, "You know I saved yours life, Kakashi. Sensei, you owe me a treat." All eyes were on him in shock. Kakashi said, "Thank you, Naruto. I'll give you a treat later." From bridge came a haughty voice that said, "Oh ho 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 ho. Look at the big mean demon now, just a pile of ash." Rokusho Aoi, a Junin from the Hidden Rain village and a missing nin from the Hidden Leaf, was carrying the fabled Raijin no Ken, the second Hokage's treasure, with an army of at least 200 people behind him. Asuma and Kakashi's eyes widened when they recognized the green-haired man in the hilt he was holding in his left hand. "This is terrible," Asuma thought, looking concerned. "I and Kakashi are hurt. Will you take a peek at that?" "All I was hoping for when I accepted this mission was the bounty on Zabuza's head," Aoi said with a nasty laugh. "I never imagined receiving the heads of Asuma and Sharingan Kakashi as trophies as well. I'm having a lucky day. Ha ha." "Rokusho Aoi, traitor of the leaf, you're overestimating yourself," Kakashi said apathetically as he struggled to his feet. "Maybe, if you aren't as injured as you are at the moment," Aoi said, simply laughing. "Additionally, you wouldn't have enough chakra to compete with me in the Raijin no Ken given your prior battle." A figure wearing a white mask and mostly black clothing suddenly emerged from a small rippling vortex between them. "Hello, Kakashi," he said. "We meet again." "Ryu," mumbled Kakashi. "Why was he here? What on earth are you?" Aoi, enraged that someone had cut short his enjoyment, demanded. "Aoi Rokusho, horrible," Ryu stated. "A weapon's strength or weakness depends on the user's ability to use it. Even with that sword, you're still weak. A novice with a shuriken can still be defeated by an expert with a pebble. I demonstrate my strength to you, boy." As he raised the Raijin in front of him, a blade of pure lightning erupted from the hilt, and Aoi smirked at the genins. And the Junins flinched before launching an unexpected attack. He emphasized the insult meant by the word, boy. "See my," he tried to say, but he was too shocked to see Ryu standing there as if nothing had happened, the lightning sword emerging from his back, but there was no blood. He ran directly toward Ryu with the powered up Raijin, and he drove Raijin through Ryu's chest, impaling his heart. "Is it meant to kill me or what?" Ryu, who appeared to be doing just fine, said in a bored tone. Fearfully, Aoi stepped back and said, "What the hell are you?" Ryu said, "Ryu and your soon-to-be executioner," and in less than a minute, he was behind Aoi, slapping Raijin from the green-haired Junin's hand and catching its hilt before it could fall to the ground. Before Aoi could recover, he separated his head from his body. The display of his speed left everyone stunned, and they all thought the same thing, fast. Sasuke thought, who was he? He and Choji had woken up to witness this altercation. But I had never heard of him before. How does Kakashi know about him? Asuma thought, he's not just any shinobi. My Sharingan I could hardly follow his movements because everything happened so quickly, Kakashi thought. Our men were killed by that jerk. One of the thugs spat on the ground and screamed. Death them. All of the thugs grinned and stepped forward menacingly as another thug yelled. Everyone in the area, including the Leaf Ninjas, heard the crackling of lightning, and their eyes widened as they turned to see Ryu, who was standing in the center with what appeared to be black lightning emanating from his arms, back, and legs. With his Sharingan eye exposed, Kakashi thought, what kind of jutsu is this? It looks like the lightning armor of the fourth Hokage, but it's so different from it at the same time. Ryu raised the second Hokage's prized weapon and said, a weapon is always as strong as its wielder. He coated the sword with his special brand of lightning, turning it from yellow to black, and then he looked at the thugs with a sly smile and said, let's dance, shall we? Wrath of Thunder God. He vanished with a burst of speed and reappeared behind thugs, leaving a trail of black lightning in his wake. The dance of death. All thugs were dead, lying in a pool of their own blood, and all onlookers' eyes were wide with horror. All they saw was a black flash. After deactivating Raijin and sealing its hilt into a scroll, Ryu turned around and examined the corpses of thugs before going through some hand seals. Fire release. Great fire destruction. After he finished his task, he transformed into a murder of crows and appeared in front of the Leaf Ninjas who had assumed their respective fighting stances. He took a deep breath and sent a huge stream of intense flames toward the dead bodies, setting them all on fire. Asuma narrowed his eyes at the masked boy and thought, it was as fast as those two. His lightning jutsu was very similar to the 4th Hokage's lightning armor, but it moved similarly to our 4th Hokage's flying thunder god jutsu. Who are you? Sasuke, who wasn't exactly going to acknowledge that he was enraged and envious, demanded. Without turning away from Ryu, Kakashi thought, it's not time for your jealousy, Sasuke. We aren't in condition to fight him. He can kill us anytime. Has Uchiha gone insane? Asuma wondered. Stupid Sasuke, Shikamaru thought, cursing Sasuke, you can't demand from someone like him. Is he dumb? Choji asked. Sakura, Ino, and Tazuna were staring at Ryu in terror when the smell of burning human flesh suddenly reached their nostrils. They could no longer stand it and hurried to the closest bushes to throw up. My, Ryu said, glancing at Sasuke, aren't you brave or just plain foolish? I know no weaker Uchiha than you. What were you saying? Sasuke gritted his teeth and asked angrily. Ryu pointed to him with his Sharingan and remarked, you're the weakest of all of us. With the exception of Kakashi and Naruto, all Leaf Ninjas thought, Sharingan. You're a Uchiha, aren't you? Sasuke asked, stunned to find that only Itachi and one other member of his clan were still alive. You could say that, Ryu grinned and added, but I'm more than that. I'm Uchiha Madara's grandson. All of the Leaf Ninjas who were aware of Madara gaped at the masked boy who had just spoken. Asuma said, Impossible, Madara was dead. He didn't have any kids. At the Battle of the Valley of the End, the first Hokage killed him. Furthermore, you couldn't be his grandson even if he had a child. You're very young. You appear to be about 16 years old. Ryu grinned and said, you know a lot about history. However, allow me to share the actual history with you. That battle did not result in my grandfather's death. After that, he went into hiding to recover, but he was still alive. My mother is the daughter of my grandmother and him, whom he met a few years later. Even with his mask on, Kakashi's expression was one of shock as he looked at Ryu. If he is indeed Madara's grandson, then his eyes widened even more. He is teaching Naruto in order to control him because he wants the 9 tails. Grandfather. When Tazuna and the other Leaf Ninjas heard Inari's voice, their eyes widened, and they turned to see Inari and most of the village's inhabitants. There must have been more than 1,000 of them, marching onto the bridge, all brandishing kitchen knives and farming implements as weapons, all of them angry and prepared to fight. The statement, you all are late, battle is over, was delivered by Naruto in a deadpan manner. What? A shout came from somewhere in the crowd. Getu is where? An unidentified wave resident inquired. When Ryu said, I know where he is. As everyone turned to face Ryu, a swirling vortex materialized in front of him, and Getu's body fell to the ground. He was still conscious and alive, and Ryu lifted him into the air by grabbing his coat collar. He threw the crime lord toward the wave citizens before sinking into the ground and rising up beside Zabuza's body. Kakashi swiftly seized Naruto upon seeing Ryu and leapt away from him, asking, what do you want, Ryu? With a sly smile, Ryu turned to face Naruto and said, oh, I want this, taking Zabuza's executioner's blade with ease and resting it on his shoulder. Goodbye, Kakashi, but, he said, disappearing and then reappearing beside Kakashi, whispering something that made the copycat ninja's lone eye widen. What? Damn, if that's true, Leaf is in serious trouble, Kakashi said, turning around to ask Ryu a question but finding him nowhere to be seen. Ooh. Together with the other villagers, Tazuna and Inari scowled at Getu. The bridge builder took hold of Getu's collar and raised him into the air, saying, you sick bastard. He hurled the midget at a group of men in the middle of the group, saying, hang him up, cut off his arms, and execute him. You're going to pay for your crimes you committed to our people and country. As many of the villagers grinned triumphantly, Getu looked appalled. That bastard would experience the same level of cruelty as himself. Ooh. Getu's cries were drowned out by the joyous voices of the villagers, who were crying with joy that their families would finally receive justice. The shadow behind the tree that was observing the entire scene went unnoticed. Ooh, a dark-skinned ninja with a cloud headband was hiding behind the tree. The Cloud.Nin had seen the entire battle and Ryu's strength and jutsu. I have to tell Raikage. Sama, he thought. Why is there a Cloud.Nin here? From behind him came an unidentified voice. As soon as he saw Ryu, the Cloud.Nin turned around and assumed fighting stance, but before he could move, he felt a kunai tip on his back and saw another Ryu standing behind him. Reply to me. The Cloud.Nin felt shivers down his spine as Ryu, in front of him, asked with such power and intensity. Cloud.Nin said, I am a Cloud Scout, with a hint of fear in his voice. Ryu dispelled his clone and said, okay, his mood completely shifting 180 degrees. You can go now. You're letting me go, huh? With a startled expression, Cloud Scout remarked, just like that. Yes, Ryu replied before disappearing into the crow murder. It feels like I saw death itself and barely survived from it, Cloud Ninja sighed in relief. In order to tell his leader about Madara's grandson, he began to run in the direction of the village hidden by clouds. Ooh, all of the Leaf Ninjas, with the exception of Naruto, were sitting in the room, recollecting everything that had happened yesterday. They were all silent, thinking the same thing. Who is Ryu? With the exception of Kakashi. Are you familiar with him? Asuma questioned a fellow Junin. Ryu is his name. He's a Uchiha. He has a more sophisticated teleportation technique than both my sensei and the second Hokage. I only know these things about him, Kakashi remarked. This is insufficient. Additionally, he is carrying the swords of the second Hokage and Zabuza, Shikamaru remarked languidly. Do you know what his last lightning jutsu was, Kakashi, sensei? Sakura's question caught everyone's attention, particularly Sasuke, who was curious about his clanmate. Not exactly, but I've seen something similar, replied Kakashi. What is it? Did Ino ask? Asuma responded, the fourth Raikage's lightning armor, this time. The news of fourth Raikage made everyone's eyes pop out of their sockets. He was the fastest shinobi in existence, and only the late fourth Hokage could slow him down. How much strength does he possess? Sasuke wanted to gauge his power against him, so he asked. Kakashi remarked, he is easily a S-rank shinobi. The eyes of all the genins widened once more as Asuma nodded, indicating that he agreed with him. I'll prove Ryu that I'm not weak. I'll defeat him. Then I'll kill him to avenge my clan. Sasuke clenched his fist, thinking, is Ryu right? Am I really a weakest Uchiha alive? He was shocked to hear that Naruto had defeated the fake hunter. Nin and killed Zabuza, but now he felt humiliated by the fact that Naruto had defeated them who had easily defeated him. Where is Naruto? Choji inquired. After saying, he's with Tazuna, Kakashi took his orange book out of his pocket and began reading it. After reading the first few lines, he burst out laughing in a perverted manner, making everyone perspire. Ooh, the clone Naruto glanced at the real Naruto, who grinned and gave him a scroll as he stood by himself on the edge of a bridge, staring at the water flowing beneath it, when the real Naruto appeared beside him in a whirling whirlpool. After accepting the scroll, the real Naruto arched an eyebrow and asked, what is it? The actual body of Haku, Zabuza's subordinate. He was descended from the clan Yuki. The clone said, you can study his bloodline limit, the ice release, with the help of his body. Naruto put his hand on his wood clone and absorbed him into his body, grinning and saying, good job. Daiki. Daiki got up from the floor and made hand signals, saying, yes, master. Throw the scroll at him, Naruto said, keep his body safe. Scroll was easily caught by Daiki, who nodded and used the mayfly to merge his body with the ground. Before vanishing into the murder of crows, Naruto turned around and glanced at Bridge. Ooh, to the cheers of the wave residents, Tazuna approached the ribbon and cut it, and Naruto and all of the Leaf Ninja stood, packed and ready to go. While Sasuke maintained his typical grimace, Naruto smirked slightly, and Sakura and Ino waved to the public while Kakashi read his porn and Asuma smiled. Shikamaru was as usual lethargic, and Choji was munching on his chips. Time to go home, Kakashi said as the applause subsided a little and he just turned and started to leave. After bowing to the wave people, Sakura followed Sasuke, who grunted and started to walk, while Naruto and Team 10 followed. Tazuna, what is the name of the bridge? One of the employees inquired. How about the Tazuna Bridge, which is super awesome? Tazuna volunteered. At his suggestion, the audience booed, expressing disapproval. In honor of the young man who killed Scum Gedu, how about the Great Ryu Bridge? Someone in the crowd made the suggestion. Tazuna carved the name into the plaque at the end of the bridge, and after a brief period of silence, the audience cheered the name. Ooh, Raikage. Sama, a scout here wants to see you. Looking at his office door, the burly, dark-skinned Raikage raised an eyebrow and said, send him in. One of Cloud's best scouts in the field, the same Cloud scout who had witnessed the conflict between Gedu's haired ninjas and thugs and Leaf Ninjas, woke up as the door opened. With slightly raised eyebrows, the Raikage said, what's so important that you couldn't send a message? I've got important information for you, Raikage. Sama, the Cloud Scouts said. Just settling into his chair, the Raikage said, what kind of information? Information about an unknown S-rank ninja, Cloud, Scouts reported, and his relationship with Uchiha Madara. Raikage took notice of this. Uchiha Madara was a legendary shinobi and a former leader of the Uchiha clan. He was the rival of Senju Hashirama, the first Hokage, and was regarded as one of the most talented shinobi in history as well as the most powerful shinobi the Uchiha clan had ever produced. His power was intimidating. His name is Uchiha Ryu, the scout said, taking a deep breath. He identifies himself as Madara's grandchild. What? The Raikage yelled, it's not feasible. The fourth Raikage's sudden outburst caused the flinch. I don't know it's true or not, but he is a powerful shinobi. He turned to face his leader and began to share with him all that he had discovered and observed about Ryu. The Raikage broke the table in half when he stood up and slammed his hand on it after Cloud. Scout was done. What? My own jutsu and Cloud's highly coveted Black Lightning technique. Then I want you to add this ninja, under an S-rank threat with flee on-site order, he said angrily, receiving a nod from the scout. And he is only 16. I've another information for you that I think you may find interesting, especially considering the upcoming the Chunin selection exams, said one of the Cloud Scouts. A genin. Raikage raised an eyebrow in question. Yes, said Cloud. Scouts confidently, I want you to add this genin, under a high C rank, engage with caution warning. With a capture on site, no genin has ever been given anything higher than a low C rank. Why is this genin so excellent? Giving a genin a C rank status was a bit excessive, but Raikage had no doubt that the man in front of him was one of his best scouts. Leaf has been hiding good ninja, I call him the Hidden Leafs, the Cloud Scout stated.
So that's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the channel for more awesome stories like this. Thank you. See you all in my next video.